All right, we'd like to welcome everybody back here to the 2013 Storm Inside Bowling Open presented by Budweiser. C-Squad practice is completed here as Matt Turk alongside Jeff Carter and Dennis Hacker. How you guys doing?
Got a little bit to eat, a little bit of a short break, watch some practice, ready to go again.
And how close are we up? I missed the start time. I said 9:15 and it's 9:23.
I said 7:30, so I'm off.
And I didn't guess, and that's all right. So this is C-Squad. Once again, they're going to be bowling an 8-game block, 4 games on one side of the house. Then everybody will switch sides and then bowl another 4 games.
We ended up with 99 bowlers on this squad, allowing the re-entries. That means that 3 of the pairs are going to have 5 bowlers on them, and the others all have 4, like the other squads did.
So that takes one of the variables out of play that we were talking about earlier as far as how the squad was going to play. So we'll see how another strip and re-oil affects the pattern.
We'll have to also see how Jeremy Boyer affects the pattern. He's bowling on his second block out here now. So, how do you think Jeremy Boyer will affect the pattern, Jeff?
I don't know. It depends on the difference between him wearing pants and shorts. We'll see. We'll see how that works out for him.
Those could be pants just from a long time ago.
They could be Sean Swanson's pants.
They could be. So we got some predictions going on in the chat right now. Brett Cunningham says 188.
I said 187 earlier, so. Looks like they had some issues on 9 and 10 while practice was going on, so 9 and 10 is now out of play, and that pair has now become 1 and 2. So earlier this morning they had some issues with 29 and 30. That pair was taken out of play and 27 and 8 was used, so now the other end pair will be in play as well. So
27 and 8 used all day, with play on it all day. 1 and 2 probably has been stripped and oiled each time with no play on it. What do you think is going to happen on that pair?
You know, it's hard to say. With each strip and re-oil, it shouldn't be a tremendous amount of difference. I think that every time you strip and oil, it has more to do with it than the actual play on the pattern. So, but you never know. Generally, most bowling centers, 1 and 2 plays different than the other pairs anyway. So that pair just may be different in general.
True. The interesting thing about a house that's split like this, we ran into this with the Missouri State Championships as well, is you got 4 end pairs in play instead of just 2. And whereas since people don't typically like to bowl on the end pairs, the entries come in early. The tournament director will try to schedule those groups in the middle of the house, and the people who signed up the latest and get stuck with the end pairs. She didn't happen to know that the house was split. So she had a group that was in the middle of the house, so she thought, and the group was actually split and caught 2 end pairs at the same time, and they bowled her, and they got their entries in early. So that made it difficult for her.
All right, guys, and as you can see here on the right side of your screen, the standings after both A squad and B squad are going to be scrolling by here a couple times, so you guys at home can get a look at that. Otherwise, you can go down to the bottom of your screen below the chat and below the stream window, and you click on the tabs, and that will also show you the standings after 2 squads.
For those of you joining us in the chat room, if you have any questions for us throughout the evening, feel free to shoot them to us. We'll do our best to answer them. And we will do our best to keep the scores updated for you and get out in a timely manner. So keep you all informed the best that we can. Once we see a few frames being bowled, we'll start to kind of diagnose a little bit on how we think the pattern's playing compared to the other squads. And give you as much information as we can.
To give you something to look forward to tonight, as the activities of the day will kind of come down to only completing the bowling on C squad. Mike Flanagan's duties are getting a little bit less today, so he's going to be coming up and actually sitting for a while in the booth. And I understand Randy's going to take a spot in here as well later on, so I'll only be in here for part of this squad. But you have a chance to listen to Mike and Randy and get an idea of how they might be looking at doing tomorrow night as well.
Lucky Lotto, I must say I was the one in charge of picking the music, although I can't really take that much credit because I just put it on iTunes and hit shuffle. But thank you.
Lucky Lotto, identify yourself in the chat. This is Dennis Hacker talking.
Maybe he wants to stay incognito.
Maybe, but I doubt it. Most Sykeston folks want to talk about Ed Fox. Ed, nice to talk to you.
Mike Wolf down there with a 4 through the middle and the ensuing shoulder shrug, so he's not off to the greatest of starts. But it definitely looks like the pattern is very similar so far than what we were seeing earlier. If you're playing out, say 4, 5, 6, if you get it going right, get it to the gutter itself, it will not come off. But if you can kind of go up the lane, fairly neutral angles, looks like that's still the best place to play.
And already we've got somebody on 39 and 40 playing in.
Already?
Already.
That would be Dwayne Kiltz, and I think he played in this morning.
Did he play in this morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Mr. Riggles kind of commented on that earlier this morning. You got Jeremy Hunt on lanes 37, 38, starts off with a double.
He'll be on the featured pair 41 and 2 in the next game, Ed, so you'll have a chance to watch Jeremy play. Proprietors Cup asked, did they sell out the last squad? Nope, we got 99 bowlers in this squad, total of 279 bowlers in the tournament. On a 1 in 5 ratio, they're talking about paying an extra spot. Typically that would be 55 spots, but I think they might be paying 56. They haven't made the decision on that yet.
There's defending champion Danny Spink down there on the featured pair, 31 and 32. He's getting ready to throw there on the left lane.
We have a tremendous amount of talent on this squad. You've got a lot of the players that bowled A squad this morning, some current former touring players, as well as a lot of regional players and a lot of top amateur talent. So this squad is definitely stacked. And once again, like we talked about quite a bit last squad, an awful lot of collegiate talent out here. There's a lot of bowlers that are coming up through the collegiate ranks, cutting their teeth against each other, bowling all over the area collegiately, and now they're out here in a very, very difficult condition tournament, bowling against a ton of talent. So looks like they're having some issues down 49 and 50, possibly replacing a deck light if it looks like it from this angle.
Anything that delays this squad right now is not what they want to see. I guarantee that. Jeremy Hunt a little fast on that one, and then leaves the 248. The ball almost slid right past everything the way it looked. So
we've got a wide range of different bowling balls being used. You've got some people are trying to use some shinier stuff, trying to keep it on line longer. Some guys using dull stuff, trying to get the ball to hook off the outside. Some people using pretty neutral angles with dull stuff, trying to get the ball to slow down and stop. So a lot of different strategies being employed, a lot of different options out there. But the one thing that is pretty common is you only have a few guys playing in, but 90+% of the field is all playing out.
you get a chance to talk to Jeremy Boyer and turn his little motto around on him like I like to. I mean, he's one of the more famous guys for saying nothing hits like a hammer, and I just like to ask him what hits like nothing in that case and see if he likes that.
Once again, I'm going to have to be the politically correct one to stay away from that. I can't, even though my allegiance is with Storm Bowling Products, who is the title sponsor of this event. So thank you very much to Storm Products once again for not only sponsoring this event, but getting behind it, helping the promotional side of things, and supplying the bowling balls for the entrance. It's a great thing that they've done for this event.
Brad Miller bowling on our pair on 39 and 40.
And Mike Wolf just 7-10, so he's definitely not off to the start that he was looking for. It's got to be kind of frustrating to bowl an 8-game round, work your way through it, feel like you're not high enough in the number, re-enter, and then get off to a frustrating start. So once again, we're taking 16 finalists into tomorrow. So I would say anybody that is below the 180 range right now, which would be 12th, is definitely going to have to improve their standings on this squad to be able to sneak in. You've got a few guys, in that 180 to 190 range that possibly could be safe, but once again, it really depends on how this squad breaks down, and then you factor in the squeeze factor at the very end. So we'll just see how things shake out once we get to around game 6 and 7.
Well, Mike asked me for a prediction, and I told him 202. I think there's going to be 8 guys that go 200 over the front. Tom Patton bowling a third squad.
It's a long day.
It is. And I think he's going to go bowl a senior Grand Prix tomorrow if he doesn't make this.
Holy cow.
At Redbird, I think they're having a
there
senior
is
Grand
one
Prix
over there. I know one of my teammates, Tommy Adcock, is going over to bowl that event tomorrow. So
I'm surprised to see him and Jason didn't come down here.
Jason's pretty tied up with work nowadays. He's got a lot of stuff going on, plus his daughter is outstanding young gymnast. So she's busy a lot of weekends, traveling, doing that kind of thing. So he's got his hands full, kind of like myself. I spend as much time at baseball and basketball practice now than I do in a bowling center. So
Doesn't appear to me that Brad's going to fry.
Brad always looks like he's going to fry.
That's Connor Drummond talking to us in the chat, thinking that Brad's going to fry. And Connor may know.
Well, Connor should know when Brad's about to fry. He's bowled with him long enough.
Yeah,
where,
that's true.
Yeah, he should have a pretty good idea on the look on Brad's face. Of course, he has to stand up on a chair when he fries, but that's beside the point.
Jeremy Hunt up on the left lane, 37 and 8.
Now we'll see if he brought his spare ball or his missed ball with him.
What do you predict?
He better have brought his spare ball with him, or it's gonna be a long night for him. So yeah, spares are definitely a premium in this type of an event.
Are they in style?
They're definitely in style. Looks like Brad's throwing a shiny Disturb compared to what he was doing this morning. So, and Jeremy missed the 10 pin. I have black clouded another bowler. So, thank you very much. For those of you in the chat room and watching at home, if you are bowling in a league and you need somebody to bowl bad against you, just let me know and I can black cloud them from wherever I'm at. So, for a small fee, of course.
Read what Connor just put in the chat here about Brad.
Yeah, I think that's hilarious.
Obviously, they didn't bowl 14-30 the game he destroyed.
No, probably
he
not.
Destroyed the ball. So
The last night I was in the chat watching and heard about Brad doing that, and I asked him if the pro shop didn't offer to repair it. It was parking lot bowling. Is this the first weekend for the shop, the pro shop here in this town?
It is. They just opened
I
this
thought.
week. Yeah. Don Griffin's working there, and then now I can't remember his name on the air from Trio Bowling Supply.
See, I told you when you're under the gun and you have a microphone in front of your face, sometimes your memory goes blank.
Yep. That's why I like listening to you guys and just moving cameras around.
for those of you just joining us, we are at Tropicana Lanes in the St. Louis area for the 2013 Storm IB Open. This is C Squad. Some of these guys have been here bowling all day long. Several guys, this will be their first squad that they bowled tonight. This is the third of 3 8-game rounds bowled today. The top 16 will be coming back tomorrow for the finals, and then we'll have our top 5 stepladder finals tomorrow night. So thanks to Storm and Budweiser for sponsoring and presenting this event, and big thanks to Tropicana Lanes for hosting the event. Their staff's done a great job all day long.
Have a question in the chat there. How much was the re-entry? I know you don't get the ball.
It was 160, I think I
Yeah,
heard.
160.
Yep.
Danny there with a nice strike.
Jeremy Boyer actually got that one a little bit right. It came off the gutter a little
Right.
bit harder, but you know, that's one of those cases where he may just happen to have the right ball in his hand with the right roll to be able to create some motion out there that some of the other players can't.
Well,
so.
I saw a little bit of that the A squad this morning whenever I came in and walked around and watched some of these guys. I stood behind Jeremy for a little while, and he had the ability to do that when I didn't see a whole lot of other people being able to do it.
It's just the ability to repeat it over and over and over again is
Right.
going to be the key.
If you didn't watch him do that just a couple of times, you'd swear that with the ball motion through the heads that ball's never got it, doesn't have a chance to come back based on what you see some of the other people doing, and then all of a sudden it turns around and makes it.
Well, that right there is just proof of what we talked about quite a bit over that last round was, you know, the tricks that you've got with your hand, ball speed, things like that are still the bigger key than the actual ball itself. Right. You can take the exact same ball and hit it a little bit harder, accelerate through it a little bit more, and ball reactions can be totally different. So being able to stay soft with your hand, roll it so you can control it down lane, that's still going to be the biggest key.
Matt, tag one at the bottom. Says C squad practice. That is B-Rad Miller. Chris Coella carrying a half hit on 39.
Jeremy Hunt actually made a good shot, caught a bad break on a shaky four pin.
Yes, he did.
Actually moved it off spot a little bit, so that's going to make you shake your head just a little bit.
Well, it was. His head was shaking. It looked like Jeremy Hunt bobblehead day.
Yeah. Let's see, all the way down 27-8, looks like we've got Chad Kloss, Casey Murphy, Del Ballard, and Burden Peterson. That's a pretty stout pairing down there. Let's see, Danny Spinks down here, Dallas Baldridge. Trying to see who else I can see. Jeremy Hunt again on 37-8. Up on the high end. Like I mentioned earlier, we've got Mike Wolf on 45-6. David O'Sullivan, Jake Peters on the same pair. Moving higher, Jody Westner's on, looks like 49-50.
It's just crazy.
And Austin Bolds is on the in pair. So for the first 4 games, this group that's on this side of the building will rotate throughout this end throughout 4 games. And then they will actually flip-flop sides with the other group. And then we will have a totally different group of bowlers coming in for the next 4 games. In the split 52-lane center, 26 on each side.
It is crazy to see some of the names that you normally see automatically in the finals of a tournament out here bowling a second time for this one.
Well, that just goes to show you how deep the talent pool is. And again, if you can get matched up and ride it to a good enough score, you're going to be sitting home watching on the computer screen with Brett Cunningham, and then everybody else that is outside the top 12, you have to take that chance to get back in there and re-enter. So.
Or the 40-some inch flat screen with an HDMI cable like Lee Bedoris.
In his cranberry ice-scented living room.
Yes, in the cranberry ice-scented living room. Well, let's see. You said Austin was on the end pair?
Bull and Mike Peters did not bowl. We bowled state tournament last weekend, and him and I were actually discussing bowling the doubles event last night. And by the time we got done bowling last weekend, he was so beat up that he decided he was going to go ahead and not bowl this weekend at all. So I know his son's been playing a lot of baseball. He's been pretty busy, so I think he was just going to take the entire weekend off.
Yes, Ed Fox. Jeremy did miss another single pin. I didn't see what
Jeremy
it was.
miss that
but
4-pin?
Oh, it was a 4-pin. Okay, that's right. Yeah.
I black clouded him, didn't I?
Yes, you did. For whoever's asking about Austin Bolds, he is bowling on the end pair. We can't really see how he's doing right now. He's going to skip a pair and will be on 31-2 in game number 2.
So we'll be able to see a little bit more as he comes across.
Yeah, we'll be able to see him. That's also one of our pairs that we've got coverage on, so we can switch down to it in the middle of the game.
For those of you just joining us tonight, there are a few ways you guys can get a hold of us besides the chat. That is pretty popular going on right now. There's the Twitter feature. If you guys want to go ahead and tweet to the hashtag Inside Bowling, we will post your tweets on the screen. Give out some shout-outs to your favorite bowlers.
Looks
or
like
just
solid
say what's
nines
up.
are trending right now. Hashtag not another solid 9.
So if I'm going to get kicked out of the booth after a while, I'm
As
going to
Randy
get
Peterson says, better than a solid
I'm
8.
gonna get my Twitter set
Have
up
an
on my
Ernie
phone, and
Schlegel
I'll be
run
a
around
roving
yelling
diary
There you go.
around and
Hey,
tell
that's
you
a
some-
really good idea.
I'm going to do that.
That's a really
I'm
good
gonna set up
idea.
Twitter on my
you
phone
need
real
to
fast.
write down your handle there so I know who's who, so I know it's you.
I believe it's just. I think it's just Dennis Hacker. I
Is
don't
it
remember.
Dennis
I'll
Hacker?
look at it and see, but that way I can run around the center, and if somebody's doing something, I'll tweet it
Yeah,
up on
throw
the
it
screen
up there.
instead of-
That's a lot easier than having to wait for somebody
Right.
to come by and tell us.
Right. And I know how I have that little bird thing on here someplace. So.
Tweet, tweet.
For you being one of the most technologically savvy people I know,
I know, dude. I'm telling you, I don't know every single time. And I actually wanted to get it involved for like our state tournaments, and I'm the chairman of the communications committee for the Missouri State. So I had some folks on my committee, and I just said, okay, to one of the guys, work on this, set this up for us, and figure out how we can make it work. And that was, I don't know, probably 2 months ago. But nothing happens fast in committees. You know, we didn't have it put in place yet. But if I learn enough about this, we're going to get it going. So.
Brad Miller just struck again. He
Yeah.
definitely has the right type of motion going on right now, much like what he had this morning. I talked to him a little bit during the break. He said he just kind of ran out of gas. He said the good pairs he couldn't get more than 230 on, and the pairs he struggled on were 190. So he needs to be able to sustain this type of look for more than just a couple games this round.
Well, I found the app. Is that a good thing?
That's a
question,
start.
Question in the chat. Yes, Inside will be live streaming the Mary Tubman Memorial Team Challenge in September. Looking forward to that again. Last year they did live streaming for the whole weekend, including the Pro-Am. So we're really looking forward to doing that again.
Here comes our first tweet, all the way from Wichita, Kansas. Go Austin Bolds.
Austin's another one that I've had the pleasure of working with over the last several years. Throws it great. I know he's going to school over in Wichita now at, I'm drawing a blank, at Billy Murphy's program. Somebody's going to help me out with that. But Austin throws it good. He lives not too far from where I live, so I've got to watch him quite a bit. And if he gets it going, he's got the talent to make the top 16. Newman, there we go. Thank you very much.
This youngster here on 32 has got to open in the first and then the next 7 strikes. He's just a little guy over there. I could barely can't tell what his name is. Chris Ray?
Chris Ray, it looks like. Once again, right part of the lane. You know, if you make a good shot, you're going to be rewarded for it. If you make a bad shot, if you can get out of there with 9 spare, you're in great shape. But, and right as I say that, Brad Miller solid 9. So I'm seeing an awful lot of that today. Whenever you're playing straighter angles like this and you're trying to control the ball go through the pins, if you're mashed up just right, boy, you touch those grips just a little bit and that ball's going to solid 9 every time.
What's in 16th place right now? I believe we looked. Is this it right here? As of game 8 for.
For those of you online, you can scroll down to the bottom of the screen and find the updated scores after B squad's been completed. Those are the 8-game totals for A squad and B squad combined.
Thanks, Boyd 75. It is 173. Thanks, Boyd. We appreciate the comments. I agree with you.
Hey, look, Dennis Billy Ray's still awake.
He is not.
He is.
Billy, this is game number 1. It's not tomorrow yet either. Not even out there.
Once again, it looks like they're going to have 55 or 56 bowlers cash. I think based on the entries, it was 55, but they were discussing paying one more spot. I don't know if that decision's been made or not yet. So we'll wait till we get the official word from tournament director and host Mike Flanagan when he joins us in the booth pretty soon.
1 out of 5 is the cash ratio. Just as a glance out here right now, it appears that, and as you would expect, the people who have a little bit of experience on this pattern from whatever squad they bowl, whether it was A or B, are it's showing over the people that are hitting it for the first time today. Jeremy Boyer up on 41, trying to make sure this game is a plus game, and he switches to 7, so it's going to be minus. With a spare just barely, but much better than his 149 start this morning, and that he followed with a 279. So that's
not very nice. I would have never mentioned his 140 game.
Well, he told me about it himself.
How long have I been in the booth today? I think I got in the booth around 3:30. So this could end up being a little bit of a long day, but not any longer than some of the other guys. But love doing this part.
3:30, is that it?
That's it.
I've been in here since 8.
Yeah, Matt's been here the entire time.
8? I'll probably be 8 o'clock again tomorrow.
That's why you're making the big bucks again, Matt.
Yeah, I hope so.
Jeremy with spare.
So with a good fill here, he's got like minus 4 or 5, something like that. Brad Miller up on lane 40 here, trying to make this a 250 game if possible. That would be a fantastic start for him at this point.
Good shot.
This is the 10th frame for Brad Miller there. He's got 228 in the 9th.
Got 258 if he strikes out in the 10th. Which would be a more than solid start. Now it's just a matter of maintaining that for the rest of the block.
If you're having trouble finding the scores at the bottom of your page, try refreshing your browser. There's also one other thing that might happen. Sometimes if you navigate away from Inside Bowling and then come back, when you restart the stream, it might take you to the live stream page. That's not the right page you should be on. You should go to insidebowling.tv. That's the page you want to be on. That'll show you all the tabs at the bottom and the chat with updating as soon as the tournament office updates the scores. They should update at the bottom of the tabs there.
Yeah, Connor, this is the 10th frame for Brad. This is his second shot in the 10th. And he flat 10s, and he's spins around and shows a little bit of displeasure like you told us he was going to earlier.
I think he's looking for Brett's clipboard right now.
Oh. Still 240 start. 248 start, so it's a nice job. As we said, moving over to our featured pair 41 and 2. We see Sykeston's Jeremy Hunt. He's in the ESPN TV star. Did you know that, dude?
Yes. He made as many shows as anybody this year.
Yes, he did. I think he made every show,
yeah.
As a matter of fact.
And he makes good barbecue. I still have some barbecue sauce left. Hope it never goes bad.
Yeah, I don't know about that. was in Atlanta this week, second city of the traveling, and South American sushi. I didn't even know there was such a thing. But we went to a place that was a fantastic place to go eat, actually, and a bunch of the things that they had to offer on the menu, they were really, really good. I couldn't believe how good it.
I don't even think I'd eat North American sushi.
You wouldn't eat North American sushi?
Not a big fan.
Hello, guys. How we doing?
Doing good, Mike.
Going to be in the booth for a little while. Maybe the fans at home will enjoy having me here. Dennis, I'm going to ask you actually to bug out and help the tournament staff, make sure we can get the scores in, because Randy's going to come join us because we need to practice a little bit together. Jeff, you can stay. Dennis, you've been awesome in the booth, bro.
Thank you.
With Jeff, you guys
Thanks,
go way
Dennis.
back. We really appreciate it. And I have some really exciting news here. Before you leave, Dennis, we'll do one thing.
Okay.
I believe if you go down to your tabs down below, if we could check that out real quick, Matt, there should be it should refresh shortly here. But I've got the prize list here in my hand for the tournament, and I always like to announce this live on the webcast to everyone at home. We had a total of 279 entries, where if you total all that up and you figure out with the sponsorship money and everything, it was just short of $50,000. We have decided to kick in an additional $344 ourselves to take it to the sexy $50,000 payout for this tournament. So really happy to be able to pay out $50,000 in this event, with the last cash spot receiving $500 and first place $8,000. And that will appear down below on your tabs momentarily. You'll be able to look at the prize list.
Well, I think that's awesome, honestly. The extra money in and paying that 56 spot and the prize list, it looks tremendous, honestly.
That's outstanding.
And it looks like we got Bill O'Neill here, Dennis. So I think Bill's going to come in for a second, and then you can get his picture too. You can write that story about him, and we'll just cruise right along. I got video work to do. We'll be cruising along here.
Sounds good.
Take care of things.
I've enjoyed being in here. I'll bug out and let Bill talk to you guys for a few minutes, and
thanks, Dennis.
see y'all later. I'm actually gonna do some roving as we get things done. I'm gonna do some tweeting from other side and let you know what scores are happening during this squad and put it up on this thing. So.
Beautiful. Thank you, Dennis.
Well, joining us now is the real deal Bill O'Neill, tournament leader after B Squad.
Bill O'Neill sits up top. Must feel good, huh, Bill?
Yeah, it is good. It's always good to lead. Especially, usually 44 feet isn't something that tends to be the greatest for me. So I felt good to get out there and bowl well today.
Yeah, you sit at plus 287 through two squads. It's been a long day here in the bowling center with a lot of people throwing two balls. We are running behind. I didn't think it would be this slow, honestly. I really didn't. I know that my tournaments normally run a little long, but I didn't realize it would move at this pace, really.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why I didn't feel like while we were bowling we were bowling slow. I didn't, I don't know. I don't know why.
Well, you struck every shot. Of course, it's not going to feel like you were going slow.
That's a great point, Jeff. That is a great point.
Bill, we just revealed the prize list for this tournament, which totaled just shy of $50,000, but because we were $300 or $400 short, we decided just to kick it in anyway and take it to $50,000 on this 279 entry field. What do you think about the prize list?
I think it's great, and I think you get 56 guys that are doubling their money.
Yeah, and really,
you can't beat that.
If you count the 160 that really goes towards the prize fund, because the rest goes to the bowling ball, you're really paying $160 and you're getting triple your money back, which is similar to what our friends at the PBA do.
It's great.
That's always one of the first things you want to do when you look at a prize fund, in an event like this, is look at what last cash is to see the percentage over what your entry fee is, because you never want to go into it just hoping that you get the last check, but you always want to look and see what are my percentages of actually profiting and making money above expenses. So that prize fund's outstanding. So Billy, how'd you play the lanes today? We've had a couple people in the chat room ask what was your strategy and how'd you attack them?
My strategy was to not give up the pocket. If you throw it right at all, there's a good chance it's not going to hook. And then after 4 or 5 games, the spot in between 5 and 10 starts to hook a lot. So if you get it right quick, you end up going high. So The idea for me was just to keep everything in front of me as much as possible, and I changed balls to an arson low flare in Game 5, which enabled me to just keep my angles in front of me and not really give up the pocket too much.
We talked about that quite a bit while your squad was on the floor about just being able to use your hand to kind of control the angles a little bit, stay a little bit more neutral with it. And then you had some guys that were using weaker balls, some guys that were using strong balls to do the same thing.
Yeah.
But still, was it more important for you to use physical tools to do that, or did you do it more with your equipment?
A little bit of both. I wanted to use balls with symmetric cores, so when they did hit the dry, they didn't
jerk
off it too hard. And then at the same time, I wanted to roll it as much as possible, so it would just hold the line and just not really go anywhere. Yeah, exactly.
Both tools, so to speak.
Yes.
That's kind of what we talked about, was the guys that were having some success were very rolly, getting off their hand quick and clean. 9 spares a good frame, move on from there, and if you hit a good pair, I noticed you bowled a pretty good game. I think it was on 43 and 4. We watched the 3 games before you, and that was a very, very good scoring pair. So when you hit those, you definitely have to take advantage of those.
Yeah, because you get those couple pairs where it gives you a little bit of hook to the left of your target, which actually helps in this tournament. Because if you miss left when there's so much oil in the lane and you throw it hard, it'll actually leave a two pin or a 2-10. Yes. So that, and even when we hit the pocket, you might not carry because it's just skidding the whole way down the lane. So the pairs that give you a little bit more hook to the left actually help out.
In an event like this where spares are at a premium, do you find yourself focusing even harder on each individual spare, whether it be a single pin or a 2-4-5 or 3-6-10, something like that, than you normally would when the scoring pace is higher?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's funny you say that because my spare game is a wreck right now. So I really have to get out there and concentrate each and every time. And that's the only time you really miss single pin spares when you get to a certain level, is just concentration. You just get up there and take it for granted and you throw it out the window or pull it across your body, and you just lose focus.
I noticed that you were sporting your Philadelphia Hitman spare balls earlier today, so
absolutely.
Cool.
I got to support the squad. Got to support the team.
Absolutely. So, pretty outstanding field here. We've got all day long, all 3 squads. A lot of re-entries on this squad, so even this late in the day, we've got a tremendous amount of talent out here on the floor. It's a good mix of some touring players, a lot of regional players, and a tremendous amount of young collegiate players that are out there that are doing some pretty great things. So you coming up through the collegiate ranks, how did that prepare you for what you're seeing, not only on tour, but in events like this?
I mean, it made me what I am today, just being able to travel the country and see so many different patterns across the country, and when you bowl collegiate, you're bowling with 10 guys on a pair, so the lanes break down so quickly that it makes you so much sharper mentally, and that definitely helps out when you leave college bowling and you start to bowl on your own.
Hey guys, so here we are. It's the InsideBowling.com Open Tournament presented by Storm and Budweiser. Storm contributing bowling balls to this event. Everybody got a ball. And they're having a ball out there on this 44-foot lane oil pattern. And joining us right now in the booth is our tournament leader, Bill O'Neill, as we mentioned. Nice enough to hang out with us tonight. And Jeff Carter's been with us for the last couple of blocks. Also now joining us in the booth is Hall of Famer from the PBA, 13-time titleist. You see him on ESPN. You'll see him on CBS soon. Randy Peterson joins us now. Hi, Randy.
It's an honor. Thank you.
It's nice to have you here. Looking forward to working with you tomorrow, getting accustomed to this booth a little bit. We started out yesterday, guys, where we had this doubles tournament, which actually filled out with 39 and 39. Bill, you bowled that event. What did you think of that?
I thought it was great. It's obviously, it's when you get 6 on a pair, it's different for us. It becomes a slower pace. The lanes break down quicker, so it's a new challenge. But I always like bowling with somebody else. Team doubles, trios. It's a great time.
And then, last night we saw Anthony Pepe and Alex Cabanero last night. They actually took the title. We actually had high scores last night, believe it or not. Now the pattern's been put down a couple of times, and today not as many as high big games breaking through, with you sitting atop the leaderboard at 287 over. Randy Peterson, you just got in the door here a few hours ago. You've been here most of the day. What do you think about what's happening out on the lanes, and what do you see at this event that maybe you don't normally see?
Well, I think the biggest thing is that it's a little more old school where the players are playing straighter, they're playing out. We're used to seeing most of our players play the middle part of the lane. When that breaks down, they're off in the gutter. It's refreshing to actually see the guys going straighter for a change.
Billy, what do you think the reason for the 44-foot pattern forcing guys to play farther right? You think it's the shape of the pattern or the volume of oil? With this being a little bit higher volume.
Personally, I think it's the surface. There's a huge hook spot, not a huge hook spot, but enough in the front around like 4 or 5 early that allows you to play there. And with the length of the pattern, you can use the length for hold. So when you get that little bit of hook to the right, enables everybody to be able to play there. On a typical pattern with this length and this amount of volume, you're not able to play there because if you got it a little bit up the lane or to the right at all, you would miss the head pin. So I think that's why I think you're able to see guys play further right.
Billy, what was key for you?
Well, since you're late to the party, I'll repeat it. Just trying to keep everything in front of me.
All right, so let me rephrase the question. When you had to make an adjustment, what was the correct adjustment for you?
Everything for me was parallel move. If I moved 2 with my feet, I moved 2 with my eyes. Everything had to stay in front of me. If I got it going right at all, you just don't have any idea where the ball's going to go. It could hook early and go high, or it could totally miss the spot and you can miss the head pin. So everything was left and left.
So even when the lanes broke down, your angles didn't change.
Exactly.
Hey guys, 16th place right now coming into this squad is Josie Ernest. She's actually tied for 15th with Zach Pelton at plus 173. A lot of players on this squad, our largest squad. We have 99 bowlers. Folks like Fagan are in this squad. Lots of big names getting a second crack at it. Bill, are you afraid of someone passing you on this squad? And also, and we'll go around the table with this, how many guys from this squad do you think make it into the top 16?
To answer your first question, no. I don't care if anybody
passes you.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, but do you think
someone
will?
It doesn't affect my feeling about how I bowl today, or anything that goes in tomorrow. You got 16 games around, with bonus pins. I mean, you basically when you get to tomorrow with the bonus pins, the tournament's like a quarter over. So
I'm sure you kind of feel the same way that they don't pay out after one day. So who cares if you lead after one day? It's who cares.
Exactly.
You
got Tiger makes a birdie on Friday. He's not fist pumping it.
That's
so
true. Okay.
You bowl as well as you can, and then you go to the next day, and you don't want to get your emotions too high, or too low when you have this many games to bowl.
There's this number of 208 that sits 8th right now with your buddy Anthony Lacaz. He sits at 208 in 8th place. Do you think that's going to be the last spot to get in, or do you think 8 will get in?
No,
I
think that's plenty. Actually, I really hope that it is, because he asked me my opinion of whether or not he should bowl again, and I said if you're 8th or higher, then you can just go back to the hotel. So since he is 8th, if he doesn't make it, I'm probably in trouble.
It's pretty bunched up. Randy Peterson,
Talk about
what do you think?
pressure.
What do you think, Randy? Do you think this particular squad, we may see some more guys with a second crack at it?
I think if you get to 200, I think you're safe.
I also agree with 200 being the number. Plus, you guys, I think when it gets to like 1 o'clock in the morning, these guys are still bowling. I think that might affect it a little bit. It might affect your game a little bit if you're a little tired.
I know it would affect me because that's way too late for me to be bowling.
And Jeff, you've been watching the most bowling today. You probably have more of a better gauge for all of this than any of us in the booth right now, except for maybe Bill, since he actually competed. But what do you think about this squad? I mean, you think we're going to see eight names or so make it?
I called 187 earlier, and I'm going to go ahead and stick with that because I still think the one variable that will come into play tonight that hasn't come into play yet is the squeeze factor. You got an awful lot of guys out there that when they get close to that number and they start looking around to see what's it going to take to make it, when you're on a hard pattern, those shots get harder and harder to make. If you're on a higher scoring pattern, you can get away with a little bit of a mistake here and there, but a mistake on this could be 6 either direction. So.
Hey, just to let you know, Kurt Pelon, first game, Dennis Acker just tweets in 269 the first game, Kurt Pelon,
Mr.
PBA
Pelon
champion.
actually had a pretty good look last squad when he was coming across here. but I know he had a couple of unfriendly pair that I think cost him a lot of pins last block.
Adam Barta, Zeke Bate, David Barris, just to name a few names, Del Ballard Jr., Carolyn Doran Ballard, both in this.
Chad Kloss was down there, and several very, very talented players, so anything could happen.
Is Kurt Pelon eligible for the senior tour yet?
I don't think he is quite yet. You are, though, Randy, aren't you? Aren't you over 50?
I am eligible.
I thought you were. Just want to make sure.
Hey guys, Randy and Bill O'Neill being new to this tournament. You guys have not been around this tournament. First year for you guys. Jeff Carter's actually been around the last couple of years, paying attention to what we've been doing here, a little closer to home here. Jeff, if you could tell the folks at home a little bit that may just be tuning in, talk a little bit about this tournament and the history from what you've seen it as a viewer, being able to watch this tournament grow.
Well, over the last few years, I noticed that this being a tournament that paid, was it $3,000 the first year that you had it?
Mm-hmm.
Very, very low scores by watching the live stream and even talking to some of the guys. The integrity of the event is outstanding just because of the scoring pace. The cream always rises at the top whenever it's this hard, and that was pretty evident. The first year, Jake Peters beating George Gohagen for the title. That pattern played very similar to this one. And then last year with Danny Spink, who's a tremendous college player, local college player at Lindenwood, the same way. It's a tough field, a tough pattern, a lot of money, and it just keeps growing. And now with Storm's involvement, with the sponsorship, the bowling ball part of it, it just keeps growing more and more. And it'd be interesting to see how you're going to top it next year. You need more lanes.
Yeah, we just might. I mean, you never know. We might need to have a second chance at another venue or something like that. But, I mean, the tremendous support that we've had, we never ran a tournament until 2 years ago. May 15th, 2011 was our very first event we've ever ran. And this website, I was just kind of tired of seeing, so many people do it wrong. So many tournament directors out there doing it the wrong way. And seeing it decline and decline and decline. And I really hated seeing this market bowl an average 250 in this market, and that just be okay. Don Griffin, who's a tremendous bowler, averaged like 252 at Show Me Lanes here. And it's just all about honor scores in this city. And I'm tired of seeing the guys go to the USBC Open Championships and fall flat on their face and then come back with no success. So in order to do that, you have to get people used to bowling on patterns. And it started with Lindenwood University. The kids here at Lindenwood, bowling on all the tough patterns, they would start dominating events that were on harder conditions. And then all the house bowlers and all the better bowlers in St. Louis were like, we don't want to bowl against these kids. We can't beat them. But now that we're starting to change the culture and these folks are starting to come out and bowl events like this, our travel league has switched over to our own modified patterns. I think you'll see more and more success from St. Louis bowlers at USBC and beyond, and maybe even try some of the regionals out there, because the PBA, we all know, needs more help at the regional level as well.
Mike, the other half of the equation is the promotional side of the sport. And with social media the way it is today and the ability to reach more people easily, this isn't 1995 anymore, to where you can basically just open up your doors and bowlers are going to come walking through those doors. You've got to work at this a lot harder than what you've ever had to in the past. So, the job that you do as far as the promotional side of it, speaks volumes. Looking at what you're seeing out here with 200 and some bowlers. So,
I'm a fast typer.
From all over the country. We've got guys here from California, New York, down south. They're coming from everywhere, and if you can bring in a field this strong from all across the country, you've got to be doing something right.
Yeah, it's actually funny. I actually get kind of made fun of at the centers that I do consulting work for, because I come in and I plop down and I'm like looking at 2 laptops for like 3 hours, and the entire staff is like, "What does this guy do for us?" We have no idea. But it used to be that you would have to do over-the-counter sales to actually get league play and league bowlers to bowl and to convert them into more leagues. But now you really don't have much success doing that, so you have to go on Facebook, you have to interact, you have to ask people, you have to put together event pages, you have to do things like that, and you can have more success. This particular tournament, for example, Bill, you may not have ever heard about this tournament if there was no Facebook and things like that, or if I wasn't out on the PBA Tour. And if you look at the field, I think there were only like 40 of the players were from St. Louis. The rest of the players were all from outside of St. Louis.
I'm almost to the point now, with with the tournaments that we run in Central Illinois and the coaching side of the business and everything else, I don't remember the last time I sent an email out promoting anything. It's almost all done through social media now, and it's
a lot of the emails
it's
get
really
kicked
helped.
back anymore. You know, I don't know about you, but I don't check my email as much as I check, my other stuff, really. Unless it's like the one that's got the direct link to Jesus, or direct boss or girlfriend or mother-in-law actually is more important. Speaking of families, Bill, obviously recently you've grown up on the PBA tour, and you've established yourself as a top name out there. You've got a great ball contract, all those sorts of things. Then you found your woman of your dreams, and things are going good there.
I like to think she found me.
Well, there you go. Yeah. She found you.
You're definitely overachieving there, Bill.
Yeah, and then just recently, man, you're a dad, and I know it's kind of old news now in the bowling world, but what's it like being a dad and being away from home?
Being a dad's cool. I mean, he's just over 3 months now, and it's cool to watch him grow. And I got to play little daddy daycare for a little while. My wife went back to work a few weeks ago, so just being home every day it was cool, and it made it really hard to leave. That's for sure. But I know that what I do and will benefit him. So I'm out here trying to bowl to help do things for him. So.
Bill O'Neill changing a diaper. Now that needs to be on YouTube.
That could be arranged.
I'm pretty good at it now. I'm pretty good.
Yeah, maybe now, but the first couple of go-arounds, that had to be pretty funny.
I'd be lying if I say that I didn't get peed on a little bit. I'm just gonna say
That's tremendous.
Well, here we are, game number 2, checking out the chat. We're really got some great guests up here. We got Hall of Famer Randy Peterson. We got Jeff Carter, who is Mr. Bowling these days. He's teaching with Storm University. We got Bill O'Neill, the real deal. You like that nickname,
I
Bill?
hate it.
You don't like
I
it?
hate it, yeah.
What do you want us to call you? Because we don't have to call you that.
I prefer Bill.
Bill.
Yeah.
You just want to be just called like Bill, like
Kind of like Madonna and Pele.
Yeah.
Bill.
Yeah.
just Bill.
Yeah,
All right, I
it's
like
fine.
that. Yeah, we're joined by Bill.
Or sir. I mean, that's fine too.
Sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll work. Randy calls me sir. Randy's
like
always
that.
called. Yeah.
So yeah, let's talk about that for a minute. These nicknames, do you guys don't come up with them out on tour or anything?
Hang on a second. You think I sat down one day and said I'm going to call myself the
Well,
real deal?
where did it
Bill,
come
right?
from?
I think it came from
So that'll be good.
Mike J. Lane's side.
Yeah, so he gives everybody a tagline, right?
Yeah.
No,
Because
it
I
didn't come from
actually
Mike
think
J.
it's against man law for you to come up with your own nickname.
Yeah, it is.
So isn't that right, Tater?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tater. Game number 2, StormInsideBowling.com open. We're here. Matt Turek's actually switching the cameras for us. I got to tell you guys, this guy Matt Turek, he's the real deal. He's the real deal.
You can call him
Switching
the real
up-
deal.
He's
That's
been
fine.
doing
Yeah.
this since 8 o'clock this morning.
He
so,
has.
I'll be
He's
doing
like-
it again tomorrow.
He's like what Paul Schaefer is to David Letterman.
He is.
Hey,
he
that's a
is
good
Paul
analogy.
Schaefer.
I like
love
that.
that.
I
That
like
was
that.
awesome. We
His,
got a high
his
five on
paycheck's
that.
going to be really, really high this week.
It is.
Well,
It
so
is.
who's David Letterman on the staff?
I guess
That would
that's
be,
Mike?
that would be
I don't
Mike.
think so.
Yeah, that's me. I even
Yeah.
got the gap in the teeth and everything, which I'm actually looking
Tremendous.
into that now, because now that I'm this front man, I got to do that. Oh, here we go. When you stand up,
Photo
we're getting
op.
a picture here. Probably got bunny ears or something. Wouldn't surprise me here. That's a good idea.
Is that your
Yeah,
dad,
I had him
Mike?
come over
No,
there,
that's Greg
fine.
Sternberg. He's actually got a bum knee. For him to climb up on the chair like
Yeah.
that after competing
Pretty
today.
agile.
He is. He really is.
Well, I saw Letterman up here, so I figured I'd get a
Oh,
snap a
yeah.
photo.
That was it. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah.
Got some more tweets from Dennis Acker from the other side of the house there.
This will
Adam
be the
Barta,
second and third
178,
career
268.
178, 268 for Barta. Barta Nation. Adam Barta's got to be one of the most popular amateur bowlers in the country. And he likes it that way. Well,
That's because he can shoot a rubber band really far
yeah, that's
and
true.
really accurately.
Jeremy Hunt is here as well from Team Hammer. Team Hammer
I
is well
caddied him the
represented.
first game on his spare/missed ball. So it's nice to see him make one.
Here's the stat of the day, Bill. Just Bill. Bill. I love it. Bill. That guy right there, Jeremy Hunt, has thrown more shots on ESPN in the last 3 years than the 2 other guys that are up here in the booth with us besides Paul Schaefer over here. Did you know that?
That was commercial, yeah.
Yeah, there's commercial.
Well, he's tied for the lead. There's 4 of them.
Well, he's ahead of you 2, though, is what I'm saying. And Randy, I'm not going to take this crap about you not being able to bowl anymore. It's time to get the shoes back out and get yourself out there. And
Oh, they're out. They're out, and they're warmed up. Bowling my 3 games a week in league.
And complaining regularly about it.
And every time I leave a ringing 10, I keep asking myself the same question: why?
Is it true you're waiting for the PBA 60 tour to come out? Is that true?
The super seniors. I'm going to thump those dudes. I'm in the gym regularly right now. And when I turn 60, along with the PEDs I'm doing, those guys have no shot.
Are you on the deer antler spray?
Yes,
Yes.
deer antler. I'm deer antler, elk antler, any
The cream
animal,
and the clear.
any animal that has an antler, I'm taking that spray.
Hey, Randy, I want you to see something here. I don't think you actually saw this, because I don't think you paid attention to this, but we interviewed you on the IB Open preview show, and I just want to show you when you started talking about what you bowled at league play. Have you seen this?
No.
Look what happened right there. Look what I put up there. Look at that right there. Little fig jam alert when Randy started talking about what he bowled in league. See that right there?
Yeah.
That's you. Fig jam alert comes up.
I'm not really sure what that means.
Yeah,
I'll
well,
have to explain it to you off the air.
yeah.
It involves profanity.
You're pretty good. Yeah, so that's just a little alert right there that I put in there for you, just to let you know. So if you want to get me back tomorrow at these TV finals, you're more than welcome to. But that was a special alert, like a tornado warning, the fig jam alert. Because we were right in the middle of the interview, and you just thought you would just let everybody know just how great you bowled at league. And I just thought that was kind of funny.
I'm not sure that's the way it went down, but okay. We'll go with your version.
I love it. No, I'm serious though. Like you guys, like Dell, you, all these guys that I was watching when I was competing at like junior gold and things like that, and I was watching you guys out there bowl. I mean, not to make you sound old or anything, because you're not old, you're
Loved
still
watching
young.
you
But
when I was a kid.
God, this guy.
It's funny, Jeff.
It's awesome watching you. And I watch so many old telecasts, especially gearing up for this broadcast we're going to be doing tomorrow. I love watching the old school telecasts with Chris and Bo and just all the old nostalgic stuff like that. Bill, do you ever watch any of the old bowling videos or anything? Are you a junkie like that, or are you just too busy?
I'm not really a junkie like that. I do know that when they were doing those telecasts, Randy was old then. He was bowling, though, but he was old then, right?
Yeah, I was trying to stay away from that. Jeff, what do you got?
I will tell you this, though. When I was growing up, there was only 3 bowlers that I routinely followed. It was Pete Weber, Del Ballard Jr., and Randy Peters. And for somebody like me coming up, and then I joined the PBA late, it was, not to give you a big head, but it was really an honor not only to be able to come up and compete against them, but to become good friends with them throughout the years. It's one of my most cherished memories of bowling on tour was to take the guys that I idolized when I was younger and then actually become friends with them. So that's one of the best parts about the 10, 12 years that I spent out there.
Deep Thoughts by Jeff Carter, right there. Yeah, I like it.
That's all I got, too.
Can I
just hope,
get a hug, Jeff?
I just hope one day I can be friends with you guys.
You know what, though, and just kind of reflecting back, because it's been so long, but it kind of taking what Jeff just said and relating it to my experience growing up watching guys like Marshall Holman and Mark Roth, who are the 2 players that I idolized, and then going out on tour and getting my teeth kicked in for about 4 or 5 years, and then eventually becoming friends with those guys. It's pretty cool, You watch these guys; they were superstars on the tour, and then competing against them, and then unfortunately, in every sport, the run comes to an end, and you can't compete at that level anymore, and the younger guys take over, and the trend continues, and it happened in my era with those 2 guys, and it happened to me when guys like Jeff and Bill came along, and unfortunately it's going to happen to Bill O'Neill as well. But it's pretty cool in that you watch these guys, you grow up watching these guys, you become friends with them, you compete against them, then you start beating them on a regular basis, and then the same thing happens to you. It's an ugly,
other side of
vicious
the
cycle.
Was I remember, Bill's very first TQR when he came out on tour. I got to cross with him, so I saw Bill in his very first TQR up close and personal, and now to watch him to grow the way he has, become Player of the Year and a multi-time titleist, and be somebody that's in contention to win every single week now. is, like we talked about the collegiate players earlier, it's really cool to watch some of the young guys come up, and some of them make it, some of them don't. Sometimes you can look at a player in his very first event and say, hey, he's got what it takes to be able to make it. And I think a lot of us said the same thing about Bill whenever we saw him for the first time. It's like, whoa, this kid's going to be something someday. So
Oh, thank you.
it was nice to see you.
Guys.
Nice to see you take advantage of that and make something.
I remember watching Bill O'Neill in it was either his first or second U.S. Open in New Jersey, and he finished 7th and had a shot at the show all week long. I went up to him after he was done, he obviously worn out from the rigors of a U.S. Open event. And I walked up to him and I said, hey, Bill, great bowling this week. And he looked at me and he said, thanks. And that was the last time he ever spoke to me.
I'll tell you what I think about Bill O'Neill right here is, I love watching telecasts. I love watching the personalities over the years. I like the good times, the bad times, but I like the guys that are consistently solid on TV that just kind of give you that feel that maybe something's going to happen that's a little extra special. Such as when Bill made it, when I happened to be in Las Vegas most recent title, when you had Robbie P there in the front row, and you were the 5th seed on that show. You were able to run the step ladders, but I could just tell by looking at you compared to the other guys you bowled against that day that you wanted it more. I mean, maybe they wanted it just as much as you, but just in your eyes and your determination. I told somebody yesterday, and I'm not just saying this, but if there was one guy, if I was bowling this event, and it does kind of pay me, I don't get to bowl these things, but if I could bowl this event, if there's one guy I didn't want to face in the final, it'd be you. Because I just feel like
Do I owe you guys money?
No,
I feel like I should tip you guys after this.
Honestly, like,
you will.
I appreciate.
Like I love Mike Fagan's game. Like he's got probably, in my opinion, the most coolest and stylish swing in the game, no doubt about it. Okay,
he's as versatile as he gets to.
But right now, he's not bowling very well, in my opinion. I haven't seen him do a whole lot. I know he's switching ball companies, doing different things right now. He's in a transitional period.
That's a tough thing to do.
It is,
yeah.
and I'd rather bowl him right now than you. You know, I'm just saying. I'm not saying that I could beat either one of you, but I would rather bowl you. And I think that coming into this tournament, you are probably the favorite to win the event. And then I think that there's some great amateurs right behind you, and guys like Wolf as well. You know, I think Mike Wolf could really dominate a pattern like this as well if he sneaks in there. You know, Wolf doesn't get enough credit either from the tour. But, you know, this event's been won by an amateur the last couple of years. But at some point in time, it would be nice to see a PBA guy win this event because it brings a lot of attention to this event. Bowler's Journal would want to cover it more, things like that. They're going to cover it anyway this year. But when that happens, more people hear about it and they know about it, and then we can continue to attract more sponsorships. So I personally appreciate the stars, the big names like yourself coming and wanting to even be part of this event. And even with all this controversy about whether or not you guys could bowl or not, you guys were still coming, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, you run a great event, and, you know, it shows by all the entries you have here and people willing to bowl till 2 o'clock in the morning in order to, in order to, you know,
That's
try to
what
win
used
this
to be
tournament.
at Old Midnight Sweepers at Samstown till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
So that's when bowling gets good, is after midnight.
CDB or
I'll be
Jody
asleep,
too
though,
would be
so.
great to see make it in. One of the ladies would be great.
You know, there's a lot of controversy, kind of along with what you were saying, going on with USBCs.
Let me
Same
stand
thing
for this
here
one.
is, do the touring players kill an event if they win it? You know, right now there's a lot of talk with the USBC Open. You know, you've got guys like Mike Wolf that is bowling this year because he's eligible. John Zerbinski just had 22 and a quarter.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that are you know, upset that those guys are eligible to bowl. And if somebody wins, you know, one of the singles or all events, Eagles, is that going to affect entries? So that's always a slippery slope. And I know I go through that with some of the events that I run. How far do you take it? You know, I'm one that thinks that no bowler should ever be denied an opportunity, because I can't blame Bill for working his butt off for his whole life to get to that level. So I'm going to tell him he can't bowl in something. But, you know, on the same token, you've got to be careful as to what's more important, having him here or having 250 other guys here. So it's a tough decision that, you know, you have to make from a host standpoint. But like I said, I don't think that any bowler should ever be denied any opportunity to bowl anything anywhere.
It's discrimination.
And I think it proves it here that most people don't care.
No, they don't.
I mean, you've let anybody bowl for the last 2 years, and your tournament continues to grow, and now you have 270 entries in this tournament. You let
Yeah, and I try to
anybody bowl.
confuse guys
So-
like you, even though you did okay today with this the pattern I put out too. It's not. It's a little.
No,
different.
it wasn't the pattern. It was the brackets. I was still confused. I haven't been in a bracket in like 7 years, so I didn't really know what was going on. And then after I led the tournament and made $50, I realized why I don't go in brackets.
Let me throw this at you guys. You know, I think one of the biggest problems we have in our sport is as soon as you open up an event to the professionals, what's the first thing you hear? Oh, I can't beat those guys. I'm not going to bowl that because I can't beat those guys. Well, what about the 14-year-old kid from China who's playing on the PGA Tour in back-to-back weeks? Is he going out there going, well, I'm just going to play in this tournament because this kid's going out there competing against the best players in the world at age 14, and he's not going out there for free golf. This kid's going out there to see what he's got, to see what he's made of, and to put himself up against the greatest players in the world. Why wouldn't you want to do that in this sport? And why wouldn't you want to compete against the greatest bowlers in the world? Because if you were to win and beat them along the way, wouldn't it be that much more gratifying? Why does everybody want to take the easy road in this sport and go, well, you know what? There's going to be too many good bowlers at Mike's tournament, so I'm just going to go down the street where there's no competition. And I think that's one of the biggest problems we have in this sport.
I always, thought when I joined the PBA, I wanted to bowl against, being in the Midwest, I wanted to bowl against Pete every weekend. I wanted to bowl against Jarris every weekend. I wanted to bowl against the Timbers every weekend. I mean, that was just understood. If you win and they're in the field, it meant a lot more than if they weren't in the field. And I think that those lines have been blurred over the years.
How many times do you hear a player win the Players' Championship on the PGA Tour and take so much satisfaction out of knowing that it's one of the, if not the strongest field of the year? I mean, there's no, they don't walk away going, oh, well, there was nobody playing this week, so, but I'll take the money.
In our sport, I think the two titles that you walk away from feeling the best about is, number one, the U.S. Open, because it is by far the hardest pattern in bowling, but more importantly, it's the biggest grind in bowling. It's a long week. It's a lot of bowling. It's more mentally draining than it is physically draining. And then, second of all, be the tournament champions.
I was just going to say,
when you're beating a field of nothing but title holders, that's as gratifying as it gets.
Without question.
I know you won the U.S. Open, Bill. I mean, you had to have felt like, of everything that you've accomplished in your life, outside of being a father, of course, you got to get that in there.
Yeah.
That has to be
in bowling.
That has to be one of the proudest moments of your life.
Yeah, I don't know if anything will ever top that for me in bowling. I mean, for me, where my career went and how many struggles I had on TV, and then win the U.S. Open. I mean, you're just standing there holding that eagle when I was done. It was just, just so unbelievable. I still can't put it into words.
Yeah, I can hear it.
It's just, it's
And no matter what, for the rest of your life, you can be known as Bill O'Neill, U.S. Open champion.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the list of past champions, and there isn't a name on there that you go, that guy probably shouldn't have won this tournament. And that to be on that list, is incredible.
No gimmies in that event,
No.
and I agree with you, Jeff. I think it's the granddaddy of them all. To quote Keith Jackson, I mean, it really is. To win that event, not only do you have to be good physically, but you have to be great mentally, and then following right behind it is the Tournament of Champions.
When I was younger and watching on the tour, especially back in the ABC days, and you always looked more forward to the Tournament of Champions than any other event, because as a spectator, you're looking from the outside, you think that's got to be the most prestigious. But when I put my shoes on for the first time at the U.S. Open and bowled that event, it totally changed my perception of really how bowling is played. I mean, that event in itself is by far the most humbling, but the most satisfying event that I've ever bowled in.
And what has it taught us over the years? In, say, the 12 years that I've been doing television, I've covered probably half a dozen of the greatest U.S. Opens in history. And what it's taught us is that with the right format, meaning enough games, and the right oil pattern, the cream always rises to the top. When you look back on the last 12 years of the 4 or 5 finalists that made television at the last 12 U.S. Opens, and it's a star-studded, packed field of the greatest players the sport has ever seen. I mean, it's just, there are no gimmies at a U.S. Open.
Hey guys, back to action for just a moment. I've got some scores after game number 1. Chris Szymanski opened up with 274. Kurt Pilon, 269. Lee Vanderhoff, 267. Good to see Lee here. Brett Shepard, 264, was just hanging out wanting to see the scores. Dan Higgins, 259. Sean Swanson, now that's an underrated player from our neck of the woods here, 258, and he just beat cancer too. That's a good story.
So is his 34-28 pant size.
Yeah, well,
that's harsh.
He just ran an event a couple weeks ago too called Strikeout Sarcoma, and he raised
Awesome
some money.
event, by the way. He raised a lot of money for cancer, so kudos to Sean.
And also Tommy Barish, Storm guy at 257, Brad Miller 248, Marshall Kent 248, Chris Ray 247. So some pretty good scores out of the gate. Drew Balta 247, Tyler Cruz 247, Del Ballard 245, right in front of us, hanging out with us, so making fun of us, looking at us. So that's a little update after game number 1. And we were talking about youth movement just a few minutes ago too. There's some great youth bowlers in this event. We've got Cameron Doyle, Marshall Ken, who just came off a IBC championship.
I think I spent a half hour earlier talking about Kyle Sherman.
Kyle Sherman,
So.
Boldest event 2 years ago at age 15, made match play. And last year missed by 1 pin. And now this year is here trying to redeem himself. So a lot of youth in this event.
See, and that's kind of a prime example of what I was talking about earlier. You've got these 15-year-old and 16-year-old kids coming out competing against the Bill O'Neills of the. They're not afraid.
No fear
They're coming
at
out. They
all.
want to come out and bowl against the best players in the world. Whereas you got other guys that don't want to bowl against Bill O'Neill because they want. It's almost like they want to take the easy road or the easy way out. You want to prove to be the best in the sport. Come out and beat the best.
You know, I was driving down here this afternoon. I was listening to the Nationals baseball game, and they were talking about. I think tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of Bryce Harper's debut. They talked about the day that he signed. He was at the ballpark, and the Cardinals were in town. And Albert Pujols went up to him and introduced himself. And they said that there was absolutely no starstruckedness, or he literally totally acted like he was supposed to be there standing next to Albert Pujols. And I think you have to have a little bit of that edge. That I don't want to call it cockiness, because I certainly don't think it's that. It's an edge. It's a confidence.
It's a belief in yourself.
I agree, but I guarantee you it's probably extremely respectful to Mr. Pujols as well.
Yeah, I would imagine.
So there's a difference between having confidence in your ability, respecting the game, and respecting the people and the players before you, or just being cocky and coming out and just not having respect for anyone or anything.
I think over the years, and you've seen it more than I have, but I think a lot of the younger guys that come out with an overabundance of confidence didn't have nearly as much success as the ones that came out, were humble, hard workers, respectful of everybody around them. They're the ones that succeeded and sustained that a lot longer.
See, more guys go home back in my heyday. More guys go home that had that cocky, who are these guys attitude than the players that you just described. Those players come out, they have confidence, they know that they've got ability, but they're also out there to show respect to the game, respect to the players before them, and also to better their craft and get better by competing against the greatest players in the world, and having some form of humbleness along the way. So there's a fine line between being cocky and being confident.
Well, when you're cocky, you have a hard time seeing your faults.
Exactly.
So
Exactly right.
You have to be
It's
able to
never
grow.
you. It's
Something to
always
look
something
inward,
else.
yeah. I remember I saw Fagan for the first time at a World Team Challenge when he was 16, I think. And the only thing that's changed on him since then is his hairstyle. So,
It's changed about 14 times since then, too.
Yeah, exactly. And the color.
Colors
Yeah.
and yeah.
Exactly.
You take a guy like Dick Weber back in his heyday, and Dick Weber was probably one of the nicest guys I've ever met in this sport. But when he was on the lanes competing, he wanted to rip your heart out. Now, it may not have come across that way, but I promise you that's what he was thinking and feeling.
I think everybody was. Carmen was the same way. Carmen was a showman. He loved his act, and he loved to be in front of people. But, when he got up on that approach, it was on. And that's all he wanted to do was just beat whoever he was up against. And I think you have to have that edge to be able to sustain any success.
I remember the first time I bowled Earl Anthony in match play, and I asked one of our fellow touring players, I said, hey, what's the strategy in bowling Earl in match play? And he said, don't slap one off and don't run it out. Just throw the ball and then sit down. And I go, why? He says, because if you do any of that stuff, you'll just make him mad. and then you'll lose.
Remember the first time I bowled Pete in match play in a regional. It's my rookie year. All I remember was I was nervous. I stepped up to throw my first shot, and I felt a tap on my shoulder. He says, "You're on the wrong lane."
All right, last nostalgic story. First time I ever bowled Marshall Holman in match play. Las Vegas Showboat Lanes. Night block. I'm going to bowl Marshall Holman for the first time ever. I'm so pumped. I'm so jacked. And what does any kid my age want to do? They want to beat Marshall Holman. Marshall gets up, very first shot, first frame, goes blower 7-10. And I go, I am so beating this guy. Now, Showboat at the time was 80 lanes straight across, and the place was packed. This was 1987. Place is packed. No, I'm sorry, 1986.
I was in high school, by the way.
Place is packed.
That was 5.
There's literally like 700 people in the building, right? Marshall leaves pocket 7-10 in the middle of the house. And I go, I'm so burying this guy. Of course, Marshall reacts by kicking something or dropping an F-bomb. And then he steps up and he makes it. The whole place stands up, and Marshall turns around and looks right at me, and he screams as loud as he can in my direction, looking at me, and I felt a little wee come out. I couldn't even get out of my seat, and then I promptly got stomped like a narc at a biker rally.
Did you just come up with that analogy?
It's been around for a while.
I'm not from the sticks, so I've never heard that.
I grew up in L.A. The sticks, really?
Well, let's see what we got going on our front. It's Chad Kloss on 39. Looked like he's playing fairly neutral with a little bit of surface with the front 3. I think Delmas has the front 3 as well. Casey Murphy's right in front of us. Another good local amateur player that does a lot of damage in a lot of the local events around here. We've got Chris Ray over here on 41 and 2. I know he bowled fairly well the first game. Got off to a good start. Danny Spink on 41 and 42. Austin Bold's another great collegiate player on 37 and 8.
You're like the mayor around here. You know everybody, huh?
I know, right?
Wow, good for you.
I feel almost like Brad Angelo running for mayor.
Ouch. He's the mayor of Lockport. I'll tell you what this oil pattern does, though, that's nice to see. It eliminates the pretenders. You know, you can't just free willy it to the right, and you can't yank in an arrow left. I mean, it really eliminates and separates the class of the field. And
Is that why you and I are up here in the booth?
That plus we know we both can't beat Bill O'Neill.
And Mike paid you guys the 3rd place prize to come in and hang out in this booth, so. Jeff, did you plug your tournament yet?
What's that?
You're having a tournament soon, right?
Yeah. Second weekend of September. We've talked a little bit about it. The Mary Tubner Memorial Team Challenge. I believe it's September 6th, 7th, and 8th.
I want to bowl.
Come on up.
You have a team for me?
Yeah, I'm sure we can find somebody for you.
Sure,
but,
put me on a bad team.
You know,
thanks.
the main part about the event for us, not only great team bowling, it was an outstanding event last year. We had 28 teams. We had over 20 current or former national title holders, in the event. But more importantly, we raised over $10,000 last year for cancer research. So, a little bit of a backstory for that event. I lost my best friend to cancer in 2001, and at that point, I was hosting a PBA regional, and we renamed it in her name, and we started to take all the proceeds from the Pro-Am and everything else that we did through sponsors, and we started a cancer research fund in her name, and we've been donating a little over $10,000 a year. So I think that last total we were up to about $110,000 donated through just that one event, and that has actually branched out into 19 different events that we're running throughout this year, and all the proceeds from the brackets and 50-50 and the ball raffles, provided by Storm and Rotogrip, and all the other proceeds of everything is going to the Mary Tubner Memorial Cancer Research Fund. And as a matter of fact, I'm in the process of trying to take this charity a little bit more nationwide. I've got some big things that I'm working on. I just started on this week, so hopefully within the next few weeks I'll have a lot more going on with that. So.
Well, I'd love to be a part of it, Jeff. I lost my father to cancer last year, And so if you got room for me, I'll be there.
Absolutely. And Mike comes up with Inside Bowling. They do live streaming for the entire weekend. We do a Pro-Am on Friday night. He even did live streaming last year for the Pro-Am. And the event's just so much fun. I tell the guys right up front, guys, this isn't a PBA event. We want you to have fun. We want you guys to support the bar and everything as much as possible. Let's get out there and make team bowling back to what it should be. In my opinion, team bowling's where it's at. That's what this sport originated from. And I was really happy. I haven't been the PBA's biggest supporter over the last few years, but I was really happy this year when the team concept got brought out. I thought it did a lot of different things. It gave more players an opportunity to bowl on TV, some players that maybe we would never get a chance to see. So it actually gets to showcase more players, but it allows guys to get out there and bowl in a totally different way. It's not, all for one. It's the ability to bowl together as a team and help each other, and the camaraderie, and even in the case with the draft, you're going to be bowling against guys that you probably never would have bowled with in your life. So it actually may create new friendships out of the deal. Who knows? But I thought that the whole concept, even in its infancy, is a tremendous idea. And if it grows from there, all the praise goes to the PBA for at least getting that ball rolling. So
Yeah, there wasn't a guy that was bowling that team event that had anything bad to say. Every one of them loved it. I mean, we had a great time doing it, and I don't know who doesn't enjoy bowling team. Doesn't enjoy bowling with a bunch of guys, and like you said, you become friends, and even the guys who you are friends with, you become closer with.
I'll be perfectly honest. I watch very, very few shows anymore. I'm not a big fan on singles bowling anymore since I retired. But as soon as the team shows started airing, it became appointment TV for me again. I really enjoyed watching it. Other than the majors, that was, I still watch the majors just because they still hold a special place in my heart. But boy, the team stuff was just outstanding. And, like I said, it showcased guys like Zerbinski. I mean, John hasn't had the fortune of making a show yet, but my God, is that kid good. And it's just a matter of time before he breaks through. Now, he got an opportunity to bowl on TV, so those first show jitters may be gone for him. Same thing with a Jesse Buss or, a few of the other guys that are just outstanding players. But, now it may give them an opportunity to be in a less stressful environment to get a few shows out of the way. So, which is actually an interesting question. How did you feel during your first show, Bill? First time you made TV, what was going through your mind?
I'll tell you what, it was totally nerve-wracking. For me, I was fortunate because the lane pattern I happened bowling on was very easy. So it helped me out a little bit knowing that I didn't have to make the best shots in the world, but I was still extremely nervous, and my first shot I was shaking.
As the show went on, did you notice the environment? Did you notice the crowd, the cameras, the lights? Leading up to the show, you may be nervous, but once you actually got out there, were you able to settle in and just bowl, or were you totally aware of everything that was around you?
Once I got those first couple shots under my belt, you don't even realize where you are. You're just trying to make as many good shots as you can and hopefully win. You don't realize you're on TV, and you forget that your parents are running around their living room, going crazy. You forget all that stuff. That's the stuff you think about before and after. And you just it's the only way you can bowl. You got to block it out.
Ironically, for me, the only thing that I noticed when I made my first show was Randy's voice. That was really all I noticed, was because I could hear him in the booth talking. So.
You and Sean Rash.
Yep. It didn't bother me, but that was the one thing that stuck out to me that I could tell. The lights are a little bit brighter. But other than that, I could hear Randy's voice.
How many times did you balk?
It was the one soothing voice that kept him from breaking down.
I don't throw it good enough to be able to balk.
Back in the day, we never had any balking. Nobody balked.
Another missed single pin. Boy,
they were so easy back then. You guys just threw it wherever you wanted.
Yeah,
Why would you balk?
We threw balls that never curved.
Yeah. You're like, oh, I'm going to stand on 12 again and throw it over 8 again. What do I got to balk?
It's true. You watch some of those old shows and you watch the back end reaction of those balls. It's like, did that ball just back up?
I can just imagine, some of the younger players today that watch ESPN Classic and they see Pete just absolutely hammer on one, and it doesn't hook.
Just hammering on that purple angle.
Yeah. Or watching guys like, Butch Soper or Ernie or some of those guys that definitely
Who?
went. I had.
Why do you got to go there?
No,
That's just plain rude.
Jeff,
I'm
what
not-
would you say is Ernie's best TV moment?
I'm not
Really, Bill? Okay.
I would never, ever, in my wildest dreams, mention the fact that Randy solidated to lose to Ernie as he's running around the back yelling he was the greatest of all time with the breathe right strip on his nose. I would never bring that up, Bill.
I just got out of therapy over that, guys. You really had to bring it up again? It's been
it's
been a
just-
long road for me.
It's just interesting watching how many guys were that straight back then, and now you only have a couple that can even do that, on tour anymore. It's just
And
sign
they
of how
only do it
things
at a
have
limited
changed.
basis. You have a guy like guys like Norm who's still so great at it, but
Norm
it's
blows
almost
my mind how he can.
it's almost not. He doesn't even look for it anymore. He doesn't even really try it as much anymore. I'm actually glad he doesn't try it, to be honest with you. But
You got one
it's
guy going
incredible.
straight in my mind, and that's Haugen.
well,
I mean, other than him, who else throws it that straight?
and when Norm gets that little shim out there, he can actually throw it straighter than Haugen and still get it to tip a little bit more on the back end than what Mike does. So Norm is still, in my opinion, the premier straight player when he can do it. When he's allowed to do it, you just say nice
Better
ball
than
this
Walter
week,
Ray?
Norm,
I'm glad he's not
very
here.
much so.
Better than
Yeah.
Walter Ray throwing it straight?
Well, in my opinion, as great as
Right
Walter
now?
is, I think he
Yeah.
hits up on it too much to be able to go that straight on today's conditions. I just don't think that he can get his ball through that part of the lane as well as he did.
We're not seeing a whole lot of what we saw 3-4 years ago
No.
when Norm and Walter Ray could figure out a way to play straight and play that straight game to the right, and they were the only two guys that could do that. I haven't seen that in a couple of years.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Michael.
I've got some
oh, David,
tournament updates. David.
David Letterman.
Oh, great.
Hey,
yeah, that's
hey
right.
David.
Yeah, I got Paul over
I'm
here.
going to
too.
excuse myself. You go through the tournament updates, and I'll see you guys. Thanks
Yeah.
for having me.
Hey, Randy,
think we
thanks.
should bring
Looking forward
Roger
to it
up here.
tomorrow. Yeah, we should get Roger.
Get
He's
Roger
so
up here
afraid
to
of
say a
coming
few
up.
things.
if you're
Randy,
bringing Roger,
Randy,
I
get
guess
some
Mike Hugh to
sleep.
leave
You're
too.
gonna, you're gonna need it for tomorrow, buddy. Thanks.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Randy.
Nice seeing you. Good luck tomorrow.
I think it's about a good time for me to bow out too. I got to go to bed.
All right, Bill, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Good talking with you.
I hope I'm
great
not up
bowl
here at
today.
some point. I hope I'm not talking up here tomorrow. Hoping I'm
One
bowling
final
all the time,
question. You gonna be nervous tomorrow if you make the top 5?
but- Always
is
a little
this-
bit nervous.
this is
Always.
nervous
Yeah,
as,
no, I'm not being. I'm being serious. There's always a little bit of nervousness. All
Like
the
I
time.
tell my kids, and they're both very competitive in sports and everything else, and I told my daughter a long time ago, the day that you're not nervous, it doesn't mean anything to you.
That's
So
absolutely right.
I wouldn't expect anything different out of Bill.
There's always a
saying
little
that.
bit of jitters before the bowl.
No matter what
anything.
it is.
No matter what it is. He's always got something
I
there.
agree.
So I'll share with you a couple of quick things before you leave, Bill, and I'll let you get out. But you can go to the Storm YouTube channel now. There's a really nice piece Louie did with Randy and I talking about the tournament. I really appreciate Storm's involvement, again, putting this video out there. Go check it out, YouTube, and subscribe to the Storm channel and the InsideBowling.com channel. We really appreciate if you do that. Then also, we've actually been getting emails as people have been watching today. They actually saw a pin get hit by the rack earlier, and we actually went ahead and went back and looked at it, and we went down and we spoke to the folks on the pair. And we said, hey, earlier by chance, was there an issue with the 710? And they're like, yeah, we didn't really know what happened. What's the right call? I said, well, we've had some people writing in saying that, that they clearly hit it. So we reviewed it, we checked it out, and that bowler has got absolutely no problem whatsoever with taking a 248 instead of a 259. And it's Dan Higgins. And I just want to tell everybody that knows Jen Petrick, who married Dan Higgins. She's now Jennifer Higgins, obviously, but Dan Higgins came all the way from Ohio. He's a great guy, and I just want to let everybody know how ethical of a group of people we have bowling this event. So
We had some people in the chat. I even had a couple of people send me texts and Facebook messages saying the same thing. So that was very good of you to go back and review it. But just as importantly, it was good for Dan to kind of stand up and do the right thing and take that penalty, so to speak, and move on. So.
Yeah, and it's great that that somebody like Dan. I just want to clear the air and just make sure that everybody knows that he clearly was not trying to cheat or anything like that. Dan is a very, very, very good guy, and he would not want to do that, and he expressed that. So Jerry Anderson, tournament director, all over it.
Awesome.
He took care of it. So Bill
Great
O'Neill,
job, once
we'll let you
again.
get out of here, get some sleep. Good luck tomorrow.
Guys. We'll see you,
And
you're, tomorrow.
You're
Good luck
welcome in the
tomorrow,
booth and welcome in our tournaments anytime.
Thank you.
That is just Bill O'Neill.
Now that you're leaving, Bill, I'm still going to call you the real deal.
I'm not. I'm done with that. Oh, that's great. Yeah. We're going to get a picture here of Bill for the website. We're going to get a video, a little story written up there. Dennis Hacker. Hey, can't say enough about Dennis Hacker, huh, Jeff Carter?
Dennis doing a great job. Dennis does a great job for me. I mean, he helped me design my website, does a lot of things for our tournaments. He helps me run the Mary Tubner Memorial Team Challenge. Dennis and I have known each other for a lot of years now, and we almost talk daily. Our original business partnership has turned into a great friendship, so glad to have Dennis on our side.
Absolutely. So at this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jet out with Dennis. I'm going to show him how he needs to get in to write this article situation for us. And then I'll let Dennis come back up to the broadcast because I've got some other video notes that I got to do. So if Jeff and Matt, if you guys could hold down the fort for a little bit, we'll send Dennis back in just a little bit.
All right.
Had they not gotten emails, I'm sure we would have discovered it like they did with Tiger Woods on the post-tournament interview.
All right, how you doing, Jeff?
Well, looks like we're back at it again.
Yeah. That was a pretty cool segment right there with Bill O'Neill and
It
Randy
was
Peterson.
a lot of good stories and good information, and good to have Bill in the booth, of course. So see what we missed as far as some action going on.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep up here.
Really haven't seen a lot of striking going on, or else we
No.
would have definitely brought it to you. But one thing I have noticed is I've seen more missed spares on the squad than earlier, and some of it could be fatigue setting in on some of these guys. Some of it could be frustration setting in that you've already bowled 8, or in some guys' cases 16 games. Start to get beat up, and boy, that 30th ring 10 of the day leaves you a little bit salty. So I can definitely see where some of that's coming.
Yeah, that's definitely a mentally draining part of bowling here, bowling that many games. There's good action down here on 31 and 32. You got Jake Peters.
David O'Sullivan's down there, it looks like. Mike Wolf.
Yeah, and then Mike Sapola's down there.
Pretty
He's
good
a
solid
hometown
pairing
hero.
down there. Right in front of us, we got Del Ballard, Chad Kloss, Vernon Peterson, Casey Murphy.
Also got defending champion Danny Spink
Danny
here.
Spink right over here
41
on
and
42.
42. I can't see. I don't really know anybody down on 47 and 8 at this point.
Looks like Jeremy Hunt's down there.
Okay.
Dwayne Kiltz and Tom Patton is down in that area. I think he's on that pair, maybe even with Brad Miller. So I think they're all up on that high end. So once again, looking around, I see a few 3-baggers here and there, but I really don't see much of anything along the lines of high scores.
No, I haven't seen many strings at all. I mean, the most I've seen here is a 4-bagger right out front here.
Mike Volk with a trip 4, but I know Michael's been struggling so far tonight. He can't be happy with what he's seeing.
Go ahead and bring up the split screen here. 31 and 2 and 47 and 8.
Once again, you're watching the 2013 Storm IB Open. This is C Squad, the third and final qualifying squad of the day. After these bowlers have completed their 8 games, we'll cut the field to the top 16. They'll be coming back tomorrow for the finals. This event is brought to you by Storm Bowling Products. and also presented by Budweiser. So thank you very much to our sponsors as well as Tropicana Lanes for hosting the event.
Yeah, this is a very nice center. I've bowled here a few times.
Once again, for those of you in the chat room, if you have any questions, throw them up to the booth. We'll do our best to answer them. Even if I have to lie to you, I'll do my best.
Can you see what Brad did down there on 48?
A little bit too far away for these old eyes.
Let me see. Let me see if this works out.
He's
here
hanging
for
his
a
head a
second.
little bit, Connor. So I'm not guessing it was a tremendous game. So
Here's all 3 scoreboards.
I do have to say this, and the collegiate bowlers out there will understand it. I don't know if I've ever seen Brad's mom without one of those little tower binocular things that all the collegiate parents have. So
yeah.
It's kind of nice to see Brad's mom and dad back there without having to look over
a whole bunch of people.
hundreds of collegiate kids.
I hear they sell those things at college
yeah.
events.
Some of the parents have even gone as far as having the mounted TV
Yeah,
monitors up on a pedestal to be able to see it. So with video cameras.
We were in. We were up at Cherry Lanes for one of the college events up there, and they had a couple of them
Dubuque,
setups.
yeah.
Dubuque, yeah.
Beautiful bowling center.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Love that place. Bobby Hockrein does an outstanding job up there with that bowling center.
Yeah, I like the color scheme up there.
Yep.
All the red and all that, and then the casino is a hop, skip, and a jump down the way there.
Thank you very much to Mike Sinek for the props for the Wounded Warrior project that we were involved with last year with Storm Bowling Products. I have to tell you, we did an event in Fort Meade last year for the Wounded Warrior project, and it was one of the coolest events that I've ever been a part of. Getting to meet some of the guys and be on base and seeing them interact and everything for the entire weekend. That was just unbelievable. And we're doing an event this year at Bethesda, Walter Reed, and looking forward to it. I can't wait to come out there, Mike. Thanks for taking care of all that again for us.
As Game 3 is getting ready to wrap up here. I know there was a standing update. I didn't get a chance to look at it. I think it was after Game 1.
Yeah, I think that was the last one that we got up here is after Game 1. Let's see, we've got a tweet coming in. If Fagan qualifies, will he be able to bowl tomorrow after 24 games today? I'm pretty sure he's used to things like that by now. There's been times where we've bowled that many games in a day of match play, on tour, so I don't foresee that being a problem for Michael. Looks like Danny Spink's got him stringing a little bit this game. Looks like he's got 240 out if he gets the next hit in the 10th. So, but once again, the defending champion, he's trying to fight his way into the finals for tomorrow and see if he can't take home that $8,000 first place prize for 2013.
Jake Peters down there, blasting an 8-pin.
Boy, that's got to be so disheartening on a hard lane pattern when you're grinding it out and you're just trying to do everything you can just to not only hit the pocket but get your angles right so you can strike, and then you ring 10 or solid 8 or solid 9, things like that. It's just, that's so frustrating.
It definitely is.
A lot of action going on all over the place. Once again, after 4 games, the group of bowlers that are on this side of the bowling center, once again, this is a split 52-lane center. they're going to flip-flop to the other side. The other group will be coming over to this side for their final 4 games. So we'll have a totally different group of bowlers coming over for the last 4 games.
Yeah, we did have some scoring updates there from Dennis Hacker tweeting those up. So we'll get to see how some of them bowlers come over here and see how they transition on the other side of the house.
And for those of you out there watching and hanging around in the chat, thanks for being with us. It's already 11 o'clock Central Time here in St. Louis, so it's been a long day for the bowlers, and thanks for hanging in there and watching us on Inside Bowling TV. Chad Kloss right in front of us with a flat 10, looking to be able to pick up a few pins. And Chad's coming off a pretty impressive performance at the USBCs a few weeks ago. I know he had 300 game, and his group bowled pretty well, just falling a little bit shy of the team and team all events lead, but they did have a pretty good trip with the Cheesehead group.
Okay, we got a whole bunch of updates here. We got C Squad only, and we have overall too. So.
All right, we'll look at the overall after 2 games.
Okay.
Currently, right now, 16th place is still at plus 173, but once again, that's with the other 6 games to be added in through the squad. Let me take a look at the squad itself. Chris Ray and Lee Vanderhoff are both the 100 over on this squad. You've got Kurt Pilon, Marshall Kent,
there
Brett
are
Shepard,
some questions in the chat here about Kurt Pilon and
Kyle Sherman, guys
Jody
are bowling
Wasner,
good.
and Ronnie Sparks looking to know how they did.
Let me see what I can find here. Bear with me just for a minute while I read through this to see. Ronnie Sparks is 7 under so far after 2. Jody is 16 under after 2. I'm still looking for Mr. Pilon. Oh, there he is. He's all the way up in 3rd.
Oh,
Kurt
wow.
Pilon 94 over. So
There's Brad Miller.
Brad Miller coming up
Got a few
to get
questions
some
for you in the
fatherly
chat.
advice from me. So your boys want to know how you're bowling. Connor and Brett were in the chat, and I told them that you were hanging your head a little bit, so that couldn't be good. But we were talking, telling the stories about you shattering your IQ Tour Pearl the other night.
How do you know about that?
Hey,
Hey,
it's the
this
power
is the World
of chat,
Wide Web
so
over here.
Your boys are busting you out, so
We're not supposed to be talking about that. Man.
Brad Wabi says hi.
Wobby. Wobie?
Wobie. So.
What's up, Wobie? Nick. It's got to be Nick. Man, this place is tough, dude. Corner pins.
Well, we've been talking about it a little bit all day as far as being able to stay neutral with your angles, but still be able to get the ball to go through the pins the right way. You know, you bowled your first game right in front of us, and the look that you had was soft, but still you were able to create some angle. It was just a matter of where you're going to be able to maintain that. You know, once the front part of the lane started to go away.
Right.
So
Yeah. I got a Defiant Soul that's a little bit angular than my Disturbed I was throwing. And so when I see my Disturbed go a little bit too straight in the back, I want to go to that Soul, but it's just a little too angular. The 6 reps of 10, a lot. So then I'm kind of in this position where now I got to make I got to try to get this disturb to roll the right way. And so
And
that's-
usually when you try and make it strike
Right.
is when you end up big four. So
But I mean, last set I had a split every game, and I'm clean through 3. So
that's good. Just
I'm-
keep grinding away.
I'm there, man. So how's it up here in the booth?
Having a good time. We had Bill O'Neill up here a little while ago talking with Randy Peterson, telling stories and having a lot of fun. It's in a lot of cases I actually enjoy being up here a lot more than I would be out there. So it's just kind
nice.
of fun to get up here and watch and talk about it and interact with everybody out in the chat world and having a good time.
Looks like we got Del Ballard on the featured pair there, 47 and 8.
We do. Delmas, my hero.
Well, I think my pair's starting to bowl. I'll see you guys later.
All right, Brad. Good luck.
All right, Brad. Thanks
Get
for
it
the
going.
update. That was Brad Miller there. I just saw him here on the sheet. Here he is. He's plus 64 after 2. So did he mention what he shot that last game? I didn't. I was.
He did not.
Nah,
so
I
not
didn't
sure.
think he did. We had a question through Twitter here. Wanted to know hometown hero Mike Sapolis. Wanted to know what he was up to. He was plus 3 after 2. He will be moving on down to, let's see, where is he going? Not a featured pair. I know that. Oh, well, yeah, I guess we can get him here. He's right out front.
Got Mike Wolf right in front of us. Still playing the same part of the lane with the same ball, but still looks a little bit lost. That just tells you how hard this pattern really is when you take an outstanding player like Mike, and this pattern is just kind of beating him up a little bit right now. But just got to keep grinding, trying to find a way to get through it. Had a comment in the chat about Dell losing some weight. Dell battled cancer. Happy to say that everything's going very, very well for him now. They do have their charity foundation set up. It's Ballard versus the Big C. I know there's a Facebook page set up for it. You can actually go online and donate it. They donate to it. They take PayPal. But Dell's looking good. He's feeling good. He's back to eating normal again. Love him to death. Dell's like family to me. One of the harder things that I've gone through is hearing that somebody that you're that close to is dealing with something like that, and battled. Now he's back out on tour, being the tour consultant for Storm and Road Grip. We're so happy to have him on board and have him on the team. Just can't express enough on how awesome of a guy Dell really is. So when you see him and he looks like he's lost some weight, that's why. He looks really, really good compared to where he was just a couple of years ago. So
That's
just
good.
very, very happy to see him back out competing and feeling good again.
Yeah, that's definitely good. We want to welcome all 237 viewers in the chat here.
Well, that might be as many as I've seen online at one time
I think
today.
it is.
You guys all need to go to bed. Man, what are you doing up so
now,
late?
don't say that.
Wow.
We still got 4 games to bowl, four and a half games to bowl.
Normally, the only reason why I'd be up this late is if the Rangers were playing on the West Coast.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing like late night sporting events. I like to watch, especially like baseball. Over on the West Coast, I'm from St. Louis, so my Cardinals are out on the West Coast. They don't start till later. Then it's always exciting when they go into extra innings.
Yep.
It's 1, 2 in the morning. They're still playing baseball. So it's a lot of fun.
almost kind of lonely up here in the booth without everybody. They just kind
Yeah,
of
it
deserted
is. I
so.
know. Everybody, there's 5 people up here at one point.
Thank you very much, Ryan, for the Twitter shout out. I have to admit that this is extremely fun to do. Enjoy this part of it. Love getting on here and talking about bowling and kind of hanging out with you guys, and a lot of fun for me. So
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It makes for a long day when you're in the booth all day long, but at the end of the day, when you get done, you just have that real good feeling of accomplishment.
yep, absolutely.
Just knowing that everybody enjoyed it and you did the best you could, and you sat here and pretty much watched bowling all weekend long. Doesn't get any better than that. Thanks, Ebonite Bowler, for the shout out in the chat. Not really sure who you are there. Maybe you'll want to say that.
And I can't stress once again on how incredible the strength of this field is. For those guys that are already bowled today that aren't bowling now because they are so high up in the cut number that they didn't need to do it again, tremendous work to all of them. Everybody at least in the top 8. To be able to put up a number that is high enough to where you didn't feel like you needed to come back and re-enter on C squad. That's some pretty outstanding work, and hats off to all of you guys. This definitely doesn't look like it's a tremendous amount, a lot of fun.
Had a question in the chat about Houston White. After 2 games, he's up to +5. So it's after 2 games.
And we're seeing a lot of the same things now that we saw earlier today on the pattern. Guys that are still trying to stay farther right. If you get it going left or right, ball touches the gutter, it's definitely not coming off of it. Unless you're soft enough with your speed, or you happen to have a ball that will allow you to make that shape. But I still see quite a few guys in the track area. Not very many guys playing in. You may have a couple thrown in, here and there, but all 3 squads today, the patterns played very, very similar, which, through the experiences bowling on tour for over a decade, that's not easy to do.
No.
And you see it all the time where you bowl one squad to the next, and the lanes don't play anything near the same. So it's pretty cool to be able to see 3 consecutive squads where the pattern almost looks identical. So
yeah, that is good. We had another tweet question here about David O'Sullivan. He's +45 after 2.
I think David just made the turn. He went to the other side, so we cannot see him now. But as we get scoring updates, you'll see him on the bottom of your screen, and we'll try and pass them along to you whenever we get them. So, what's the oil ratio? I think when I looked earlier, it was right at 2.2, 2.3 to 1. So
yeah,
it's pretty flat. So not quite U.S. Open flat, but it's probably a little bit flatter than what the USBC Open Championships is.
According to the graph here, the left side is 2.31, and the right side is 2.18 to 1.
So see, it is easier on the left.
Yeah.
Just getting out there.
Maybe that's why they don't move right.
See Jeremy Hunt up in front of you. I think I catted him earlier about his spare games, so I apologize, Jeremy. There's actually David O'Sullivan. He's right in front of me. I don't know how I missed him. I thought they made the turn, went to the other side. So can't miss him with the black and pink Brunswick jersey. So it's a little bit blocked by the scoring monitors.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to see.
Looks like Mike Wolf moved a little bit farther right on that shot than where he was, so he's going to have to get something going if he's going to want to bowl tomorrow. But, like any other great champion, he gets it going, he could strike with the best of them. Just noticed Rich Orff is down there bowling. I saw him hanging around earlier, but
yeah,
didn't even notice that he was bowling on the squad. So he's another fantastic player from the St. Louis area. Tremendous bloodlines with the entire Orff family. very successful pro shop, in town,
Oh yeah,
and great
that's a
bowler
really
in his
good
own
pro
right. I
shop
remember,
there.
I remember bowling with him in junior archways, almost 30 years ago. So.
Oh, whoops. That was the wrong
David
button.
O'Sullivan with a messenger to kick that 10 out.
Yeah, I hit the wrong camera too and missed it.
Ebonite bowler, I think that was Mike's intention, was to create a pattern that is something different. That's one knock that a lot of people have had on some of the sport patterns, some of the PBA patterns, and even some of the WTBA patterns is every pattern kind of migrates to the middle part of the lane, and by game 3, 4, 5, everybody's starting to loft the gutter and so on and so forth, especially the longer ones. This being a 44-foot pattern in length, generally you would want to play in on this pattern, but the shape of it, the volume, and like Bill O'Neill said earlier, the lane surface itself is allowing players to stay farther right. That's by far your best option on the lane to play. So
Jake Peters here on 39. That was a great looking ball.
Jake's another one that I've watched grow up. Jake's from about 20, 25 miles from where I live, so I've seen Jake bowl since he was a kid, and good to watch him come up through junior leagues and then going to college at Wichita, and now bowling professionally. So it's always nice to see guys like Jake progress through the ranks.
Yep. This is a pretty heavy. Oh, a little bulk there
A little
by.
bit of hesitation for Mike. Regroup. Definitely tell that he's been struggling. It looks like every little thing's kind of getting to him right now. So he needs to regroup and make a good shot here and try and build something off that last strike.
Yeah, there is no scoreboard on this pair here. So Mike's got strike, 6 count 3, 5 count split 3, and then a double.
He may have found something. So we'll see what happens for the rest of this game, and then once he makes a turn to go to the other side. I do not believe there's been any 300s bowled today. We did have Matt Gaston in front of us earlier that had the front 10. And if there is anybody that has at least the front 6 or 7, don't let me see him, because as soon as I say anything, I black cloud them and they're done. So.
We call that the stream killer.
I even had a couple guys during the break tell me, "Hey, quit black clouding me." So I'll have to watch that. So. There was a 300 on the first game. I think I was actually on the way down here, so I didn't see or hear that. But thank you for the update, Connor. We just heard the crowd oohing off, but I have no idea.
I don't know what that
for.
was. I think it was just a late carry strike, I think. So it looks like they're changing score down there.
How many PBA bowlers showed up? That's kind of hard to say. There's an awful lot of current, former touring players as well as regional players here. There's a lot here, but currently you've got guys like Bill O'Neill, Michael Fagan, Anthony Lacaze, Mike Wolf, some of the current touring players, some guys that have been out there before, Derek Sapp, Jason Wojnar, Chad Kloss, Del Ballard Jr., Carolyn Doran Ballard, Jody Westner. The talent pool here is very, very deep.
Joining us back in the booth here is Dennis Hacker. Dennis,
And,
what can you report from the other side over there?
Well, I spent the last 15 minutes or so in the office writing a quick article about the first two squads today and posting it on the blog on InsideBowling.com. Kind of talks about what we've got going into C squad and what these guys have to top to be able to make it to the top 16 tomorrow. I heard you guys talking earlier as I was listening that there was not a lot of strikes on this side. It seemed to me that there were a number of players on the other side that have figured out something. Kyle Sherman's one that was striking quite a bit over there, and when he didn't strike, it seemed like it was a solid 10. So
sounds like he's throwing good shots over there. Or?
Very good shots. And I tweeted earlier that Adam Barta had changed balls in after game one where he shot a 170 and turned in a 269 the second game. And he flipped down to the end where Kyle had just got done throwing 260, and I didn't get a chance to see what he had in the middle of that game, but he was starting to throw it a lot better, it seemed like.
Just to answer a couple of questions in the chat, the Jason Williams that's bowling is not the Jason Williams from Seattle. I do know that Jason Williams, and he is not here. And had a question from Travi. No, I am not going back on tour. I am happily retired. I dropped my card a couple of years ago. I have no desire to bowl individually anymore. I love team bowling. I love doubles. I love things like that. But I spend a lot of time coaching my son's baseball and basketball teams, as well as running our tournament organization that we've got going on in Central Illinois. And I do a lot of help with my dad. We've got a development company that we do with commercial and individual residential lot development. So I've got my hands full and a lot of different hats that I wear, but most importantly, coaching the kids, everything else, it's a lot of fun. And Brett, yes, I do individual lessons, so, and definitely family first. That's something that I struggled with for my last few years on tour. That decision each year to go back out. And to be honest with you, at the end of, I think, 2010, I sat my kids down and I asked them point blank. I said, guys, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to stay home, or do you want me to go back out for one more year? And they both said, we want you home. And I retired at the end of that season and never thought twice about it. I missed the guys, made a lot of friends out there. I still talk to a lot of them regularly. I miss that part of it. And I do miss the competition, but I'm very happy with the decision that I made. Comment about the Swiss Trio I'm assuming that was the one in Indianapolis. I would have loved to have done that. That was actually Steve Harmon and I are good buddies. I would love to come over and done that, but I was actually doing a clinic up in Sheboygan, Wisconsin that weekend, and there was no way I could have gotten there.
We'll take you back here to 39 and 40, where there's some high scores going on right here. Jake Peters is up here on 40 with 290 pace. Sorry, Jake Peters. I think I said Jeff Peters. That's my fault there. He gets another one in the 7th frame.
Rapid City, where do I coach? Kind of all over. I'm based out of Springfield, Illinois. I do a lot of my work there. But through the Storm University program that we're developing, we're hoping to take it nationwide soon. So I do a lot of work for Storm all over the place. So, if you're interested in coaching, get a hold of me. Maybe we can set something up and help you out.
There's a nice looking ball by Mike Sapolis there.
Floby, I agree. Tim Penner and Matt McFadden do a great job with theirs. There's two characters right there. I remember when they were out on tour for a few years, they were a lot of fun to be around and good guys. I always enjoyed coming over to Wichita when we bowled the regionals and hanging out and stuff. So, yeah, they do a tremendous job with their Swiss Trio.
Got Jake Peters back up on 39. He's still on 290 pace.
Okay, Rapid City. What is my honest opinion on the IQ Tour Pearl? So far, everything that I've seen from everybody else, there are a lot of people that just absolutely love that ball. It's one of the most rapid selling balls we've ever had. Me personally, I'm struggling right now to get the surface dialed in. I really like the shape, the core shape of the IQ Tours. That Pearl for me is just a little bit too angular, so I've messed around with surface prep a little bit to try and smooth it out for me. But number one, I don't bowl as much anymore as what I used to, so I'm never very sharp. But I still think that the actual ball itself is one of the best pieces we've made.
Real quick, guys, Del Ballard down there on 47 and 8. I ain't gonna say nothing, but he has no score down there at the bottom below his marks.
So we won't.
That's all I'm
we
gonna
won't
say.
talk too much about that then, because I'd hate to blackglad Delmas.
Got scoring updates here from game number 3.
I don't know why you guys don't want to talk about it. He's only got a couple of turkeys with a strike in between.
Awesome. Let's see. We'll just start with scores for this squad. Justin Veach, I think. I'm probably butchering that name. Plus 125. Adam Barta, 124. Kyle Sherman, 116. Tommy Barish, 114. Chris Ray, 109. Kurt Pelon, plus 96 is your top 6. Other notables, Jake Peters, 94. Lee Vanderhoff, 94. Houston White, somebody was asking about Houston earlier, 81. Sean Swanson, 79. Del Ballard Jr., 78. Marshall Kent, 75. Brett Shepard, 72. Brad Miller, 63. Cameron Doyle, 62. David O'Sullivan, 59. Vernon Peterson, 57. Dave Barris, 50. Let me look through here a little bit. Gary Faulkner, I know a few people were asking him. 41 over. Casey Murphy, 35 over. Trying to find Fagan's 19 over. And right now there are 55 bowlers on the squad that are plus. And after 3 games, 16th place is still plus 173.
Just to let you know, Del's spare ball is still in the bag after one more shot. And as far for rapidity there, off of Jeff Carter's opinion, adding an IQ Tour Pearl to your bag, check it off. I will tell you this, I'm an old guy. I don't bowl very much anymore, and that ball's made me look pretty good a couple of times already, so got to tell you.
One thing that I've always looked for, especially for the higher rev rate players, is control off the back of the pattern is so important, especially if you're bowling on a flatter pattern, that anything that wants to change direction abruptly, it's just hard to fit that into the bag. So I'm always looking for things that are going to smooth it out. So maybe instead of the IQ Tour Pearl, you look at a Fire Road, which with the R3X cover stock is much stronger, but it rolls so smooth down lane that it really kind of blends that transition out. So, you know, if you're looking for a Pearl to go off of, say, an IQ Tour, me personally, I really, really like the Fire Road, and I also think that the Wrecker is a good option from Road Grip. I think that ball is, even though it's angular, it may not be quite as angular off the friction as what the IQ Tour Pearl is for some players.
We got a question in here asking us, what do we think of the two-hand style?
It's here to stay. There's no reason not to embrace it. I know there's an awful lot of people out there that just don't like it. They think it's cheating. They think it's wrong. But I'll be the first one to say that I was a little leery about it when I first saw it, Osku being the first one that I saw. But traveling around the United States over the last 10, 12, 15 years, and even Japan and some other areas, it's becoming more and more prevalent. So for those of you that don't like it, you might as well get used to it because it's not going anywhere.
For me, it's almost like watching, like the analogy you brought up a while ago about watching a left-hander swing a bat. if for somebody who does that really, really well, it's awesome to watch for me. I love to watch the mechanics of that two-handed style. And even when I was working with some players, even back home, I got accused a long time ago of trying to change people's games totally around whenever they were, when they'd start to work with me, and it was totally misunderstood. I would, even if I had a two-hander to work with, I'd never even think about changing them as long as what they were doing was working for them. I think it's awesome.
I've even started to work on coaching styles for two-handed bowlers, and I studied a little bit to see what the nuances are between certain players. Some of the international players actually get airborne in the middle of their approach, where the majority of the domestic players stay grounded, so to speak. So there's some variances there, but the overall style in general stays the same. But it's something that a lot of kids you're starting to see. So developing a coaching style for that, I think, is going to be very important moving forward. So, and it doesn't hurt the fact that one of the best players in the world right now is two-handed, and it's heavily promoted. So a lot of kids are going to see that. They're going to want to emulate Jason, and with that being as popular as it is, you're going to have a lot of kids follow suit. So we might as well embrace ourselves and get ready for it, because we're going to do nothing but see more of it.
I love the misperception sometimes too that those guys can't play straight. Some of those guys are some of the best straight players that you'd ever see out there and when they can do it and still have the revs that they have on the ball, that's awesome to watch too.
I agree, and I think that Jason has improved his game over the years to be able to do more things. The two-handed players actually should be almost easily more versatile, because they can control their hand position easier because they don't put their thumb in the ball.
Right.
So in order to throw it straight and being able to get it to go end over end, with a higher rev rate and with higher ball speeds, that just gives them even more options. So, I know that that's a hot topic, and I know that there's an awful lot of people that just don't like it, and they're traditionalists, and I somewhat agree to that theory, but with the same argument about bowling ball technology, I'll tell you what I tell to anybody that wants to say that bowling balls are ruining the game. Try and go a day without your cell phone. Try and go a day without your microwave oven. Try and go a day without power windows and doors in your car, and it's a whole lot different. And
I couldn't do it.
I just embrace technology, embrace the new era, embrace change. Change is good. We can't fall back into that trap all the time.
That's right.
In saying that, things were so much better in 1985. Well, in some ways, yes, they were, but in a lot of ways, we've gone way, way past that. And for those of you that don't want to update it and kind of get into the modern era of the sport, you're going to be left behind. So, and I hate to see that.
Right here on the screen, as you're watching on 39, Jake Peters needs one more strike for a 290 game here.
That would be Jake Peters, who has what did we say earlier? He's got Tony La Russa up on the board, a 10-bagger.
Yes.
So going for 290,
and
289. So
the inaugural IB Open champion,
yes,
by the way, as well.
And that's the second 289 that we've seen here in front of us today. So
we're also going to take you down to 47 and 8, where Del Ballard is up.
Del Ballard has not thrown a spare attempt yet this game, and I think he has 3 consecutive triples.
That's a good way to put it.
We have Johnny Brown on 41 and 42. Just put himself into the 270s, right?
That'd be correct.
Nice ball by Del.
So that's going to be huge for him.
If you want to hear my opinions on how to make the game more challenging, you should definitely check out my Facebook page. I kind of went off on a little bit of a rant the other day on a couple of different posts, and it ended up sparking about 150 comments each. So it's I've got my own unique views on the sport, and I'm all for whatever's going to help us progress. So I'm a big fan of some sort of a tiered membership program, and if that ever comes to fruition, I think the health of the sport will be much better.
Dell with another X in the 10th frame, and he's got one shot left.
Mikey, it's hard for me to see what he's throwing, but it looks like a disturbed with a little bit of polish on it, I think. That's what he was throwing when he was on the pair in front of us. I know earlier today he was throwing an IQ Tour Pearl and a disturbed, and it just came back off the ball return, and it's green, so it's definitely a disturbed. And right now, to be perfectly honest with you, Dell is throwing it about as good as I've ever seen him throw it, which is so nice to see after everything he's battled through. But, I know he commented the other night about how bad he was bowling, but him and I talked during the break, and he was really, really happy to see a pattern like this that is long in length. And he flat-tinned. But it's long in length with a lot of volume, so that allows him to maintain his normal speed. He's a little bit slightly below average ball speed. He feels like when he has to ramp it up a little bit, that's when he gets in trouble. So this pattern is allowing him to really bowl his game. So it's great to see him get out there and take advantage of that.
Obviously, we don't know what any of these bowlers at the top of the standings on the squad did, but that puts Dell with a 50-pin margin over who was leading the squad before at a plus 177, I'm sorry, now, after that game is done. So
definitely rooting for Delmas.
Yes.
This is wrapping up game 4 here, guys.
Back to what Jeff was saying just a moment ago when he encouraged you all to check out his Facebook page and look at his views. You should take advantage of that because Jeff rarely gives his opinion about anything to anyone. So what is listed there is something that would be valuable to you at this point. And it's a good thing they don't have a camera on us, right?
Exactly. Dennis says that jokingly, but I'm not one to start a firestorm, especially on Facebook or Twitter or something like that. So I just happened to get on a little bit of a tangent the other day, and I think somebody had to pee in my oatmeal or something that morning. But I got off on a little bit of a rant, and after I was done with the first one, I couldn't help it to do it to the second one. So. Brett, it's hard to say what the scores are doing because we really can't see much of what's going on the other side. But you're right, they do appear to be a little bit higher, so my 187 number may not be safe.
Matt, they're worried about you.
Yeah, I know.
And yes,
I know.
Matt is doing a fantastic job. He's been up here since 8 o'clock and kind of helped controlling the booth and taking good care of everything. So.
And I'll be back again tomorrow at the same time.
There's Greg Zika. Hey, Chicky baby, what's up? Gas it up.
What did Johnny Brown shoot that game? 278. He left it, I believe it was a 10-pin on the throw ball. So 278 in game 4 for him. And I was looking for his name and didn't see it in here, but there's 279 names to look at, folks.
Yes,
here,
Floby, Stepchild is going to be coming over to this side. I know he hopped away between squads and he went to Dougie Buer's 40th birthday bash, so he probably got some liquid swing lube in him during the break, and hopefully he's scoring a little bit better. Larry's one of the good guys. I always like to watch him bowl well. Hi, CDB. Carolyn says that after 4 games she's still lost, but I will have you know that each time I have said tournament because of your East Coast influence on me. So, and if I ever did, I would get a cup of coffee. So thanks to you.
Looks like we got Kyle Sherman down here on a featured pair. as bowlers switch sides with us. So I have Mike Fagan coming in on this side. He's on 35
Yep,
and
Mike
6.
will be coming over, so
He's going to hit a featured pair here next game, it looks like.
Feature or future?
Our feature, did I say future?
No, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I could have. Who knows? I've been here too long today.
got Kyle Sherman on one of the featured pairs down there on 31 and 2, and pay close attention to this kid because
yeah, he's
good.
good.
Something special. He ton of talent, good bloodlines. His dad's a great guy. Bowled with his dad for several years down here in the St. Louis area in various tournaments. Good head on his shoulders, throws it good. I expect some great things out of Kyle.
Both parents in the Missouri State Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Too, by the way.
Trying to look around, see. We've got some guys finishing up games. Some guys coming over here that we haven't seen yet tonight.
Got Carolyn Doran Ballard here on 41 and 2.
Quick little story about Carolyn. When my daughter was about, I'd say 5, which was 10 years ago, she totally fell in love with Carolyn. She would come home every night and say, "Is Caroline going to be on TV tonight?" And that was the year that Carolyn made 19 shows. So eventually I would say, well, what night isn't Carolyn on TV? So I was in Wichita bowling the tour stop, and I was getting ready to leave to go home because it was Caitlin's birthday over the weekend. And as I was walking out, Carolyn was walking in. I said, "Hey, could you do me a favor? On Saturday, call me at about 3 o'clock to wish Caitlin happy birthday." And she, "Oh, no problem. I'd love to do it." So we had gotten a clown for Caitlin's birthday that day. She had all her friends over, big party. Right in the middle of her party, with the clowns doing this big thing with balloons and stuff, Carolyn calls. And Caitlin freaked out, and at that point, the clown didn't exist. You know, she totally forgot all about this clown that we spent all this money on. And she spent the next 10, 15 minutes talking to Carolyn, and at that point, she was done. She didn't need anything else. She had her birthday party, so that just kind of tells you how awesome of a person Carolyn is.
Looks like Brett's got a nickname for Connor Drum.
See if Carolyn can convert her 610.
He's probably not lost in the 610.
Once again, I mentioned a little while ago about the health problems that Dell went through. You know, for those of you that are interested, look up the Ballard versus the Big C charity, and feel free to donate. I know they do some events down in the Dallas area to raise money for cancer research, so great cause. And you know, along those same lines, you know, the work that the Barnes family does with JDRF is tremendous. So hats off to all the players out there, and you know, everywhere, that if you're doing anything that benefits a charity, you know, thanks for everything that you guys do and giving back to, you know, through the sport that has given you so much. So thank you.
Talking about all of that, I want to give a shout out to a buddy of mine from Steelville, Illinois, Kyle Henricks. I don't know if you know him or not.
I don't think I know Kyle.
Lost his wife earlier this week. Could be more than mid-30s. He's got a daughter. She'd been ill, and I'm not quite sure of the cause, but I thought it was diabetes. So it was something that she'd been dealing with for at least 7. And finally, things got bad early this week, and today was the service and the gathering afterwards, and so I'm sure he's got a little bit of a tough road ahead, but I wish him the best, and I know that they're all interested in what's going on up here too, so I wouldn't doubt that he's watching tonight, honestly. Mini Bieber.
Mini Bieber.
That would be
Yeah,
Kyle's
Kyle
nickname,
Sherman.
obviously. so
Okay.
have to keep that in mind.
Never underestimate the power of the Biebs.
Oh, I do.
You do?
I have a teenage daughter. I'm sick of it. Now, my son, on the other hand, has great taste. He loves Van Halen.
There you go.
He can pick out a Van Halen song within about 3 notes.
Yeah, he did have headphones on. We talked about that earlier today, about bowling with headphones and bowling in street shoes and things like that.
5150, absolutely. You know, I would want to just put my headphones in and actually bowl with them full time. That's I've always loved to have music going on. I love it at home. You know, when I'm coaching and giving lessons at home in Springfield, my buddy at the front counter always has Pandora on Van Halen radio, so we've always got that going on in the bowling center while I'm working during the day.
Yeah, there's Chris Ennis in the
Chris
chat.
Ennis chiming back in.
Yeah, welcome back, Chris.
Hopefully things went well in league tonight.
Did I just see? Oh, he left a 10-pin. I thought Kyle missed one the way he was looking down just now.
It's Cameron Doyle down there on the feature pair on 31 and 2 as well.
He crossed over. He crossed over the first frame too, really hard. He seemed pretty surprised at how dry
Once
they
again,
were.
these guys are all coming from the other side, so they're seeing probably a little bit different look than what they saw earlier. And there we just got a glimpse of Larry, just the side of him on 33 and 34. So in his big red Nebraska shirt. Yes, I did say big red Nebraska shirt.
There's going to come a day where there's going to be wireless little earbuds that people are going to have in their ears, and nobody's going to know that you've got them on. So,
Yeah. I got a question for you.
Fire away.
Most sports you see, competitors can switch hands with the way they play. What do you guys think about? I know it's illegal, especially in the middle of playing like that, and especially in a sanctioned event. About bowlers switching hands like that.
If it's a scratch event, do what you want. I could care less.
and that's actually the rule. In this tournament, it would not be illegal.
Oh, really?
It's not based on an average coming in. It makes no difference what you're,
Oh.
and that's the only reason.
If you're
Because of
talented
handicap.
enough to
Yeah.
do it,
Oh,
go
okay.
for it.
Okay.
Yep.
I did not know that.
Yep, that's the only reason, unless the tournament specifically prohibits it, obviously. But,
Right.
But in this tournament, there should be no reason that you couldn't do. You could switch from two-handed to one-handed to other hand if you wanted to. It doesn't make any difference.
I've seen a lot of times in events, specifically when the left side is running over the right, guys that can throw it either hand would go left-handed and bowl better in some cases. Or, I've seen some guys throw back a ball. I watched Doug Kent at I want to say it was the Dick Weber Open in L.A. a few years ago. Bowl his last 3 or 4 games with a backup ball just because the left was bowling so good. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, scratch event, do what you want.
Now, how about this? Now, say you're right-handed, you bowl. Say you bowl in a handicap league. You bowl right-handed for most of the season, and then say you get to a spot where it's really dry, and then you start throwing. I guess two-handed with your left hand.
That's a hard one to answer.
Instead of going back up with your right hand, you switch to two-handed with your left hand.
I do know a lot of guys that are sanctioned right-handed and left-handed both that switch back and forth. But once you declare at the beginning of the night, once you throw with one hand,
Yeah,
you
and
have to
establish
stay
an
with
average.
the entire night. Yeah, I know a lot of guys that have averages right-handed and left-handed.
Yeah, at St. Louis local, Joe Nolan has. Let's see if we can get Carolyn up here. But like I was saying, Joe Nolan averaged. He's pretty high average right-hander, but he still averaged well over 210 with his left hand also, and he just established an average with both hands.
Right in front of us, we have Mr. Pelon, who has bowled 4 consecutive frames without throwing a spare. Take that for what it's worth. Trying not to cat anybody that's striking, so.
Connor wants to know what line Kyle is trying to play. I think it's the strike line most of the time whenever all the pins are up.
Yeah, it's hard for us to see from where we're at exactly where he's lined up.
It's like Brett Shepard down there on one of the feature pairs on 47 and 8. He's crossing with it's like Dave Barris and another guy from my area, Andy Stone. You talk about somebody that absolutely gets a mitt full. Andy Stone just hammers on it.
Carolyn's getting just a little bit of early roll. And that's messing around with her angle into the pocket a lot right now.
Yes, that would be Andy Stone out of Bloomington.
Got
CDB and some skinny jeans to make that spare, as Rob Stone would say. Let's see, on this pattern, what would you say is used most, pin up or pin down? If I had to guess what the bowlers are using, a lot of it would be pin down. But I'm actually one that firmly believes in surface prep over layout. So I would, number one, take ball characteristic, number 1, surface prep number 2, layout number 3. So a lot of the stuff that I drill is pin up. So I would be using pin up stuff and just make my adjustments with my hand and surface prep. So.
I just noticed that Adam Barta's there on 44.
Yes.
See if I can get a camera on him real quick.
A little bit of a rocky start for him over here as he flipped. He was bowling very well on the other side. Still using that same ratchet, it looks like, that he had switched to after game 1 on the other side.
We'll adjust the camera just a little bit to maybe catch a little bit of Adam over there.
After 3 games, he was in second place by only a pin on this squad.
We've got Mr. Pelon up on lane 42. I believe you can see it on your split screen there. He's on the left side of the split screen on the right lane. Looks like he's throwing a Defiant Soul.
Oh. What a nice little flip on the 10.
That would have been a good one for us to get the little air guitar motion on that one from him. So
yeah, he said earlier he hadn't brought that out yet.
Zika wants to know why I like pin up compared to pin down. I would rather have a ball that reacts a little bit stronger down lane that I can adjust off of than a ball that's smoother down lane that I have to try and create more angle with when I need to. It's the same thing with pin distance. You know, I'm a firm believer of using nothing shorter than a 4.5 inch pin. I use a lot of 5.5 inch pins because if I need more or earlier hook, I'll do that with surface instead of trying to trick it with a layout. That way I always have length built in. I can bring it to me either with ball roll or with surface prep when I need it.
Well, folks, it's officially after midnight in Central Standard Time, or Central Daylight Time, I should say.
I wonder if Billy Ray went to bed yet.
Oh, I almost guarantee it. USBC National Convention is beginning, I think, starting tomorrow, or at least a lot of arrivals starting tomorrow in Reno.
I didn't get invited.
Yeah, I'm not a delegate either. We're sending 2 from the state. It happens to be our president and our association manager. Should be quite the interesting discussion out there this year, though, based on a couple of the decisions that USBC has announced in the last 2 months.
It's Cameron Doyle. Oh, he got to the pocket there.
That left lane's been troublesome down there, so he's finally figured something out there.
Mr. Pilon with the standing mutual going on right now.
Where's Adam Barta? Oh. Oh.
He's liking the result after all the pins fell down, but not the result of the ball, I don't think, on that lane especially. So. And if I'm not mistaken, he went through the face in that lane the first time.
CDB up on lane 42 for you. Outstanding shot. Tell you what, Carolyn's game has lasted over the years. She's one of the classiest lady bowlers that our sport's ever seen, and now with her being in charge of the USBC coaching program, I trust that side of the sport's in good hands with her where she is. She's got a lot of good ideas. She's a hard worker and she's very aggressive. Plus, she's from the East Coast, so if you don't listen to her, she's going to yell at you. Ooh, another 3,500 shot at the USBCs tonight, 3,509.
Oh, wow.
That really doesn't surprise me. With the quality of the teams that are being put together in this era, I think that you're going to see more of that. I'm all for it, man. I think building good, strong teams is the way to go. It's the future of the sport. Let's see, have I tried a motion hole or a double thumb? If so, am I a fan of either one? I haven't. I do very little holes. I do very little with extra holes anymore. And again, I don't bowl very much anymore. When I was on tour, I did a lot more experimenting with extra holes, but I just don't. I've never been a big trick layout guy. I've been more along the lines of keep it simple, then I'll do everything with either hand position, ball speed, or once again surface prep. So no, I haven't.
What do you think about, and I don't know if the PBA might even have a specific rule against something like this, but what do you think about a guy who's predominantly two-handed, bowls two-handed all the time, let's say, and puts what would be considered a thumb hole in the ball that there's no way he could possibly use as a thumb hole?
Well, that's something that was brought up earlier with one of the bowlers on A Squad, and to be honest with you, I'm not sure. There's so many different rules out there that I don't think there really is a true answer to that question. Again, we're in a transitional period in the sport, and there's a lot of things that are going to come up over the next several years that somebody's going to have to address as far as what the rules are going to be. So I guess we'll see moving forward.
I guess the natural follow-on to that question would be how much effect do static weights really have on bowling balls anymore?
Through studies that we've done, room temperature has as much to do with bowling ball motion than static weights. So when I've done it a couple times, somebody come in the shop asking for something specific as far as static weights, I tell them to go ahead and buy a small personal handheld fan because it's gonna do as much good for them as static weights.
So then basically putting that thumb hole wherever they want to put it really doesn't do a whole lot.
Well, that can actually change the shape of the ball, not necessarily for static weights, but especially when you drill into the core,
okay,
it's going to change the core shape a little bit. So, did have a question who I thought was the best female bowler of all time. That is a very, very hard question to answer. I was pretty fortunate when I was younger. My mom bowled on the old LPBT tour, so I got to watch a lot of them bowl, from Alita Sill to Nikki Giannoulias, Jeannie Maiden, Lisa Wagner, and then when I was a little bit older, the other company that I worked for before I went to work for Storm, um, I was around Carolyn and Leanne and Cara Honeychurch and a lot of them all the time. So I've watched women's bowling forever. And I would have a hard time picking between Carolyn and Leanne. I mean, those two stick out in my mind as the best women bowlers that I've ever seen. So.
Jeff, we've got a report of a number of X's.
A triple.
A triple on the other side, so I'm going to go over and check it out, and I'll let you guys know via tweet what's going on.
It's actually from a local guy, Ben Tubbins. So.
Yeah, he's a proprietor over at Plaza Lands.
Yeah, Ben was actually the host of the women's tournament that was held last April, the Women's Alliance event that IBO Inside Bowling covered. So.
Got some tweets coming in here.
Let's see. Here we go. What is the best way for somebody to get on staff? That's getting tougher and tougher nowadays. Budgets keep getting tighter each year. The only thing I can say is have a great resume, put it together, get it to either the ball manufacturer or the regional sales managers, and you definitely have to have the ability to bowl at a high level, bowl a lot, promote product. It always helps when you're in a pro shop, so that way you can have a direct impact on sales. But it's tougher and tougher than what it used to be.
You guys are watching continuing coverage here of the 2013 Storm InsideBowling.com Open, presented by Budweiser. Matt Turk alongside Jeff Carter and Dennis Hacker, who is going over to the other side of the house to check up on a big score.
Some of the guys are talking about, ball staffs being politics and everything else. Yeah, I mean, it's not a perfect system. You're going to have some of that from time to time, and occasionally it is a case of who you know. All I can base it off of is what our conversations are, with Storm and how we try to handle it. And we try to be as fair as we can to everybody. So, again, it's not a perfect system. We do the best that we can. But again, if you've got a tremendous resume and you're an outstanding bowler, I like your chances a lot more than somebody that doesn't bowl at all.
Ben was playing the lanes a little different than I've seen. Also, almost tugging right up 10-11 with a surface ball. I couldn't tell exactly what he was using, but wasn't giving it away at all, and the ball just went nowhere. So he's.
I mean, if you can find a little bit of shim, in the track area, and get the right ball in your hands, and be able to take advantage of that, and your swing gets loose, I can see where you can actually string some strikes.
Watching Kyle Sherman here. So it looks like he's up in the 10th frame on his game down there.
Can you move that green box or move that?
I can.
Okay, a little question on the two-handers. I think a lot of the negativity with the two-handers just simply comes from it's different, and a lot of people aren't a fan of it. They don't want to see change. I, for one, have a couple of friends that I bowl with a lot that are totally against it, but they're also totally against the PGA guys using the belly putters. So it's kind of a 6 in one, half a dozen the other, what your opinion of it is. But like I said earlier, it's here to stay. I've embraced it. It's just, to me, it's part of the game. How many cash? I think Mike
56.
came up with 56 total.
56.
Last cash is $500. So.
56 with a contribution of a little bit shy of $400 from the tournament so that they can pay that last spot because they didn't have quite the number of entries necessary by the ratio to come up with 56. So
let's see, Hammer Orange, to answer your question about handicap, I think Proprietors Cup said it right. No handicap equals no leagues. But this also gets back to what we talked about earlier with the tiered membership program. Once you get past the recreational level in bowling, there should be no handicap. Let's level that playing field and get everybody out there competing on a scratch level. So that way that kind of takes that out of the play. But you're always going to have handicap in bowling as long as you're going to have some level of recreation. And along with that's going to come sandbagging, and it's going to come some other issues. But, you know, eventually somebody's going to have to figure that out as to how do we stop it between the different tiers and people receiving handicap that don't necessarily need it. So.
little phantom report from Jeremy Hunt. He just got done bowling on 31-2 the game before these guys did, and talked to me a little bit while I was over scouting out Ben Tubbin, and said that 31 hooks at your feet, that it's so much different than the other one.
And we talked about that at length, especially earlier, the differences between the sides. Depends on how guys are playing the lanes in different areas, what pair you go to next. A lot of variables that come into play when you're moving all over a bowling center. Not to mention something we really didn't talk much about, and that's topography. You know, from pair to pair, they're just different in general. Then you throw a flat pattern on top of it. You know, what normally could be a 1 to 2 board difference in league could be a 4 to 5 board difference when you get on a flat pattern. So it's amazing when you watch guys go from one pair to the next. They come off 240, 250, they throw their first shot and miss the head pin. So
Kurt Pilon having a really nice game here. Carolyn just put herself in a position to shoot 30 if she gets the next strike in the 10th. And Kurt comes in and swishes the 4 out, so that's at least 250 for him, and that's going to be big because at least after 3 games, he was in 6th place on the squad, almost 100 over at that point. Rapidity, we've got only an update after 3 games. We haven't seen one after 4 yet. There are some pairs that have 5 on them.
I just got an update from across the other side of the house. Jake Peters just shot a 260 game.
Jake's having a good block. So.
Yeah, he said he was pointing it right at the pocket off the right corner.
You know, I watched the video of him. Actually, I crossed next to him in the first IB Open, and I watched the video of him a couple of times in the finals, and he was doing the very same thing. Had the funkiest looking roll on his ball that day whenever he was in the finals, but playing right to left. Kurt kicks out.
Did Matt re-enter? I have not seen Matt throw a shot tonight, so if I had to guess, I would say no, but I'd have to look through the scores to see if he's bowling the squad or not, but I have not seen him.
Let's check here. This is only a 2-sheet.
We got a score update after 4 games.
Matt Gasson did not re-enter.
Looks like after 4 games on this squad only, Tommy Barish is in first with plus 204, which should put him on pace to get around Bill O'Neill if he can keep this pace up. Jake Peters in second, plus 183. Justin Veach, plus 183. Delmas, plus 177. Kyle Sherman, 150. Anna Barta, 146. Houston White, 140. Lee Vanderhoff, 133. Sean Nauman, 122. And Aaron Jones, 117. Round out your top 10. Looking through here, Marshall Kent 17th, Swanson 18th, Pelon 19th, Brad Miller 20th, Cameron Doyle 20th, Casey Murphy 23rd, Dave Barris 29th. Let's see, Fagan's still off the pace at plus 43. We're up to 61 players now that are plus, and I would imagine the 16th place number is starting to go up because we do have 4 players now that are above that number. So if I had to guess right now, 16th place would be about 183 if I had to guess.
What's the low score of the squad from Rapidity?
I want to say I saw a 100 or a 110 game right in front of us earlier.
Right now, minus 158 after 4 is 99th on this squad. What's Vernon Peterson at? Vernon Peterson is in 14th place in this squad right now at plus 102.
So Vernon needs to finish this block off strong to be able to sneak into the top 16, which after tonight's competition is over, the cut will be the top 16 going into the finals for tomorrow. It's been a very, very long day. I'm sure a lot of these guys are tired and worn out. But as soon as you make that top 16, all that goes away, and you're ready to come back and bowl more tomorrow. Vernon's still repping the 70s porn stash. I think that is his trademark. I don't think he'll ever shave that off. If he did, we wouldn't be able to recognize him.
That's right.
That was like when Parker shaved. First time I saw Parker after he shaved, I almost didn't recognize him.
I forgot what we actually put up one time on Parker's website. I think we had 3 pictures. We had a clean-shaven Parker, a mustache Parker, and I'm not sure if we had a goatee Parker. I think we did. All 3 side by side, and they actually voted on what look he should have. All right, so we're getting ready to start game 6. Some players have already started game 6.
Got a question here. How many people bowled all 3 squads? I had that written down, the total number of entries.
I didn't see that number. There's only a handful of them that bowled all 3.
279.
No, I think he's asking how many people bowled all 3.
Oh, actually. Oh, okay.
I don't think there was too many of them. I
Mike
know
Fagan.
Mike
Fagan
Fagan's
did.
one of them, yeah.
Tom Patton did.
Yeah, I think there's only a couple.
And I believe
Fagan
that's it.
for sure, and I think Tom Patton are the
Right.
2 that
I
did.
think they're the only 2. Because that's the only two re-entries that I knew. Tom Patton didn't bowl this morning.
I guess he did.
Well,
And if that's the case, Fagan's the only one. I know there were a few hundred brackets on A squad this morning, and there was more on B squad, and I would almost have to guess there was even more on C squad. So quite a bit of action going on.
We got scrolling updates from game number 3 here in C squad. This does include all 3 squads combined.
So as of right now, 16th place is 80 over.
180.
180, I'm sorry. That's kind of funny. I don't think there's anybody that bowls as many little tournaments as Mark Turpentine does. He hits every little 9-pin no tap and sweeper anywhere he can find. That guy's always bowling. I've seen him drive 300 miles for a sweeper that pays 100 to win. Spend more in gas than he can win.
I was just going to say something like that. What do we got going on here? Doesn't seem like a lot of people are bowling. Oh, maybe they're just in between games, I guess.
Alex is looking a little befuddled here on 41 and 2.
Pretty sure I would be too out there right now.
Well, this is game number 6 of 8 here.
I'm glad you added the of 8 because that kind of puts a finish on the night, at least in sight.
The final round of qualifying.
You know, we were watching at the end of the last block where Blake was playing and AJ was playing and stuff like that, and then I saw them start over there. I think they're both over here. Yeah, they're both over here for the last 4 games, but I went over and watched where they started, and they were outside along with everybody else over there. So maybe that was their late in the squad line that
Very
they
well could
practiced, but
There's Zeke Bate there on featured pair.
We got Michael Fagan right in front of us right now on 39 and 40.
All right, have to move the camera.
Throwing a wrecker, it looks like. Starts
Would that
off
be
with a strike.
driving a record? Maybe.
Got some tweets coming in here.
Yep. 190 gets you nowhere. Drop a nickel. I wonder if that's it means anything.
Big Will, no, you cannot cash more than once. Once you re-enter, you lose that right to cash more than once. But your highest score will be the one that cashes. So if you go, say, 155 over on one round and only 130 the next, even though both will cash, the higher one is the spot that you finish in.
And Barta left an 8-pin down there. Converts it cleanly.
This is going to get interesting at the top here.
Oh, there's Greg Look is also on that pair there, 39 and 40.
Yep. You know, like we talked about earlier, you know, the one variable that that routinely comes into play that you can't plan on is the squeeze factor. You know, we're starting to get down to that point now where, you know, an awful lot of the players that are kind of hovering around that 100 number that know that you need to pick up another 80 to 100 pins. Boy, it's awful tough to feel like you've got to bowl through 230 each game to make it.
Right.
When you may only have a 200 look. So.
What's the matter?
There's a little running joke me and Mike have here about in the chat here is inside bowling. That's Mike's little catchy thing on how he says inside bowling. I just saw that and started had to laugh.
So tell Mike to go get us a Diablo sandwich and a Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
And I'll give a bag of Cheetos to anybody out there in the chat land that can tell me what movie that line was from.
Nick Miserani's in the chat. Oh, how about that? What's up, Nick? Nice of you to tune in.
You're his hero.
Apparently. I'm getting a lot of fans here tonight. Here's Mike Fagan. What did he leave? I missed that. There. Is that a two-pin?
Oh, yes, Andrew, you're 100% correct. Smokey and the Bandit. I will mail you a bag of Cheetos.
FedEx that.
Or maybe not.
Andrew, did you look that up on the Google?
You can Google anything, dude.
I know that.
I don't know who any of these people are.
You don't know who any of them
No,
are?
I don't know. I don't know Rapidity. I can't even say it right now. It's too late.
You have stalkers.
Rapidity, maybe?
Rapidity. Sounds about right. I know Nick. Oh, it's got to be Ron Libbs. One of those is Ron Libbs then. Ron Libbs is my doubles partner at Crestwood. We bowl in a sports shot league there this summer.
Is Mike Fagan wearing a sleeve from the Cobra Khan skunk? I will tell him to
the
sweep.
dojo?
I will tell him to sweep the leg for you.
Who said that?
Salavic and broccoli. All right, so
you are my fan, Matt. That sounds like Styx in the movie. That thing you do whenever he's talking to Del Paxton and he's all drunk. You are my biggest fan.
Yeah. Well, I know Unforgivable is going to be Steve Salavic. So, there's a shout Steve Salavic there. He's on my Masters League team.
You can tell it's getting late because we're starting to get a little punch drunk.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Old school is John Brocklin.
I think Inside Bowling needs to bring us some shots of Red Bull.
Yeah, you got that right. Well, if I take that, I'll never get here in the morning. There's Greg Look strikes there on lane 40. Oh, Mike Salavic. Is it Mike Salavic or is it Steve Salavic? I guess we'll find out.
Kind of getting back to the action, looking around, there's really not a lot of striking going on, so not a whole lot for us to report to you. The lanes definitely don't look like they're getting any easier. I will say that the guys that are scoring well are working their butts off for it. So
they definitely are.
Another Mark Turpentine fan with the bald-headed little troll comment.
And not just the squeeze factor that you were talking about earlier, but you got to think that if let's say you bowled earlier today and you didn't have a whole lot and you all of a sudden figured something out on this squad and things are starting to go good, adrenaline's got to be, something that you got to control too. I mean,
yeah, I think if your look is good and your swing frees up, I don't think that you're tired at all. I think that you're strictly running on the adrenaline to get you through. But the biggest issue is if you've been here all day and you've got a horrible look, you are absolutely beat up tired. So that's the hard thing is there's nothing more almost a sour apple on 42.
Yep. Flash.
But there's nothing more frustrating than working your butt off and having a bad look and a bad reaction, and knowing that you still have 3 more games to bowl. I've been
Speaking
there
of-
numerous times.
Speaking of adrenaline here, Cliff Lee Vandy says he just threw it 33 miles an hour.
That's pretty impressive. I've seen him ramp it up there quite a few times. So
Is that a bad look or a good look on lane 39 right now? Sorry, Matt.
Yeah, that's all right. I don't know how to answer that question.
obviously it's a good look because he's
Good
struck.
look.
Yeah, that's a good look. He's got a 290 pace work.
To let everybody in on the joke, that was Greg look on lane 39.
Yeah.
So
It's a talkative look.
it's a
That's a
talkative look.
talkative look.
I will tell you guys out there, though, that just as a tip, only good shots strike. So always keep that in mind. So if you throw a shot like Fagan just solidated,
Yeah, man.
obviously it wasn't a good shot or else it would have struck.
Yeah.
But if you throw a runaway Brooklyn and it strikes, it had to have been a good shot or else it wouldn't have struck. So always keep that in mind. At least that's what I tell myself. Only good shots strike. And when somebody says, did you hit your target? I tell them, I hit my target twice on every shot. Going to the right and coming back across it to the left. I hit it twice on every shot. So I have never missed my target in my life.
That was Mike Bulks there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where Davin's at. I think
Yeah.
he was actually on this side earlier for the first 4, but he just didn't hit any of the camera pairs. I think he's over on the other side now.
So Mike Box, for what reason? For an unknown reason, and then while there's someone walking down the gutter cap on the pair next to him, he
Yeah.
goes ahead and shoots the spare.
Yeah, no
What's
problem.
even better is he's throwing a wrecker on his first ball and a sink for his spare ball.
There you go.
So
Take you on down to 47 and 48. He says I went to Wichita State and I never saw a balk at an 8-pin.
I thought they taught a class at Wichita on balking. Wasn't that like part of the grad program? Remember, I roomed with Rash for 4 years, so I got to see more than my fair share of balking.
Got Zeke Bate here up on 47. If he gets some courtesy.
There's Ralph Solon right there in front of us. It's again, like I mentioned earlier, Ralphie being from this area, and he is now the Southern sales rep for Storm Bowling Products. So nice to see Ralph up here, not only supporting the tournament, but repping the brand as well. So nice to have Ralph up here.
There's a great ball by Zeke.
Somebody commenting on Greg Thomas's backswing. I mentioned earlier that it looks like he's running the option. So if I'm on the lane to the right of him, I'm looking to take the pitch out.
It's Mike Fagan up on 39.
See if he can recover from that solid 8. See, obviously that was a better shot because it struck.
Let's go check out down on the low end here, 31 and 2.
Well, 31 is absolutely burned. I couldn't believe where he was lined up to throw that shot just then.
What's that?
31.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break here.
All right, man.
Ricky Matsko here is going to jump in and move cameras around.
Okay.
You got it.
And I shall be right back.
Have fun.
Let's see where Blake plays 31.
Rapidity, don't forget about the additional 30% mental. So it's 80% luck, 10% skill, and 30% mental.
First time I saw somebody loft the left gutter today.
Was it a left-hander?
Nope.
No.
What's another reason that Inside Bowling should cover the Swiss Trios?
I think it's just because we're awesome, dude.
Well, I've been to Wichita. I always wanted to go back.
I was always afraid to get sent back to Omaha because I don't even live there.
Yeah. Oh. Well, we're looking around, and there's a couple of strings going on 39 and 40 here in front of us. Mike Fagan is not one of them.
Big Wheel, you may be right. They may be hooking a little bit more tonight than what they did earlier. A lot of that has to do with, I think some of the guys started a little bit farther left than what they did on other squads, which is just burning the front part of the lane up a little bit more, creating, like I said earlier, a much bigger footprint, which makes you jump on the other side of it, which forces your entire positioning left.
Just got a text from Mike Flanagan saying Jake Peters is 250 over through 5.
Yeah, that Peters kid isn't bad.
That would, I mean, somebody did say that he shot 260 in game 5, so that's going to put him and Barish as 2 of the 8 guys that I needed to be over 200 so that my 202 prediction would come through.
It's all about you, Dennis.
I know.
All about you.
It's all about me.
Well, guys, I really wish that I could report to you all the great games that we got going on around us, but other than the pair right in front of us, I just don't see much. We've got one bowler in front of us going at 290. Well, we got 2 of them going at 290 paces. So
right. One of them has a pretty good look.
One of them has a pretty good look. So. And neither one of them are Michael Fagan.
Seems to me, just from watching him today, that he's had a little bit of a footing issue in almost every single game. And I don't know if the shot on 40 that he threw there that went high was a result of sticking, but he seemed to think so, at least the way he stopped quickly at the line. So
I know that's always been fairly important to me, and you get into a situation where you don't trust your footing, boy, it makes it very, very difficult mentally.
Very nice. So Greg look followed up with a strike there. 2 bowlers still on a 290 pace.
He still has a good look.
Yeah, he still has a good look.
I know one of the factors that kind of probably didn't come into play, that they didn't think was going to come into play, that I've heard a few times, is the carpet that they have down in the final area. They said that that's really causing a lot of footing issues. And
carpet in the pits tends to trap a little bit more moisture, especially on synthetic approaches. That could translate to some footing issues. So.
And with the doors being open during the rainy conditions that we have here, that's just creating a problem in itself. So
We got a question on what has been Fagan's biggest downfall this year. To be quite honest, I think the talent pool is just getting deeper. It's a lot tougher to make shows out there now than what it's ever been. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's had a bad year. It just means that you haven't seen him on TV nearly as often. He's still a great player, great game, great tools. I think he was still fairly high in points, but you just didn't see him on shows just because it was tougher. And the shows in Detroit only featured the top 2 bowlers. So that probably has as much to do with it as anything else.
You know, I find it very that we haven't had a 300 today.
We had one earlier on A Squad. Connor brought it up earlier.
Oh, did we?
Yeah. Connor says Brad just shot 279.
Okay.
So Brad's actually having a really, really good block. So
Maybe that happened before I got here this morning.
yeah, I believe it was the last game of A Squad. It was Houston. I'm not sure if it's
That would be why then when we didn't get a chance to actually talk about it in the booth, that's probably why it slipped past me.
let's see, why did Fagan drop track? I'm not sure that he necessarily dropped him as much as it could have been a parting the ways after the contract was over. I don't know the situation, so I wouldn't even want to speculate on it. But you know, a lot of things happen in negotiations like that, so it could have been a number of things.
Thanks, Connor. Do they only have one two-hander in Tennessee? Because that would help narrow it down for me.
I know this last game we had a lot of really close scores with Del Ballard doing 299.
Right.
I know on the other side, Ben Tubman had 289 front 10 and left a 9 pin. And then we had Jake Peters also up there. I believe he also had a 289 somewhere around there. I saw a 290 in the back. I mean, a lot of scores that are just what these guys are having to shoot right now is just crazy. And they're really showing that it's C Squad right now, that everyone's trying to dig deep and get themselves in that cashing spot into that cut.
It's going to be
Fagan again, another great shot.
it's going to be interesting going into Game 7 whenever these numbers start getting posted up there, like you said earlier, and seeing how they handle it whenever they get closer to the number and how tight the shots get on a condition that already is really difficult to hit.
And if anything, you're definitely going to see a lot more emotion coming out of these guys with it not only being the last squad of the tournament, but last qualifying squad, but then also with it being almost 1 o'clock in the morning here, and just a lot later than I think anyone anticipated, and still going strong.
And we're talking about some decent money here. You know,
Right.
just to make it into the top 16 alone is going to get you, $750. So there's a lot of weekend sweepers that you go bowl that's what it pays to win. So just to sneak into the top 16 is going to get you a decent little profit, especially if you've only bowled one squad.
Well, and
So-
think about one other thing, too. If you make it into the top 16, even if it takes just over 200 like I was thinking it was going to, right now the leading score is 287. And we're only talking about 3 games as far as bonus pins difference between 16th and that $8,000 that's in first place. So whoever makes this everybody's in it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the exciting things about tournaments like this is that, it's so close. One spare can just cost you multiple spots, and it's all shot by shot at this point.
You get into a situation like this where a trip 4, a Brooklyn in the right spot could mean all the difference in the world. So just get yourself into the next day, and then anything can happen. What time does bowling start tomorrow? I didn't see that.
I believe I have a start time at 9:30 tomorrow.
9:30
so,
tomorrow.
So a little under 9 hours.
So we got at least one 260 on the board here in front of us on lanes 39 and 40.
That seems to be the pair to be on right now.
It was pretty nice the end of last squad too, if I remember right, Jeff. Wasn't it? That was a good pair.
39 and 40 was good. So was 43 and 4.
There was one pair down at the end down here. It was either 47-48 or 49-30. That I believe it's 49 or 49-50. That scores were not the greatest.
No, I didn't know that. Oh,
Yeah,
I know that name. Yeah.
Andy Mank right here on 41,
Right.
Mr. 900. Kind of a cool story. He had somebody call and ask him to sub, and goes up, shows up, shoots 900.
I remember I was here when they presented him with the ring when we were actually doing the trade show at Grand Prix, and right before the little sweeper, they did it there. So I was there when they videoed it and everything. It's kind of cool.
It's amazing. 2 900s in the span of a week here in the past couple of weeks, and I mean, one in a PBA 50 event and another in a league environment. I mean,
They haven't certified Joe's yet for some reason. I'm not sure why exactly.
Greg Look with another strike right there.
Right.
Puts him in.
He's going at 269.
They're just keeping pace with each other right now.
So let's say you entered one time and you cash in the tournament. It's a profit of $240 in a bowling ball. That's not bad, honestly.
No, not
That's,
at all.
and for
Especially
finishing in the
against this
50s.
field.
And finishing in the 50s on top of that, too.
Yep. It's basically giving you a free opportunity to enter C squad and see if you get yourself a little higher in the mix and still even have a profit on that
Right.
point too. So
All right, guys. I miss anything exciting?
Not
Two-
really.
two-
well, we got
Two 260 games in front of us here on
yeah.
39 and 40.
matching each other.
Oh wow.
But other than that, we just got some late night bowling going on.
He doesn't have a game 5 yet.
Got Fagan up to finish his 10th frame on lane 40s. He's on a triple. Looks like he could strike out for 240. So he needs to get something big going. Gets the first hit.
You got that one. So that's now a handball.
That'd be a hand bone,
There's
dude.
a hand bump. All right, so I have to ask you guys, with the amazing presence that I have in the booth right now, sitting next to me, what is your guys' take on these the compression sleeves that are all the hype right now?
I don't know yet. I really don't. I know I just got the notification from the office that ours are coming out, should be released soon, so Storm will have theirs. I'll throw one on and try it and see what I think. I really haven't thought a lot about it. I do know the basis behind them and what they're supposed to do, and you see a lot of NBA players wearing them. And sometimes you wonder how much they're getting paid to wear them compared to how much they actually do
Right.
work. But the concept of them is for muscle stimulation, recovery, things like that. So if they do work, it could just be another thing that could help aid bowlers. So we'll
Is it
see.
supposed to help? Is it supposed to help muscles or joints more?
More muscle. It's
More
more muscle
muscles?
recovery and blood flow.
You would think it's almost like the modern day version of the tennis elbow, like
Correct, yeah.
brace.
Jeff, remember when the The older guys used to wear the Robbies with no metal in the thing for the endorsement.
Funny thing is I actually still, a lot of my younger students that were working on hand position issues and things like that, I'll throw a Robbie's on them and take the metal out of it. So there's a little bit of flexibility in there, but still some stability.
And that's smart too. I like the thought of implementing that into your practice routines. I don't necessarily think of it as a crutch, as long as you keep it under control and make sure that it doesn't become a reliance.
Phantom report from tournament director Jerry Anderson says that Chris Szymanski just shot 300 on the other side and went from 84 to 184 over with 2 games to go.
Last time I checked, 300 is a pretty good score. That might help him improve his standings a little bit.
He wasn't 33rd on the squad after 4 games. We don't have a Game 5 report yet.
Actually, here it comes right now, guys.
And somebody just posted, no, it was Mike that posted there's a scoring update.
Yep, there it is.
Here we are.
After Game 5.
All right, after Game 5, total standings, 16th place is plus 180. That was right.
So it puts him in the top.
So, guys on this squad that are already in the top 16, Tommy Barish, Justin Veach, and Jake Peters are all already in the number off this squad.
Jake Peters being the leader on the squad at plus 250, as we got a report earlier. So,
and then guys that are close, Adam Barta, Lee Vanderhoff, Kurt Pilon, David O'Sullivan, and Houston White, Blake DeMore, and Del Ballard are all within about 50 pins of the proposed cut number as of right now.
What happened to Kyle Sherman?
Looks like Kyle Sherman is 128, Marshall Kent 130, and then it drops down a little bit from there. So the way it looks to me with 3 to go, if you're not within, say, 60 of the number, which we're guessing it's going to be somewhere around 200, you're going to have a hard time getting there unless you happen to catch a big game.
You're buying into my 200 now, huh?
I said approximately.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, 187 isn't too far from 200.
Okay. Thanks, dude. Now I can peruse these and see what I... So definitely Bill O'Neill's leading 287 is in jeopardy with Jake Peters only 37 behind him with 3 games to still post on the standings.
Well, that's easy to say, but on a pattern like this, 160 is just as common as 260. So if you happen to hit a bad pair, for instance, Mike Fagan just came off of a great finish, moves down 3 pair, and he 4-6'd on the very first shot. So all of a sudden you go to an iffy pair, and you get a couple shots off your hand not very good, and you split a couple times, and it gets into your head, you could be staring 150, 160 in the face really easily.
Good point.
And, it was just amazing watching the scores. I know in the first 2 squads, especially in A squad, you can see that it went kind of mediocre, and then the scores just shot for 2 games, and then all of a sudden they just bottomed out. And I mean, I know with updating the scores, updating brackets, everything like that, it took 250s, 260s to make it through the games 2 and 3, but then I saw 160s, 170s making it through the game 4. So the transition is just in an instant here. I mean, not only that, but with the changing back and forth from one side to the other, it plays another factor to it. Because not only with the carpet on this side, but I hear that this high side is extremely hot compared to the other side. I mean, as much as 10 degrees. Some people
a lot of
are
guys
saying
talk about how much cooler it was on the other side.
Yeah, and it's playing seems to be playing a factor into it. So it's amazing how the little things like that can just add up and change your whole outlook on it and get you into a hole real quick.
We have a Sean Swanson sighting down there on looks like 31 and 32. Sean's another one. We talked a little bit about him earlier that has battled cancer, fought his way through it. I actually bowled the Ozarks Open with Sean, and said he's feeling much better. He's getting stronger and healthier all the time. He just had a big event over there to benefit his charity. Did a tremendous job with his event, raised a lot of money. So wish Sean all the best and getting him totally healthy again and somehow kicking cancer's ass, which is what we all want to see. So I always love to see Sean out here bowling and wish him the best of luck.
See, that's what I think is kind of is the coolest about him and Bill both. I mean, not only did you kick the disease, but you're better enough to be able to still come back out and compete at the level that they're competing, and that's saying something totally different as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely.
To be able to do that.
And not only that, but he is. I mean, he everywhere you look, Sean's launching cash. You know, it's amazing to see.
Sean is that guy that is sneaky good.
Yes.
You watch him bowl and you think this guy cannot be any good, and then you look up at the end of the day and he's leading, and you're like, how the hell did he do that? And he just, his ball roll just never gets him in trouble. He always, just plugs along, and he strikes just enough to be there at the end, and he's good. He really is.
And on numerous shots too. That's the thing, is that you can
Exactly.
get him all
Very
different
versatile.
areas. Yes.
We're going to get to see a show here in front of us on 41 and 2 this game.
Oh, yeah, we are.
We got the kids coming down.
Yeah, I don't know where they are in the standings. I mean, we just looked at Kyle, and I don't know what he shot the last game, but this is going to be, because we not only do we have these two, but we got our two-handed lefty Kevin Williams as well.
All right, well, gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure to be in the booth
Always.
with you guys, and going to go ahead and get some score updates, bracket updates, all that,
All right.
and we'll get you
fun.
updated. So thanks a lot for having
Good job.
me.
You bet.
Yeah,
for
thanks,
stopping
Ricky.
in.
Thank you.
That was Ricky Matsko. You know, he's the one that started that MJT tournament that we were talking about earlier in the day, just out of nowhere. It's a great junior program that he's getting underway. He's having tournaments once a month. I know the next one is actually going to be here at Tropicana Lanes next month. He puts out hard conditions and he gets some entries. So
I actually
hopefully
have some kids up in my area that I'm, depending on how the scheduling works out, that I want to send down here that they're in need of some competition and some harder patterns, and I'd like to send them down here to get involved in that. So big props to him for doing that.
Yeah, definitely. I had the privilege of doing the first one. He's done 2 events now, and the first one Inside Bowling streamed for him. Second one we couldn't get out there, and he actually set up his own little webcam and bought some cheapo headsets from Office Max, and I went over there, helped him set it up, and did a little broadcasting with him for that. That was the one that Kyle Sherman won. That was at Crest Bowl a few weeks ago.
Hey guys, Mike Flanagan here with you. I am mobile. I am roaming around the bowling center with a wireless. And at this point in time, if you guys have any score updates in the chat, you want to relay those to me on the broadcast, I will keep you informed as we dial this thing in and we get down to a cut number. I just saw a few minutes ago somebody wanted to know how Adam Barta is doing, and I'm going to go check on that right now
I
for
think
you.
he's on the other side.
He
Michael.
went
no, he's
down.
down on the low end.
Down on the low end.
Yep, and they were looking for what his score was from Game 6 because we got his Game 5 score here at plus 159. So
I'm on it. I'll see if I can also maybe get an interview with Adam Barta for you guys because I'm headed
And
right to him.
since you're mobile, Mike, why don't you bring me a Red Bull?
All right, I can probably make that happen. Adam Barta right here.
I need wings.
Yeah, I got Adam Barta right here. Adam, what are you at now? Fans in the chat want to know, what did you shoot Game 6?
164.
Oh.
Just kidding. 237.
Oh.
Good.
I'm plus 197 now with the 170 start. How's that?
Michael, ask Adam what he's doing
Was
different
that
this
good,
squad.
Mike, or no?
Ask him what he's doing
We're doing a
different
good
this
job?
squad compared to the first squad.
Am I around the number?
They're talking to me into my ear right now. So they want to know what you're doing different this squad compared to the last squad.
Besides
More
striking.
focused. Greg Thomas helped me a little bit, told me to move in, and now a little different by the last game of last set, I kind of like paralleled everything in rather than trying to force myself to the right. So I knew coming into the next set, once that started to dry up, I could parallel in and bowl good. So I've got 2-teen, 230, and I got a good game going here by moving everything in. So we'll see what happens.
Good.
Thank you, Adam. Good luck
Keep
to
it
you,
going,
sir.
Adam.
I'm down here at 27-28 all the way on the left. Wireless Mike has a good range down here, guys. That's what I'm getting from down here. Adam Barta, looks like he is up. He's letter C. He's in the 7th frame. He's got a strike, 8-spare, triple working. And I'm going to watch him throw his shot here in the 7th. He's going
Awesome.
for the all-important ham bone.
And he is.
I think I just jinxed him. He
Wow.
8-10'd with a hammer first blood
Oh, man.
with surface. So I'm going to get away
Did
from
he say
Adam right
8-10?
now.
An 8-10, yeah.
Well, that's why we've been very, very careful as to who we talk about, because I have black clouded everybody in the building
Right.
at least once. So
So we've got Kyle and Cameron both went through the nose on their first balls. Kyle gets over on 41, and I don't know if he made an adjustment off of his own shot on the right lane or if he adjusted off of what he saw Cameron do on the left lane. But that ball didn't even look like it wanted to flip at all.
for those of you that are looking for scoring updates on particular players, if you scroll down to the bottom of the screen, you'll find the latest scoring update that we've got. What you're seeing on the screen is the most recent update that we have. So you can find that information down at the bottom of the screen.
Looks like they also have that prize list tab up, too.
Good.
So you guys can check out who's going to make what. Looks like the bottom cashing spot is 56th place, getting $500. Actually.
Which, when you take out the bowling ball that you receive for your entry, you're more than tripling your money of the actual entry fee. So
Right.
pretty impressive prize fund.
Yeah, and anywhere, anybody that cashes from 40th all the way down to 56 will receive $500, it looks like here. And then it jumps up in $10 increments from there.
Kevin Williams on lane 41. Watch this guy bowl.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that style. Wow. That's a nice ball.
As I like to say, that doesn't suck.
Let's see what move Cameron makes to keep his ball from going through the nose.
Hey, guys, I just can't get over this Jake Peters with winning the tournament and finishing second, and now here he is again making a deep charge at this thing.
I'd shut him out next year. Don't let him in.
He's our star.
He's your star. Any idea what he had game 6?
I'm going to check on that.
All right, thanks, Mike.
I'm also going to get you an update on Ballards.
That's good, too.
Oh.
Kyle Sherman with a great shot, just doesn't get the love from the messenger on that one.
Thank you. So if Kyle shot 170, that means he's less than 100 over right now going into game 7 here.
Covers that 10 nicely.
The TV pair, are we talking about where Dell shot his 290 game
Hey, guys,
earlier?
I
Yes.
got Jake Peters here.
No,
You got me okay?
you're in and out a little bit.
Okay, Jake Peters right here, game number 6. What do you have, Jake?
192. I hit the transition and it started hooking to the left of me, so now we're finally having to chase it more to the left.
Hey, Mike, ask him how much different that side of the building is playing from this side.
Jake, how different on this side of the building compared to the other side?
It's part of the lane, which actually makes it seem tighter, forward quicker. So what I'm starting to do is get my hand around it more and just chase it left, and it's actually getting back. Squad has broken down more to the right as opposed to the other squad, so we can actually curve it a little bit later on.
Okay, thanks, Jake. My mic is barely reaching.
Okay, sounds good.
Keep
Thanks,
it going.
Jake.
So, theory that more guys playing in the same part of the lane might actually have come true, especially for those who had some experience on the pattern earlier in the day.
Well, again, like I said, it really boils down to where everybody started and on certain pairs. You run into that a lot where you get a couple guys on one pair that see the lane a little bit differently. They may start 4 or 5 boards farther left, which forces everybody to chase it left a little bit quicker, which by the time you get to game 6, 7, and 8 could translate to an arrow different than what you saw earlier today. So makes a big difference as to who you follow in what part of the building.
For Kyle Sherman right now at just under 100 over, I think we're at a point where, and didn't even have a chance to say the words, we're at a point right now where he pretty much needed all of them in this game to give himself a chance at making top 16.
And like we've talked about, boy, that's awful tough to do when you feel like you have to strike on a pattern like this.
Boyd75 wants to know if Bard is in Game 7. He is, along with everybody else in the squad right now.
Get you guys a Barda update. I changed frequencies. I tested the limits of my range with the Peters interview.
A. Chapman down there with a nice messenger with the gold nugget. So
Barda strikes 214. He's on his fill.
Mike, how's Zeke down there bowling?
Hey guys, I got Zeke bait right here. Actually, Zeke, how you bowling down here?
Yeah, that's the best way to describe it.
yeah, that's the best reaction we've heard all day.
I can strike for 198. It'd be a great 198.
198. He says he's hitting the pocket a lot. Adam Barda, I'm sorry for jinxing you on the 810.
Hey, Michael, tell Zeke that we've got some requests for him to dance on camera.
Yeah.
We will. We will.
Zeke's actually up on lane, what is that?
27.
27.
Yeah, he's only got 198 left if he strikes out. He's up first ball in the 10th down here on the end pair. Blows a 9-pin.
Wow.
I think we've said that more than once today.
Adam Bard is at plus 211, folks. 211.
Nice job, Adam.
Zeke Bate plus 59. Brendan Williams minus 27. And Greg Thomas plus 28 down here on the end pair.
Got Barda Nation going on here in the chat. Boyd says he's putting his money on Adam to win. Let's take you down to the other end of the house here on 47 and 8. Wow.
Yeah. That's a good word for that. Alex Cavanero's got to be wondering what the heck happened, because him and Anthony last night bowled so well. This is his second try at this today, and he's...
Hey guys, are you picking up static on me?
Not very much, Mike.
Okay.
Not very much at all. You're a little choppy, but it's not bad.
10-4.
Good, buddy.
Roger that.
It's interesting watching Kyle Sherman stand back here and talk to his dad, trying to justify what he's doing out there on the lanes.
Looks like he's pulling out the gold nugget there.
I mean, having parents who are fans is one thing, but when you know you've got a dad who you couldn't possibly slide anything by if you wanted to out there.
That's why I'm
That's another
totally
whole
in
thing.
trouble when I coach my son's baseball and basketball games. I don't have a chance.
Hey guys, I got Chris Zemansky's score sheet here. He did shoot 300 the last game. As you guys know, they got 5 on their pair with Dell. You guys already knew that. But,
Yes.
Vern Peterson 235
Solid
game
pairing
6.
right there.
Peterson's at plus 154.
See how Kyle recovers after that split in the fourth.
Nice shot. So Peterson 150. What after game 6, Mike?
Coming with that. $154 for Peterson, 187 for Ballard through 6. Del Ballard.
Okay.
You want to take that one, Matt? Tomorrow?
It's going to be a round of 16 round-robin match play. I'm not sure if there are bonus pins.
I'm sure there are bonus pins.
Probably.
I
Probably.
believe it's
30.
You have to ask Mike for sure, but I believe it's a standard 30 bonus pins
Yeah.
for a win tomorrow.
So each bowler.
There you go. Brett Cunningham answered it for us. He would know.
30. BC out in the chat, man. He knows all
He
the
should
answers.
be in bed. I told him earlier
Bed.
he needs to go to bed. You got work to do tomorrow, dude.
That's true.
He could be in bed and watching on his iPhone. You
Yeah.
know.
It doesn't matter. He needs to be asleep.
Ah.
So he can get up, have a good breakfast, get in here, and work hard tomorrow.
Breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
I disagree with that.
Take you on down to the high end again, 47 and 8.
Love having all this equipment.
Yeah, it's nice, Mike. Looks like Brett's got the same nickname as Connor Drum in the chat now.
Yeah, that
We're gonna have to tag 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But then they're gonna fight over who gets 1,
Yeah.
who gets 2.
Hey guys, you want a Carolyn Doran Ballard update?
I would love a Carolyn Doran Ballard, and she's throwing the gold ball too.
I'm behind lane 51 right now. She is letter B. She has 132 in the 7th with the spare working in the 8th. She's up in the 9th. Possible 212 left. Goes right through the face. I'll get you an update on her scores too. Hey, Kurt Pelon plus 188. He shot
Wow.
235 the last game.
Wow, wow, wow.
Tell him I need a little bit of air guitar action out of him.
I will do so.
That's usually
CDB,
when he's bowling his best, is when he's got the air guitar going.
CDB is plus 4, guys. Plus 4.
We still love her.
See if I can get an interview with her.
Looks like there's some sort of mechanical problem here on 42.
Hey guys, this game.
Well, seeing as how there's a big drop off between 8th and 9th right now from 208 to 191. I gotta think that unless something absolutely unforeseen happens, the number will definitely be below the 208 number. I'm still thinking that somewhere between our numbers in us, 187 and 200, should be good to make it. But I've seen stranger things happen. I always hated to try and guess what the number was going to be, just because I didn't want to get that false hope in my mind one way or another.
Ah,
so
when you were playing. You
when
didn't
I
know
was
that.
playing.
Gotcha.
Now that I get to sit up here and just watch, then it's easy to speculate.
Mike's wanting to say something down there. He hit the mic
Yeah,
right
Kurt
in front of
Pelon's got 204 left.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got 204 left right now. He's going to have to strike out in the 10th frame. That'll put him about 192 over unofficially with a game to go.
Looks like Greg Look down there on 46 has got a big string going. Looks like he went double open next 7.
Right.
So he still has a good look.
Yeah. So this could be back-to-back 260s for him.
Yeah.
Outrageous.
O says he doesn't want to jinx Davin McIntyre because he has the front 5. But just by you tweeting or typing that, you already jinxed him, I'm sorry to say.
Yep.
That's the way it works on this program.
This time we can blame the chat on the stream kill, but not us.
So, hey, guys, right now, 16th place is plus 180, as we've been talking about. Tommy Barish is at 203. He's on this squad. Justin Veach is at 216. He's on this squad. And Jake Peters is at plus 250 through 5. He's on this squad, obviously. As I look at these numbers here, you got Adam Barta. We know he's gone over 200. So he's going to jump in there. Lee Vanderhoff, I need to get an update on him. Pelon's going to be right there around the 200 mark. He's going to be a 190 if he can strike out in the 10th frame with a game to go. David O'Sullivan, another name that we need to check on. But it looks like, in my estimation, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people that could potentially jump into the top 16.
I think that's what we talked about earlier. So even with that, that would put the number somewhere around
at 208,
200 to 208. Yeah, in that range.
Yep.
Kyle Sherman going for a double and comes up light. Doesn't get the ball to react on the back on 41. Justin Veach currently occupies 2 spots in the top 16. In the 8th position, this squad, and the 12th position
So
from
that's
the
actually
previous
going to
squad.
kill one of those numbers.
Yes, it is.
So that actually drops the actual number down to
Mike Fagan,
176.
Mike Fagan
So
at 176 is the current number.
good catch there, Dennis. Good catch after midnight.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
Vanderhoff, after 6 games, is at plus 152. I got him right here. Hey, Lee. Which letter are you this game?
Hey, Lee. He's L.
I am A.
Your letter A. So spare, split, ham bone, right?
4-bagger.
4-bagger.
Ham bone.
Ham bone.
What's your look like right now?
It's decent. It's I got a big pocket, but bad angle, so I'm begging every shot.
What do you think it's going to take to make the cut?
I'm still thinking 205-ish is the number in my head.
That's everybody's right
There
around
you have
200.
it. Lee Vanderhoff. He says he's got to get to 200. You think he can get there?
We can get there.
He says it. He says we can get there. So we'll see what happens.
Awesome.
Tell him to pull out the urethane blue hammer and throw it 100.
Is his look like Greg look?
Nobody has a look like Greg look.
What is his name here on 41? Do you guys know?
Kevin Williams.
Kevin Williams?
Yeah. He's from the Springfield area, Springfield, Missouri.
That's just amazing the way he throws that ball.
You know, there's a lot of guys around 100 over that can easily go 250, 250. I say easily, but it can happen, basically.
How you doing? Hey, Leroy. We heard good stories about you this morning. Yeah, you were the star about half the conversation this morning on the A squad here. I heard. No, listen. I left home, and it took me about an hour and a half to drive up here, and I left home, and close to it, yeah, and listened on my phone on the way up here, and Riggs was already telling the story, and then I sat down in the booth, and he told even better about how he he was at the table and you were there, and he had to look around somebody to finally see you the first time or something like that. So that's got to be fun.
Oh yeah, I seen him first. And I was like, hey Jeff, we're the POW 5. Blow it up 5. That's
Yep.
He was there tonight too. I was working tonight.
Wow,
All right,
Kyle.
guys. Got a standing update here after Game 6. You guys want to check it out?
Here we go. Updated after Game 6. Looks like
Right. Beach is still in there twice, and so
looks like
it's
Zell Ballard has snuck into the top 16 at plus 187 right now. And
Chris
then we
Szymanski,
have
3 pins
Chris
behind him.
Szymanski's right behind him. Pretty good chance he's going to jump in there, and then it falls all the way down to Lee Vanderhoff about 30 pins back, who still has a chance to get in, as well as Vernon Peterson, Marshall Kent, Brad Miller, and a couple other guys that are kind of hovering around that 125 to 155 number. So it still could go any different direction. So we'll just have to wait and see.
right. Leroy Bornhop just reported that Brad had 279, 247 his last 2 games, and so I'm going to assume that might be Game 7 that's not on the sheet yet, so he's going to be in play.
Yeah, very possible.
Well, that's definitely in play then. 185 is going to be one of those. I mean, it's 187 right now is in 16th place from what we can tell after 6 games. So
well, Brad's been close all day. It was just a matter of getting the right angles. So
right.
All right, guys. I'm going to throw this camera down here onto 31 and 2. Nobody's bowling, but we're going to watch the guy on 33. He's got the front 7 down there, and I'm going to go ahead and say it.
Uh-oh.
Even I know it's too late because I already did it. And lucky he got another one. I didn't mess it up.
On 33, that's Brett Shepard.
Brett Shepard.
And I black clouded him earlier today. So
Oh, really?
I'm glad you said it.
Yeah,
not
I
me.
said it. I'll take the blame for it. All right, we're going to go back here.
Be careful.
Hey guys, Brad Miller. I'm sorry, plus 185.
We just caught that. Leroy gave us a little bit of an update on that. So
match play 16 games, and then the top 5 is a step ladder for a TV show.
Right now, Brett Shepard is plus 102, and he does have
TV show.
Back-to-back ham bones this game.
Free entry.
So we'll see what happens with his finish, but he could be bowling himself into it. So.
Good to see you.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, try not to jinx me this time.
Brett Shepard just makes an appearance in the booth telling me not to jinx him this game.
Yeah,
so.
I said it, but it looked like you got that one, so I got away with it.
Yeah.
I think the jinx carries over, though. I don't think just one shot.
I mean, he walked up here now.
Okay,
If he misses this one, does he jinx himself?
Well, maybe. I think it might be a jinx cancel if he come up here to the booth.
Okay.
As of right now, low to cash is plus 114.
I'm going to move the camera down
There's an
there.
awful lot of guys below that number that are still bowling, so that number could go up quite a bit.
And I think there's probably quite a few doubles based on what we saw in there also, so that could go down a little bit. So
it's kind of hard to say right now because a lot of people that have re-entered their names on the sheet twice.
Okay. He left the 4-pin, it looked like.
We're trying to keep an eye on Brett Shepard, who's on the pair next to the dead pair 31 and 2. He had the front 8, so that's why we moved to that pair.
Yeah. Just so
but he jinxed himself by coming up here and talking about it, so not my fault.
He did. All right, we're getting down to the end of Game 7. Some pairs are starting Game 8 in this C squad.
And here for JDM Bowl, I'm going to leave it on Cameron Doyle here when he gets back up. Because apparently I turned the camera off when he was up there like 3 times in a row or something like that. So I apologize for that. We'll leave it here for a little while.
Are you prejudiced against Cameron Doyle?
No, not at all. I think he throws a great ball. And he's got such a strong pair too. I don't want to leave this pair at all.
And the page down below, as soon as they update it, you'll see it just the same as we will. So be patient with us. It takes a little time to get scores gathered and tabulated. And once they get them posted, you'll know it.
There are 3 pairs in this block that have 5 bowlers instead of just 4. So in order for them to show a completed game, they have to wait for those 3 pairs to finish as well.
And again, for those of you that are either asking for the camera to go on a specific bowler or where somebody's at in the standings right now, the camera's already preset. We can't move them around the bowling center to show you a particular bowler. If they happen to catch one of our camera pairs, you'll be able to see them. And as far as the standings go, again, if you scroll down to the bottom of the page, the standings are down there. Without flipping through all the sheets, we'll see where Cameron's at, but you might actually be able to find that information as quickly as
He
we
was
can.
106 over before this game. So he doesn't have 290 going. He's got 260.
267.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 8 spare and then 8 split 1 count and then the next 7. 6, I'm sorry, 6.
Jeff, based on the reaction that you're seeing out there right now, does this play anywhere close to one of the animal patterns that the PBA puts out?
Nothing close.
Nothing close?
Nope. After 4 games on the animal patterns other than cheetah, everybody would be 4th, 5th arrow minimum. So yeah, this is nowhere near a P. This may be closer to some of the WTBA patterns that actually force you into a specific part of the lane, but it's nothing like the PBA patterns.
Boyd. Boyd 75 in the chat.
Brett Cunningham saying I'd love to sleep in.
So would I, Brett.
I think that's a lie.
Brett, did you stick your thumb in the potato like I told you to?
Didn't have any potatoes.
No microwave French fries won't work. I guess, since you are a college kid, you could have tried ramen noodles. Or Easy Mac, one of the two.
Instant mashed potatoes.
Yep.
So what did you finish with that game there?
279.
Brett Shepard with a 279 game after he came up here and jinxed himself.
Still a nice score.
Especially to get the 181 over.
Awful lot of people in play right now.
This number could literally do anything right about now, guys. With
Yep.
1 game to go.
Yep.
Come on, Cameron, line me up.
Are you coming to this pair next, Brett?
Yes.
With all you guys talking about food, somebody needs to make
Yeah.
a Jack in the Box run for us. We could use about 100 tacos right about now.
That's no lie. Oh, man.
Another
He
bad break.
cannot
for
get a
Yeah,
break.
he can't carry with that gold ball.
No,
No.
thank you to the White Castle.
No, I got to get up at 6 in the morning.
No, thank you.
Nice game by Cameron. Puts it about plus 140 with 1 game to go.
So you're going to be coming down to the featured pair here then next game, right?
Yes, I am. I will take Cameron's score right now.
Yeah, I'd imagine that you might.
There's Brad Snell on lane 40. Didn't even notice him being up there.
Even not quite what it was in years past, but still pretty good.
I don't think anyone can get quite as low as Brad used to. Tell you what St. Louis needs is somehow to get us an In-N-Out burger. I could go for a couple doubles right
we
about
go.
now.
Sounds
So
amazing.
if there's any listeners out there from Vegas or California, run the In-N-Out real quick for us and somehow do some magic 1 hour shipping for us.
Whataburger would be fine as well.
I can handle Whataburger, even Fatburger.
Yeah, it looks like game 8 is underway down on 31 and 32.
Does it look intense down there? 31's been pretty burnt.
Yeah.
Fagan looks tired.
Yeah, he's bowled.
He's bowled 100 games today.
Yeah, he's bowled all 3 squads, didn't he?
For the amount of second balls that he's thrown today, it's got to feel like he bowled 100 games.
Good thing he's got the compression sleeve on.
Good thing.
Went right through the face on that shot.
Although after bowling all 3 squads and not knowing he may be putting that compression sleeve on his head. Brett, you need to throw it like this guy on 41.
Yeah, Brett.
Is he left-handed or right-handed?
He's left-handed.
Oh, two-handed. Yes.
Yeah. I think Brett could do it.
I don't think Brett could do it.
There's no chance.
Oh.
It'd been in the gutter.
Which gutter?
Flip a coin.
Both.
Flip a coin.
All right. I guess I'll go figure this pair out.
All right.
All right, go
Yeah.
get him, Brett.
Good luck.
Well, guys,
here we go.
We are actually at the point where I think there's one more shot to be thrown on lane 39 that is not in game 8, and then we are off to the races.
And we're going to bring it down here to 31 and 32. This is a game 8.
That's Alex. So I'm interested to see what we have as far as locals are concerned. Tim Barrett in fourth right now, without counting game 7. Brett Cunningham in 10th with his thumb stuck in some ramen
Some
noodles.
mashed potatoes.
It's like Brett immediately went down there and threw the first one, so.
He's a college kid. He doesn't have potatoes in there. Yeah. And that looks like it could be it for locals.
Looks like who we got in front of us now. We got Brett Shepard, who's making a run at it on 41 and 2. He's crossing with Andy Stone. Over here on 39 and 40, looks like we've got AJ and Sean Swanson and Dave Barris. So got a good mix right here in front of us. AJ
Go ahead,
found the gold
BC.
ball.
It's all right. I'll bring you a whole box of ramen noodles on Tuesday.
Swanee's still getting it done.
Okay. All right, Brett. All right. All right. Well, how about this? When you get here in the morning, in between shots, you can come up to the booth and pick up the headset, switch the cameras around, control the board, and then go down there and throw another shot. Does that sound good? I don't blame you. We'll have to ask Greg Sternberg how many steps he walked tonight. He was wearing a pedometer all day. Go ahead and throw up the split screen here.
Hey guys, Dallas Baldridge, 279, 258 to end the block. 224 over.
Wow.
Wow.
Shepard through the nose, 479.
This number is getting higher, maybe?
Very, very possible.
It's getting a Todd higher.
Is there any type of Jake Peters update?
See what I can do.
Oh my, what a clutch shot on lane 41 from Brett Shepard. Sent the 4 behind the 9 and tripped it forward.
I can tell you that Brad Miller just 7-10. 7-10 Brad Miller. Double 9 spare strike, 7-10. As he sits at 180 over.
There's going to be some comments in the chat on that one.
Game
we are
7? Are they in game 7 over there, Mike?
Well, actually,
everybody's in game 8, right?
I would think everybody's in game 8. Mike just gave us a Dallas's finishing score for the block. So
okay. All right. So game 8, guys.
Boyd is asking about the guy in the hat. I'm not sure who he is, so
yeah,
I don't know how to answer that.
Hey, Jake, what'd you have last game?
226.
So what are you at now?
270?
276.
So I made a move left, and it was a lot better. So
you're going to be in soft here, man. Nice going.
Thanks. It was definitely a good feeling after how atrocious the early squad was, but I actually stayed and watched all of B squad. My fiance loved that, but I learned a lot, and it made a big difference when I changed some services and actually got the ball to slow down earlier, and it was much better.
So she's the trooper that took one for the team today, then.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She is a trooper. It's awesome to have someone who will actually sit and watch and put up with watching bowling for hours on hours. You don't find that very often.
There you have it, guys. That's the report down here from the Jake Peters pair.
Does she play Angry Birds or anything?
Follow up with that one tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, it's nice to see Jake actually bowl well tonight since he struggled so bad the last 2 years here.
Yeah.
We call them 1.5.
1.5. Brett Shepard's hopefully staying clean here at the start of game 8, but he said earlier that he wanted Cameron Doyle's score, and that was a 230 or something like that, wasn't it?
It was
Guys, I think that
I think.
those of you that are your scores are lagging behind, I think if you refresh your browser, it'll actually update that on the bottom. If you haven't refreshed it in a while,
Yeah, hey guys, there's
that
actually
could be part of the problem.
there's a little blue icon over on the left on the tabs. If you just
Yeah.
click the blue icon, you don't have to refresh the browser.
It's still after the 4th game here on C Squad.
Did you press the blue button, Matt?
I've been pressing it like crazy.
You know which one I'm talking about?
Yep, I am. I've even refreshed my browser window, and I'm going to do it right now and see what happens here. Yeah, it's still at game 4.
5.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. The standing sheet says game 5, but the title says game 4. So
that's your ace guy there in the hole, Ricky Matsko. Hard at work.
I can't say anything bad about Ricky.
Yeah, me neither, really.
Brett looked like he made a little bit of a move off that 479.
Yes.
So he's still going to need to pick up at least another
3 doubles.
I would guess 20 pins to feel fairly comfortable, and even that may not be enough. So
It's uploading right now, guys. He said.
Okay.
I may have to rethink this. I'm starting to think that the number's going to get to maybe 217. What do you think, Dennis?
It's a possibility. Mike's on crack for saying the low end was going to play tighter.
Mike's been here long enough that you might be correct.
All right, so except for watching Brett here in front of us, we're pretty much waiting to hear from around the center for the other guys that are in contention. And it's hard to keep track of all of them because there was an awful lot of people that got into the plus 180 range.
Right.
There's Bruce Franks here out on 41 with the first 5 strikes.
.45 a.m. Sunday morning.
Oh, wow, it's Sunday already? Still feels like Friday.
Yeah, I'm not going to be getting any sleep tonight, guys.
Big shot for Brett.
Sorry, Mike. Yeah, it was a big shot for Brett.
Brett Shepard right there. Comes through in a big way.
If you guys need an update on any bowlers, just let me know.
How about all of them?
That's what we were saying a minute ago. Except for the guy that we know of in front of us, it's hard to know who all is in contention. I guess I'd like to know what Dell's doing. I mean, I don't know if he's still close just to what's happening, but that would be interesting to know.
And even an Adam Barta update if you're going over there.
Adam's over on your side, isn't he?
Yes, he's right down here
just to
next
the left.
to us.
Oh, there he is, right there.
Yes.
Guys, hang with us. We're trying to get scores updated the best that we can. They're trying to update the scores at the bottom. Those
Okay,
are now updated after game 6.
That is
Hey,
correct.
I got some news for you guys.
Go for it.
Vern Peterson, front 6, stuff 9. Del Ballard 106 in the 5th with a spare up in the 6th. So
Do we know what Dell had game 7?
You're breaking up there.
Here's Ballard. You got me?
What was that, Michael? You were breaking up.
I got an update on Ballard.
Go for it.
Plus 211 with a game to go. He's got 3 frames left. And can shoot.
Kind of rooting Del Ballard plus 211 with 3 frames.
He can shoot 256 with 3 frames to go.
He should be in soft. Another good clean shot by Brett on 41. A bit of a soft 7, but looked good off to his hands. So.
Adam Barta with a strike on lane 38. If I'm watching that correctly, he had probably a first 3 is split in the 4th and the next 4 up there.
What did AJ have game 7?
Vern Peterson is plus 140 something.
240?
Has 279 left with 3 frames to go.
Wow.
He's about 2 1/4 or so. Oh, that was the score for earlier. Sorry.
Vern Peterson, Mike just said 140 over with a 279 left. He's got 3 frames to go.
David O'Sullivan, 29 in the second, 6-pack to go behind him. And he's getting loud.
Huh. We don't hear him over here. Is he as loud as Wesley Edwards' pants?
I was just going to say that. Amazing that you said it. Great minds think alike.
Yep. Wesley's fun to talk to. He's been working with Bill Hall in Las Vegas quite a bit.
Hey guys, O'Sullivan is at 153, 153.
So he's definitely making a run at the number.
This is a crazy finish, Mike.
Obviously, that was a much better shot from Brett because it struck. Only good shot to strike.
Or only strikes are good shots.
Yeah. Yep. Dave Barris on 39 with a good shot.
Does the USBC have any rules against using ramen noodles during tournament play?
I guess it depends on how you're going to use them to gain an advantage.
Yeah, I guess it's not really altering the surface of the ball.
Oh, my.
It's a 4-6 on a pretty good shot.
Yep. So let's see here.
Hey, make that 7 in a row for us.
Was that 7 in a row for O'Sullivan?
Yes.
Hi, Mike Wolf.
He can still shoot 269. 10th frame left.
He's probably going to need a couple of them to be able to get to the numbers, so. Huge shot right here for Brett Shepard. Another double gets him pretty close to the number. left
my.
off his hand.
Oh, my.
Oh, and carried it.
That's a rack adjustment right there, ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen.
Guys, here's an update. Vern Peterson's not going to get there. And Del Ballard has now missed a makeable spare in the 8th frame. If he goes spare, strike, spare, he shoots 204. I think he was at 211 coming into this game.
That should be enough to get him there if he
Should be
stays
enough.
clean.
Yeah.
So, joining us right now in the booth is PBA champion Michael Wolf. So, well, Michael, what do you think? You tired?
I'm very tired. I'm not joining. I'm just sitting here.
You're occupying oxygen.
I do that well.
Dude, I think Brett needs another one yet.
I think Brett may need another one to get there. He's
What's the number we're looking
he's
at?
hovering. We're looking at around 200, 205, somewhere in that range. So Brett could definitely use one more hit here, or at least a double in the 10th, just to get him to above 200. So he's
182.
close. I think another Key Brooklyn is definitely in order.
All Mike Flanagan's doing is running around the place finding us guys who are plus 180.
Hey, guys, David O'Sullivan just juiced it a little bit, went in light. The 4-5 went flying off the wall for a strike, and an exuberant. Ooh!
Gotta love it.
Now he's got his hands going down, and he's trying to get himself calmed down, collect his thoughts.
That was an outstanding David O'Sullivan impression that you just had there, Mike.
Yeah, that was
so
good.
We appreciate that.
He's got 269 left with 2 more shots left in the 10th frame. He's paired up with Jake Peters. And so shoot 238.
We have a question in the chat about Adam Bard and what he shot last game. He's actually up in the 10th frame. It appears to me that he's going for 260. Yep. No, one more strike in the 10th gets him 260. So
that'll put him somewhere about 280 over.
Yep. Brett Shepard now up on the right lane on 41 and 2, and from our calculations, he pretty much needs this one. I suppose he could come back and double in the 10th and still do something, but this one here is big.
Push. That's
and
huge.
He carried, holy cow, all the way through the nose.
It wasn't all the way through the nose.
O'Sullivan's made a great shot. But he gets a bird dog messenger to take out the 10 pin, and he does an oh baby as he moves across 2 pairs. Unbelievable over here on this side, guys. Del Ballard's got a double going into the 10th frame. He's got 230 left.
So Dell should be in soft then.
Yep.
He is. He bowled 150 one game.
Brad Miller, can I see your score sheet? Brad Miller finishes at plus 232 for Brad Miller, 247 the last game. He's in with 232.
2 awesome shots.
Did you guys catch the Brad Miller update?
Yes, we did. Thank you, sir.
O'Sullivan's now up on his fill. He's playing like a really tight line around like 16, 15 range.
That's about as far left as we've seen anybody have any success, but if you're going to do it, you're definitely going to have to keep those,
and it's 10
those
back,
angles pretty neutral.
10 back for O'Sullivan, 269.
Very nice.
Pretty good finish.
I'll
right
get you
there.
an actual number.
I don't want to hand him a pen.
That's Mike said he was something like 140, so that would be, if it was exactly 140, obviously that's.
For those of you that are asking, Mr. Barta finished with 256 that game, so that puts him right around 280 or 270, 280, so he's in comfortably.
O'Sullivan finishes at plus 222. I got him right here. Dave, you threw the back 10 that game to look like you're going to make this cut. What's it mean to you?
Everything. I've been working really hard, and to be honest with you, I said to myself in the second frame I needed to throw the rest of them. So I just tried to bit down and execute. I stopped thinking about transitions and all that and just hit the pocket. That's what it comes down to. If I hit the pocket, I got a chance. So they were really demanding, and just that was a long block.
Thanks, Dave. Good luck tomorrow.
Little update right in front of us. Brett Shepard just rang a 10, probably the best shot he's thrown out of the last 3 or 4. But looks like to me if he makes this and good fill ball.
Oh, God.
And he did not make it.
Oh,
wow.
God.
That's going to be, that may cost him the number right there.
197.
We just got the standings updated after Game 7. Looks like 16th place once you take the second score from Justin Beach out. With 1 game to go, the number was plus 188.
Might be okay then.
It's going to be close. Looks like the load of cash is going to be somewhere in the 120 to 130 range. Mike Wolf's hoping it's going to be closer to the 120 range. Brad Miller's going to jump in. Brett Shepard may jump in.
So Matt
Dallas
Gasson's
Baldridge bowled really well the last game, so he'll jump in.
right. Matt Gasson's out.
Sullivan jumped in. So that's actually going to kill a couple numbers up there.
Right.
So Gasson would be out. AJ Rice would be out at minimum.
We know that Beach's second number is
Which
out.
actually should put the number up somewhere in the 200 range. So, at least. 2 O's.
Head on down to 47 and 8.
It's Del Ballard is in the plus 215.
I'm guessing that should be okay.
215 for Ballard.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's going to be all right too.
Brett Cunningham's hoping that's going to be safe.
If I said Jake Peters was 276, that was mental calculation with nothing to base it on except sitting here and quickly doing that. And
I think it was mad cow disease.
it could have been mad cow disease. You're right. So trust the score sheet.
Oh. As you see there on the right side, there's ticker updates from game number 7.
Once again, there was a couple of dead numbers off of, earlier squads that we know of. At least 2 bowlers have jumped in, which means that the 188 and 190 numbers are now dead. So we know the number is going to be at minimum 201. So.
And refresh my memory. Who said 202 for the number?
You said 200.
No, dude, I said 202.
You're lying. there's that mad cow coming into play again.
I said 200.
Hey guys, you guys gonna stay on the air until we announce the cut and everything?
Do you want us to?
That'd be great.
Then
yeah.
we will.
All right. Sweet.
Only if you get me a Red Bull.
Oh yeah, you still have one of those, right?
Yeah. Hey.
You know
I
what?
need
We don't carry Red Bull in this building.
Yeah.
Monster?
No. They don't even have Monster here.
No, it's
You don't want to.
pretty.
You don't want to try it. Trust me.
This
I've
guy,
had
that's
it
all he
before,
drinks right here.
Never mind.
and it's not good.
I'm disappointed.
No offense to Tropicana.
Hey, I know. I
I've been disappointed before, so.
Good luck, everybody, except Bart, especially Bart. I thought it said
Barta,
except Barta. Jeff Carter, why didn't you bowl?
Because I'm just not very good anymore.
if I were to,
No, it's not PBA restrictions. I'm no longer a PBA member, so it has a lot more to do with the fact that I just don't have the desire to compete in singles events anymore. I had a pretty serious injury back in January that I think I'm just now recovered from, so I'm not sharp anyway, so I don't think me bowling would have done me much good other than to donate to the prize fund.
I think I'm gonna actually pay for you to get in one of these tournaments, and we're just gonna put like cameras all over your body, and we'll just have the Jeff Carter channel.
You got it.
We'll put one in your weight hole.
Oh. I don't know if I've got a bowling ball that has a weight hole anymore. That's extra work to drill a fourth hole in a bowling ball for me now.
Do you still have an Axis?
I just use whoever's is handy.
Okay.
You guys, you can definitely tell it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
We're definitely wound up.
I called the hotel, Dennis, and you do have your own room, and I let them know that you'd be checking in extremely late tonight.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Yep, you guys are squared away.
So Brett's breathing a little easier right now. Should be good. 2 people he expected to go by him did not do it. So
It's gonna be close.
he could probably put his thumb in potato soup.
He's a college kid. If he can't get a potato, how's he gonna afford potato soup?
Like
there's more ingredients in a potato soup than there is just a potato.
Well, vichyssoise is cold potato soup.
But it takes longer to make cold potato soup than hot potato soup.
Probably it does. Yes, you're right.
Because number one, you have to heat it up, and then you have to let it get cold. So.
Connor Drum in the chat. Brett, didn't you hear they said you had a 10-pin trip out of the rack and your score got lowered to 199? You're out.
There's that nickname again.
There's the nickname.
So just a little bit of bowling action left here, guys. I got to go in the tournament office for a minute, but we're gonna bring it into you guys. This is really about the last pair remaining, and look at these 2 guys. Look at them.
Wow.
Look at the nation right there, the Storm Nation. These 2 guys. I like that. I like your get up tonight, Jeff. As a matter of fact,
This was the jacket that the good folks down at Boom Apparel put together for me. It's the new my new Storm University jacket. So big shout out to them for everything they've done to help. So very, very cool.
Very cool. Yeah. So we'll hang out with everybody here, and you guys can just continue to fill some air as I try to get this thing taken care of. Matt will be joining you here in just a moment.
Well, what a long day, Dennis.
It
what
has
a long
been.
day.
It has been a long day.
A lot of bowling, a lot of action. Very, very talented field. Hard conditions. So.
Well, I know I've done that before, like some of these guys have, bowling double squads and way late. I mean, the World Team Challenges come to mind, especially the ones on the East Coast that used to go until 2 o'clock in the morning until you figured out what teams were going to make the top 10 the next day. And I can only imagine at this point, I haven't done it in a few years, and I can only imagine what some of these guys that are still bowling out here right now feel like after having done that. So
got to be some exhaustion going on, mental and physical, especially the guys that bowled more than one squad. But again, like we talked about, a lot of these guys, this is what they do. So bowling that many games shouldn't be an issue, especially with a quick turnaround with less than an hour break between B squad and C squad. But you're here to bowl, you're here to make money, you're here to have a chance to win. And if that's what it takes, you simply just have to suck it up and do it. And when you make it into Sunday, it's all worth it. You've got to come back and go through it all over again. But it's a whole lot easier to shake that tiredness off and bowl round robin on Sunday.
Right.
Than it is to be driving home tomorrow. So
I also remember just how much those first few shots on Sunday morning hurt.
The older you get, the more it hurts too.
So Brett, I'm glad you're going to be there, it looks like. I'm hoping that you can do something to your thumb and make it to where you can play tomorrow. And.
He may have to throw it two-handed tomorrow.
Tell me you didn't try ramen noodles. I mean, we were only kidding about that all night.
I think I lived on ramen noodles my first full year out on tour. Me and Paul Nicholas, we did it ramen noodles and Easy Mac just about every night. Just trying to save a little bit of money.
I remember Paul.
Brett Secka's thumb in chicken noodle soup.
Yep. I think it was the if it was low sodium, it wouldn't have burned so badly.
I hope you guys appreciate our warped sense of humor. We're normally a lot worse when we talk about stuff.
Yeah, we kind of kept it in check.
We
tonight,
had to keep it in
honestly.
check so we didn't lose a lot of viewers. So for those 131 of you that are still on with us,
Which I can't believe. That's
My
outrageous.
first question is why? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Go to bed. Get a life. Come on, people. But we appreciate you guys tuning in, hanging out with us. It's been a lot of fun. Been a long day. A lot of good bowling. Jeremy Boyer looks a little tired down there, so we got somebody from Australia saying good day. So thank you very much for the kudos. We appreciate it. So. Once again, they're going to, as soon as everybody's done, we've got a few pair that they're still trying to get their 8th game finished up. So once everybody's done, we will get all those score sheets into the tournament office. So we'll get everything put in the computer. And we'll get those scores out to you and announced as soon as possible so everybody can get some sleep.
Isn't it like Wednesday in Australia?
Waiting to see what you're going to say next. Boy, that's hard telling. Give me something interesting to talk about, and I'll entertain you for a while. Yes, I definitely feel like I'm about to pass out, but it's been a lot of fun. Appreciate the opportunity to come do this and have some fun and talk about bowling. Not only that, but Storm and the things I'm doing with Storm University and things like that. So it's pretty awesome.
There's still a blue line down there on 47 and 8.
So that means somebody is still playing.
Still playing. It's the guy in the hat.
How hard is it to watch all day and not be part of the action? If you would have asked me that 5 years ago, I would have said not very hard at all because I wouldn't be watching. I always hated to watch bowling. Didn't mind bowling itself, but I always hated to watch. And now I'm almost the other way around. I'd rather sit back and either watch or coach or commentate than I would be out there physically bowling. Now, if we were talking team events, things like that, I'm all in. You give me a good team event to bowl and sign me up, but that's about it for me anymore.
Does the tournament end on a missed 10 pin?
Looks like qualifying itself is going to end on a missed 10 pin.
Yep.
I don't hear anything from the other side, so looks like that was the last shot of the day. Our boy down there in the
Going
hat.
home tonight. Okay. Oh, that's cool. That's second chance. Awesome. I think they're modifying the pattern a little bit for that. It's going to be the same shape and just
modified on my second ball.
Thank you, C. Pickett, for answering the question.
Jeff had some comments about that.
That's
earlier.
something that I don't talk about very often. It's something that's in the past. I really don't dwell on that very much. I've kind of moved on from that. So, but thanks for answering the question.
So much is going on the other side.
We got Jeremy Hunt up here. I'm going to ask him if he's going to go drill a new spare ball tonight.
No, I can't hit anything with any of them.
Okay, just checking.
I already told him you were discussing them, dude.
Spares are definitely the biggest key to an event like this. You know, with striking's hard enough, stringing strikes is even harder, and when you have to make up for an error or a missed spare, boy, it's impossible when you feel like you have to throw a triple at any given time. It's just it's so tough.
How does Brett not average 261?
Hard telling. Yeah, I might have beaten Scroggy's average record, but I don't know if I ever beat Scroggs while we were on tour. He pretty much owned me, and actually I think Mark did too. Bowling regional stuff, I don't think I ever beat any of the Scroggins brothers. They may have a long lost cousin somewhere that could probably kick my butt right now too.
Jeremy heading to the casino. I doubt that. He said he's gonna bowl the second chance tournament tomorrow morning, and I believe that starts. I don't know if they'll
in about 10 minutes, I think.
Probably in about 10 minutes. Yeah, I think they'll get
practice starts as soon as they get them oiled.
If I'm not mistaken, I think they're taking the first pair out of play. At least for the morning, and the 16 will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, down to, I don't know if it's 41 and 2 or 43 and 4, but they're actually gonna, I don't know if they're gonna work on building the set overnight, but there's gonna be bleachers down on a couple of those pairs.
I think they're gonna be doing that in between the break after the round of 16.
After the round of 16?
There's about a 2-hour break or so they're planning.
Okay.
I think that's when they're gonna move everything down there. But I could be wrong. So.
I was wrong once.
After 7 for your squad. We don't have an 8 yet.
Then I was born.
Yeah, no problem. Who's our picks on taking the title?
Oh, man.
That's a good question. First and foremost, it's going to be hard to pick against Bill O'Neill. His experience is going to be something that will be an advantage to him. Jake Peters, wow, finishing first and second in the last 2 years. How do you think that he's not going to be up there near the end? And then you've got somebody like Anthony Pepe that, being a left-hander, only 16 bowlers tomorrow. I'm not sure how many lefties will make the cut, but if he's one of the only ones, he may get a look that never goes away, and he may be able to run through it. I remember the first year, George Gohagan made the finals, so you could easily see a Bill O'Neill, Anthony Pepe final, or even Jake Peters. So it's kind of tough to tell, but I guess if I had to put my money on one person, I think I'd take Bill O'Neill right now.
The key to some of that is that Bill's still in first place as far as we know at 287, even with guys that we knew were in the 250s after 5 games tonight didn't bowl enough to take over the top spot.
Well, I think I said that when Jake had gotten up there fairly close, and I said, it doesn't take much to find that one pair that you struggle on, and I think he had 191 game. Other than that, he bowled tremendous tonight, but it's so easy just to catch that one pair that if you struggle on, it could really knock you out of one of the top spots easily. So,
but we're still looking at maybe probably an 85 pin difference between first and 16th, starting the day out tomorrow.
And over 16 games with bonus pins, that's really nothing. So just because you sneak in today doesn't mean that you don't come in tomorrow and all of a sudden that swing's a little bit looser, your ball reaction looks a little bit good. Just say, for instance, you come in tomorrow and they hook a little bit more, which is very possible. Well, if that's what you're looking for, then all of a sudden, you've got that look that you're averaging 240, 250 with and winning matches, and then you just take off from there. So,
the 16th place is $740. Bottom cash spot who's bowling tomorrow, $740. That's pretty fantastic.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, there's a lot of weekend events. Now, granted, this is a long format, a lot of games bowled, so on and so forth. But there's a lot of tournaments that you go bowl that's what it's you get to win. So
Yeah.
But once again, tremendous job to Mike and the entire InsideBowling.com crew. Huge shout out to the Storm for their support, sponsorship dollars, as well as the bowling balls that the entrants got for this event. The promotional help that everybody did. It was a group effort to help pull this event off and make it what it is. So, and thanks to all the bowlers that showed up to bowl. I don't think the actual bowlers get enough credit for helping make the event what it is as well. So everybody that showed up did their part in making this event what it really is. So let's see, Big D, do I think that the technology advancements of bowling balls will run its course? I actually thought that for a while when the particle phase started to go by the wayside. I thought that was the pinnacle of bowling ball reaction, and then we started to delve into RA and RS values and creating more surface traction and cover stocks with just a reactive ball. And I think that the envelope can be pushed a little bit farther. How far I don't know. But as long as we've got some great minds in this industry, for instance, me being an employee of Storm, I get to work pretty closely with Hank Boomershine, and knowing how smart that guy is, it wouldn't be surprising if we saw another 2 or 3 different generations of technology come down the pike at some point.
Nice job today.
Question in the chat there, are there scores from the first 2 squads? The scores that are scrolling across the screen include all squads through Game 7 of the C squad, and then
8 from A and B.
Yeah, 8 from A and B, and I think that's the same at the tabs at the bottom. Yeah, so if you guys want to see some of the scores, it's not broken down into squads yet. We'll have to see if we can get that going for tomorrow.
Typically, in tournaments like this, they'll have available reports that'll show you the guys' game-by-game scores tomorrow, I would imagine, as well. Not just a plus or minus score and where they finished in the standings. And so there'll be a lot more data that you can take a look at for any of you stats geeks out there like me.
Billy, our pleasure. We're bowlers too, so we know what you guys out there are looking for, and there's still 100 of you out there. So we're going to sit here and talk nonsense to you until they give us a sheet that we can update the scores for you, and then I think we're heading to bed. So
I'll be back here as early as you, Matt, tomorrow morning. So
yeah, I'm not sure what time they're going to want us here.
Yeah. I'm not even sure what my duties are tomorrow.
I know I'll be sitting right here.
Yeah.
I haven't moved all weekend, really.
I may even have an article to write the night before I can leave too, Jeff, so I don't know for sure.
That's a good idea. I wish I could do that.
Well, I think somebody says that practice for the finals is in about 10-15 minutes. So, Brett, you might want to think about coming on down. I know we've had situations similar to this, happen a couple times on tour where we had some breakdowns or some things happen. So it was really, really late when we got out of the bowling center, and we even talked about it a little bit earlier today, where last year during the team challenge we had a couple of unforeseen problems come up, and add that with the fact that we had a tie for our final spot, and we were going to have the 2 teams do a Baker game roll-off, and they actually voted, and it was a 10-0 vote that they wanted to bowl a full game instead of a Baker game. So we didn't get out of the bowling center once we got everything posted until about 3 o'clock in the morning. So definitely no stranger to something like this. So, but that's what it takes to run a great event, and no matter how long we've got to stay to get all this taken care of, we definitely will.
I remember last year driving home from Springfield after that weekend, and that 3-hour drive was not a fun one.
Yeah, I was pretty lucky that I had a 5-minute drive
Yeah.
for that one.
So everybody's just kind of milling about right now. Some people taking things out to the car, so I think they already know their fate. A few of them. A lot of handshakes around. People haven't seen each other for a while, it looks like.
You know, we talked a little bit about that earlier too. That's something that is definitely a great part of an event like this. Is you see a lot of people that you don't see very often. You know, we mentioned that you had bowlers from all over the country. Some from California, some from New York, some from down south. They're all over the place, and you may see these guys once or twice a year. And you know, some guys I haven't seen for years, and all of a sudden you walk in and there's somebody you haven't seen in 15, 20 years. So it's always nice to see guys catch up. So
Once
very,
again,
very cool.
To imagine what this field is like if somebody doesn't have to get permission from the PBA to bowl. I know we only lost Pete, maybe because of the PBA 50 tour stop that's in Alabama right now, but I would imagine that, well, I know Tommy Hess didn't bowl this year because he went to bowl the regional that was in Indiana someplace, I believe.
You're right, Elkhart, Indiana.
Okay, so we lost him. There's probably a couple of other guys in that bowled that event that would have been here as well.
Very possible. But you're going to run into that no matter what you do. You're going to run into competing events, so on and so forth. And, you know, we're even going to run into that with the team challenge this year, to where if they do have the event, the PBA regional that's being proposed, we possibly could run into the same type of situation. I'm prepared for that. There's not much I can do about it. We can't change the date again. We've already changed the date 3 times to stay away from the U.S. Open, the Lucy Bonneau doubles. So our date's firm. We're just going to deal with it. The only thing it really could cost us is maybe 1 or 2 team entries, and maybe part of the Pro-Am. We may lose a couple of big names in the Pro-Am. But you can't make everybody happy. You just do the best that you can.
Billy's saying that they moved a regional to the Cup weekend as well.
And that's really unfortunate for him, just because of, you know, last year the team challenge for the Proprietors Cup was like a huge Pro-Am. It was a who's who of bowling. So it's unfortunate that those kinds of things happen. You would like to see the PBA work with other hosts to try and help their events. It especially hurts us because a lot of our event does benefit charity. So if the Pro-Am suffers, it's not our event that suffers, it's the charity that suffers.
Right.
And I hate to think that there's going to be less money being raised for charity because of a rule that doesn't necessarily benefit the PBA other than a couple of guys. So I know what the rule is. It is what it is. There's not much we can do about it. I had to live by it when I bowled on tour, but it's unfortunate, but we'll work around it, do the best that we can.
Is that Eastern region he's talking about there?
I believe he is. The one that could be conflicting with our event is one that's proposed in Council Bluffs,
Okay.
Iowa. So
Got another shout out here from Mike the Strike Remichaelis. Where's he been all night?
And why is he logging in
yeah,
right now?
why is he logging in
at
2:25 in the morning? Yeah.
Well, you know, Jeff, you got to ask a question. I mean, I understand the PBA is trying to get every tournament they can get, you know, especially in a regional and whatnot. But how does Russ Mills in the Eastern region sell this to a proprietor that he's going to run a tournament up against a tournament like Billy's? That was a fairly decent success last year for the first year, and looking to be very, very good this year too. I mean, you're going to get your members, but you're not going to get a lot of the other players that you need to fill that field.
Well, right now, I think a lot of the regional program, they're relying a lot on non-members. And it's a lot of that comes from the locals. So the field that will be a lot of the bowlers in that PBA regional may be, I'm not sure where that event's at, but it may be a lot of local bowlers. So
Okay.
I know that that's happened a lot in the Midwest, where over half the field has been non-members, and they've been a lot of local people. So it's just it's tough.
Maybe so, Jay Hutch. I'm not sure about that one. I know the one that used to be held at Colony, New York, at Carol Judge's place, was the biggest regional on the East Coast for a long time, but
So again, we run into situations everywhere where you've got events competing against each other. In a perfect world, everybody works together. We put together a calendar. Everybody stays away from each other, but it just doesn't happen. People have to do what's best for their organization as well, and I don't blame them. So.
Does that make it?
we're thinking so.
What'd you end up with,
215.
I'm thinking you're going to be safe, Delmas. Great bowling. Way to finish up. Del Ballard's stopping by and saying hi and check and see if we have a number yet. We do not, but I know that they're back in the office right now working diligently to get us those numbers.
I was going to say feverishly.
I like diligently better, dude.
Okay.
It's kind of like when you used milling around earlier. I think that there's an age limit before you can start to mill. And you're almost at the point where you can sachet.
No.
So yeah,
No.
you're about old enough to
I'm
sachet.
not yet.
Well,
no.
I think we just lost 10 viewers because I said the word sachet.
Could be.
Yep. So my bad. So.
So did we ever decide between
If we're gonna do a Harlem Shake video
No.
at 2:30 in the morning.
between Connor and Brett, and who gets to use the 1 and the 2 on the end of their nicknames?
I think it's got to go by standings.
Ah.
So I think right now, let's face it, it's 2:30 in the morning. Can I say the nickname on air?
I think you can say the nickname
okay,
on
so
air
I
right
think
now.
officially I'm going to make the call.
Okay.
Brett is dumbass 1. Connor is dumbass 2. I've made the call. You guys are just going to have to live with it. That's all there is to it.
And that's by finish in the tournament?
That's just by current standings.
Current standings.
After today.
Okay.
So. I just shipped my pants. It's one of the funniest commercials ever done.
Guys, did Connor make the cut at all, or have any chance at it?
Well, I know
don't
Connor talked himself out of bowling tonight.
Right.
So,
Connor told me he had to leave earlier because if he hung around any longer, he was going to talk himself into
Oh,
tonight,
okay.
so.
Okay.
Now, wait a second. Why are we being so formal? Dumbass 2.
I'm sorry. Sorry, dumbass 2. All right.
We've
I'm
officially
fired now.
filled the chat up with
Storm's listening.
LOLs
I'm outta
and
here.
LMAOs. So I guess we did our job right by entertaining you guys until the number gets out. So
Yep.
don't ask me to sing because that's not going to happen.
Unless we start talking about Missouri State USBC.
D2 had plus 43. So obviously D1 will definitely stick. Until further notice.
Until further notice.
No dance off either. A Harlem Shake's not totally out of the question. I just need a helmet.
If you guys are doing a Harlem Shake, I'm going to go over there.
Ooh, I've got Trey's catcher's helmet in my truck that I could wear.
Oh, there you go.
So.
Turk's going to win the dance off.
Turk's going to win the dance off.
Obviously, none of you guys have ever seen me dance. because I don't think I'm going to win nothing.
Well, at this point, if it involves me standing up, I'm out.
Right.
You'll have to tune in Tuesday night while all the 30,000 screaming fans are watching there, Mike, if you want me to dance.
Well, I think we just found out that there were some issues with the scoring, and they're going to have to re-bowl that squad all over again. So we need to get everybody back in here.
Tom Patton doesn't like the sound of that.
Yeah, the general just gave me
there was
the
some,
double fingers.
I was going to say there were
so,
some birdies flying in here just now. So.
He looks good for another 8, I think.
Yeah, I think he's good for another 8.
Well, you keep moving up. You need to. Hey, if we get to F squad, I think you're in.
Ask him about rolled 2 pins.
I'm supposed to ask you about rolled 2 pins.
Rolled 2 pins? Oh, you must be talking to Cunningham.
Yep, talking to Cunningham. No, wait, we're talking to Dumbass 1.
Yeah, Dumbass 1. Yeah.
He got one of those to beat me last week in a tournament.
Ah.
I'm going to do a little, seeing as how Brett mentioned roll 2 pins, I got to do a little team fig jamming here. We bowled state tournament in Bloomington, Illinois last weekend with our Turbo Tech team, which is...
This is the other state, by the way.
This is the other state. Yeah. This is the real state, Illinois. And it was Mike Peters, Scott Rains, Tom Adcock, Jason Queen, and myself. And leading was 3,600 and came down the 10th frame of the last game. Queen needs a double for us to take the lead. Double and 9. And he throws the first one just as pure as he can. And the second one was the coolest rolled 2 pin I've ever seen, outside of Tommy Jones. And that was pretty awesome to see. So if it holds up, that'll be our second state title in the last 3 years. So it's a lot of fun bowling with those guys. We grew up together. We've been bowling together for almost 30 years now. So it's a very, very fun team to bowl with. That's the one thing that still gets me excited to bowl is bowling team events, especially with those guys.
Basically the same group that you're taking to.
That's our
Reno?
USBC team, other than the fact that Jason Queen can't bowl this year due to the fact that his wife's getting ready to have a baby. I told him he's not allowed to have sex for the next 4 months, so this doesn't happen next year.
Okay.
But we got lucky and picked up Dominic Barrett to replace him, so shake that off.
Okay.
So
I thought it was United States Bowling Congress, dude.
is it?
It is.
What did I say?
Well, you're bringing in Dominic Barrett. That doesn't count.
He's got a USBC card.
Well, he shouldn't have.
First call unofficial.
Just in case somebody else feels like there could be a discrepancy with the score, we double checked them, but here's what we've come up with.
Brett Cunningham, you ready?
It took plus 120.
To cash, plus 120. Plus 120. Unofficial, of course.
To make the top 16.
Top 16 number, unofficial.
16th place at plus 215 is
215, Del
my
Ballard
goodness.
Jr. Told you were in soft, Brett.
Brett Cunningham is at plus 216. In 14th place, Anthony Pepe at plus 218.
You can go to bed now, Brett.
Place, throwing a last 10 to shoot 269 the last game. Pretty impressive. David O'Sullivan.
See you tomorrow, Brett. Bowl good.
There was a tie for 11 between the funky Colt Antonio Medina and Dallas Baldridge at plus 224. In 10th place, Craig Nidifer qualified at plus 230. In 9th place, Brad Miller at plus 232. 8th place, Ronnie Fujita, plus 234. 7th place, Tommy Barrich, plus 240. 6th place, Tim Barron, plus 241.
As soon as Mike hands me a sheet for the standings, I will read through the top 16 for you guys. He's right now announcing it over the intercom, and we don't have the ability to get that information from him just yet. So bear with us for just a minute, and we'll get those numbers to you. Number 1 qualifier.
Finished first the first year. Finished second last year.
It's going to be Jake Peters
And now sits atop the field at plus 293.
at plus 293.
Awesome. Ah, good point. Folks,
Cash right now plus 120 is Chris Taylor. Unofficially, if there's a score issue, please go to the tournament office. We believe we do not have any issues, but that is the first unofficial call through of the standings. I want to check the racks on all my layouts.
All right, here we go. These are unofficial scores after 3 squads of 8 games. 16th place, Del Ballard Jr. at plus 215. 15th place at plus 216, Brett Cunningham. 14th place at plus 218, Anthony Pepe. 13th place, plus 222, David O'Sullivan. 12th place, plus 224, Dallas Baldridge. 11th place, plus 224, Antonio Medina. 10th place, plus 230, Craig Nidifer. 9th place, plus 232, Brad Miller. 8th place at 234 over, Ronnie Fujita. 7th place is Tommy Barish at plus 240. 6th place, plus 241, Tim Barrett. 5th place at 244 over, Rob Gottschall. 4th place at plus 258, Justin Veach. 3rd place at plus 267, Adam Barta. 2nd place, 287 over, the real deal, Bill O'Neill. And our tournament leader at plus 293 after a long day, Jake Peters. So not a bad finish, guys. That number jumped a lot more than what we expected. We were guessing somewhere in that 185 to 200 range, but we saw an awful lot of guys really do an outstanding job finishing up their last games to jump that number way up. I think that the cash number being plus 120 is pretty close to where we thought it was going to be. But again, the top 16 number jumped quite a bit more than what we thought it was going to. So a great bowling to all those guys that persevered through a rough day and a tough pattern. And those that didn't, those guys that still cashed, that's great bowling as well. So once again, everybody out there in the video and chat world, thank you for tuning in all day. Hell, we still have 75 people logged on at almost 3 o'clock in the morning.
Central time, too.
So thanks, guys, for hanging in there with us and giving us somebody to talk to. I don't think I'd want to sit here till 3 o'clock in the morning talking to just Matt. So no offense, Matt.
All right. But, that's no problem.
But thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate it. We'll be back on tomorrow for the finals, and we'll see how things go tomorrow. So thank you, guys. I think we're signing off here shortly.
We certainly are. Everybody, have a good night.
Guys, take care. Bowl up a storm.